Hello everyone, I am Tacit, and today, of course, we are going to be finishing out our 1000 Vault Key grind. We're also going to be going over all the spoilers immediately during the stream, just for anyone who might be watching after the fact. We're going to be doing it now, as well as when we normally do our 8 PM Eastern Standard Time stream. Obviously, this is one stream, but just for anyone who watches immediately, the start of the video right here, they'll be able to go and see that. And we'll also do it for the 8 PM Eastern Standard Time crowd for anyone who just happens to come around that time. But yeah, we started with, oh gosh, what was the key number again? We started with 3,600 and 400 epic Vault keys. Or, 3,600 normal Vault keys and 400 epic Vault keys. And currently we're at 603 normal keys, 58 epic Vault keys, and some amount of pity that, oddly enough, I think is also almost 58, which is kind of confusing. That's actually really funny. We have 58 pity and 58 epic Vault key right now. That normally doesn't happen, the numbers coinciding. But anyways, let's start going into some of the spoilers for everything. So I actually haven't even looked at them yet, though. Oh yeah, I forgot. We don't have the official post yet, do we? So we won't know the world event, but we will know everything else. Because I forgot, normally when we do it at night, we have the post thingy, but we still know pretty much all of it off of Terran's World. Of course, we have the Vault event that we are power grinding this weekend. And we'll continue to be doing all of today. And if you haven't started, there's still plenty of time. It's going on for, what, another 15 hours? So we'll be grinding most of those 15 hours, oddly enough. Probably about 8 of them, or at least half of them. That's for sure. Anyways, of course, we have a world event. We don't know the details for this yet, I don't believe, because normally it's on the post, and I'm not sure we normally know ahead of time. Let's see, it's a 160% spell to all troops. So it's spell damage. It doesn't say what you can use, though. Interesting. Okay, but it does tell us at least something. But it doesn't tell us what we could use. But anyways, we have a world event next week. We'll go over that tonight when we actually have the data on the official post. Faction, of course, we have the Deep Hive. This is from... Which one is this, then? Wait, what kingdom event is this? Actually, there's an easy way to tell. Hold up. Next week's event is for Drifting Sands. So we have a Drifting Sands event next week, which will end up bringing in 2 troops, it looks like. We're going to be getting one in... Wait, where's it? Wait, we're getting one through the world event? That's strange. Why are we getting 2 on Monday? But one of them's not a legendary, because it's an epic and a rare. So one of these is coming in through glory. The other one, I guess, is coming in through the world event, potentially. Which is strange, because it doesn't normally happen. Yeah, give magic +1 to a random skill on an ally, and then repeat a second time. That could be good if it goes to magic. Then summon a random Drifting Sands troop. That is interesting, though probably too inconsistent to be used, though it's probably better than the mythic we got this week. And next we have this thing, which deals light splash damage, which is full to whatever targets and 25% to adjacents, and ends up doing destroying 3 random gems, which is only destroy, so that's not really doing too much. It's a very small amount of destroy, so both of them seem kind of useless. This one's kind of gimmicky useful, though, but very, very situational. And only if it actually was to successfully hit magic, which is exceedingly unlikely. Anyways, as far as other things for Drifting Sands next week. So we already went over the faction. Wednesday, we're getting the pet of... Where's Pet? Pet, where are you at? Pet Rescue. So we're getting the mini mall, which is one that has existed for a while, just Drifting Sands bonus. Nothing too special there. Thursday, of course, we have the hero class for it, which is Dervish. Dervish, pretty underwhelming hero class, one you'll pretty much never use. We're getting that on Thursday if you need class XP for it. And Friday, we have a good old Bounty Hunter. As far as what Bounty Hunter troop is being added, we have it right over here. We go click right here. This is the Bounty Captain that we're going to have for this next weekend. It deals magic +4 damage to an enemy, and then converts 5 brown gems to green giant gems. That is actually kind of interesting. Especially because he uses green. This honestly is not that bad. Especially for a bounty troop. And he has an Emerald Shard, which is a new trait unique to him, which is kind of rare for a... Oh, wait, this is the epic? Hold up. That's not the bounty troop, then. Wait, this one's the bounty. Wait, never mind. Oh, I was reading this as... Never mind. I see what happened there. I thought these both said 0 days. Oh, never mind. We're only getting 1 on Monday. I misread that. Sorry. So this is the one we're getting for Glory tomorrow. This is the bounty troop. I was going to say, that's way too broken for a bounty troop. And this is the following week Monday's event troop. Not tomorrow Monday, but next week's Monday. My bad. But yeah, this one's tomorrow. This one is Bounty Hunter, which is why it's so weak. It just deals some damage, some light splash, and 3 destroys. Okay, that makes sense. And then this is next week's Monday. Not tomorrow Monday, but next week's Monday. Okay, I was going to say, because that ability is actually not that bad. And then I saw that, it's like, oh, nope. These all bounty troops are rares. Okay, that makes sense. Never mind. Okay, because I was going to say, we like never get a troop for the other thing. I thought both of those said 0 days. My bad. But yeah, that's the bounty troop then. And that's interesting. We're actually getting 2 drifting sands then. One on Monday for the standard glory, and then one on Friday for bounty hunter. A lot of times the bounty hunter is different than whatever the weekly thing is, so that's kind of cool. And aside from that, that's everything that's going on next week. Pretty tame week. Not too much going on. We're basically just getting a glory troop on Monday, bounty troop on Friday, and that's pretty much the week. A lot tamer than what we've been having. Anyways, of course, as far as this stream is concerned, our goal is to hit 1,000 vault keys. We're going to start with some kind of chilled standard grinding. Just kind of using some Dust Devil. See if we can find a verse or 2. Or, you know, specifically verse 2, 1 or 2 of, or a few of. But that's pretty much our goal. Oh, well, that might be a good sign of our luck today. First battle, we found exactly what we need. So we need to find about 8 verse 2s this stream. Make that 7, because we literally just found one on the first battle we've done all day. That's rather convenient. Also, we're still hunting Squirtles on the other screen, as you can probably see. If you're wondering what the little Squirtle is. We're doing that for a playthrough next Tuesday. We're going to be doing Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl next week. It came out last year. The game technically came out 16 years ago, but I never bothered playing the remake. So it's been like 16 years since I played the game. And yeah, I'll be doing that next week, thanks to Isabel. And we'll be starting that on Tuesday. Oddly enough, if you want to go it for the storyline for that game, we should be doing the entire storyline on Tuesday. The other days might be a little grindy. But if you're interested in the storyline for that game, I'm going to try to do it all in one stream. And we should be able to do it. I think one 12-hour stream could take out that game. But we'll see. Because I haven't played it for a while, so it might get lost. I think there's like some slightly puzzly sections. And I am really bad at puzzles. Not like super, super bad. But definitely like very exceedingly average. Definitely some puzzles I can get you sometimes in some games. Which is the only bad thing about some games. It's like, oh, it's like this genre of game. And then it's like, oh, we're just going to throw like 10 puzzles in there. And some of them are pretty straightforward and easy to do. But sometimes they're really convoluted puzzles. So hello, everyone, by the way. Hello. Let me start from the top. Hello, Bill Warhammer. Hello, Gimli. Hello, Dwight. Hello, Isabel. Hello, Logic Slayer. Hello, Bill. Hello, Tyrion. Hello, everyone else. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And hello, all the lurkers. Oh, yeah, we needed our poll question for today. What were we going to ask today? I already had something I was thinking of asking, and we mentioned it yesterday, and I already forget what it was. And no, it's not the Android versus Apple one. But if you guys still want me to pull it, we'll pull that tomorrow night. Gosh, I was going to pull something today, and I completely forget what it is now. I actually cannot remember. I had to do, I'm pretty sure, with either dungeons or the Vault event. Though I actually cannot remember what I was going to pull. I'll figure out something. Anyways, is Dawnbringer still worth it? Yes. Dawnbringer is still very, very, very worth it. It's mostly used for Thursday class events. And very rarely does it get used otherwise. But I still feel like it's worth it. It's definitely not like a first priority weapon. But it's definitely something like when you have a lot of spare souls where it's like finally time to go get it. It's not a must-have, but you'll definitely find yourself using it ever so occasionally as a utility weapon. It's still a really good weapon in the current state of the game. It's not as good as it used to be, overall. Just because as we get more and more weapons, obviously it just becomes slightly worse in comparison. But it's still a solid weapon. It actually reminds me a lot of Infernus. Like, Infernus you're very rarely ever going to use, but it still has these niche situations where it's really strong. And Dawnbringer is basically exactly like that. Is the first bounty event, did they release enough bounty troops to make a team? Yes. Though it wasn't realistic to run them, though. The first several bounty events, it was 3 bounty troops with 1 other troop. It was exceedingly unrealistic due to the number of stats that existed in the game, as well as the team compositions available to run 4 bounty troops. It was just 3 bounty troops with 1 other thing to hold down the line. Even though there was enough troops to build for, no one was really running for. because it wasn't really realistic for how much time it took. Because you were taking like 3 to 5 minutes per battle just to run 4. Like, it was doable, but it was such a time sink that most people just ran 3. 1 bounty captain with 2 others. There was enough. I think there was like anywhere from 4 to 6. I want to say 6. There was like 6 bounty troops. I'm pretty sure the very, very first bounty, because they added some initially, plus we get whatever the bounty captain was. But the team compositions were really bad. Like, what you could build out of it was nearly nothing. There was almost no synergy between them, and it was just very slow. Not to mention stats were a lot lower back then, because that was like, what, 4 years ago or so? Because the difficulty of Bounty Hunter is the same it was when it launched, but of course we have way more stats now than when Bounty Hunter first came out. Yeah, Yagwe was used in almost every single one. The main reason for that was there was a brown, red, that could create red and purple, which are 2 things that Yagwe really wanted, and it was by far the strongest bounty choice at the time, because Tagraki, you have to keep in mind, this is a situation where Tagraki did not exist yet. Literally, the face of Bounty Hunter did not exist in Bounty Hunter. So a lot of teams were built around that one Feral Hound combined with Yagwe. Like, that was pretty much every team. Like, Feral Hound, Yagwe, the Bounty Captain, and like 1 other option. Whatever seemed okay. Oddly enough, normally that blue-yellow bird, if I'm not mistaken, because it had silence. And that could come in handy sometimes. Because it could do as many as 3 silences. Also as few as 0. Yeah, I remember when Yagwe was meta for Bounty Hunter. That was a while ago. If you've been around since then, gosh, that's like 4-ish years ago or so. Like, that was like the first couple months of Bounty Hunter, or, you know, the first several Bounty Hunters were all based around that. But then eventually we got Tagraki, and then it's like, oh, we could just run like 4. Because we got more stats, we got Tagraki. And at that point, it was like, you know, Tagraki just solos everything. Like, Tagraki is literally the reason Bounty Hunter is doable in the current state of the game. Because there's pretty much not a single build currently, because skulls still aren't good enough to run for Bounty Hunter. You can get away with it, but it's not that quick. But Tagraki has been pretty much the only viable option for Bounty Hunter for like 3 years now, or however long it's been. Like, since his inception, like, every bounty team has been completely focused around him. And he was the main catalyst for allowing for 4 bounty troops instead of 3. As it was way too slow to run 3 prior to Tagraki. Hello, Neilter! Hello, Sleekness. Welcome, welcome. Random question. Are Guild Wars Sentinels only for offense, or both offense and defense? Guild Wars Sentinels. Both offense and defense, I think. I'm not sure exactly what aspect you were referring to with that. Because, like, this extra bonus that you get applies everywhere, not just to guild-related events. If that's what you're referring to. But if you mean, like, the level of them, it gives you more points on offense, because it's impossible to get more points on defense in regard to them. And you get the max bonus at level 100, and they cap at 200. But this bonus over here for doing all tasks, this applies everywhere, not just for guild-related events. It applies across the entire game except for Arena. But if you're talking about, like, that % increase in points, that technically only increases your offense, because you can't earn any points when you're defending. The only thing you get for defending is if all your teams are unique, you get 2,000 per team, for a total of 12,000 points, so you want to make sure all your teams are unique when you do your Guild War defense. But they don't actually earn points, they just make sure that the enemy doesn't earn points. But they don't actually earn you any points. Oh, you mean the ones that go up to 5? Okay, sorry, my bad. There's too many different stats. So what was the question then? Oh, yes, they apply both offensively and defensively. Yes, I see what you mean. Okay, I understand what you mean now. But yes, those bonuses that you can pay resources for to have slightly higher stats for a single, Guild Wars, they apply only for the current Guild Wars, in the current Guild Wars, and yes, they apply both offensively and defensively. And also, if you're higher up in your guild ranks, you get more of a bonus from it as well. And the guild ranks is based on how well you scored on the previous Guild Wars. I believe it puts you all the way at the bottom if you join a new guild. But yeah, those apply both offensively and defensively. Normally, you only want to go to like tier 3 or so. Tier 4 and 5 are extremely not worth it unless you're in one of the best guilds in the game, like Bracket 1 guilds. Otherwise, your gem cost isn't worth it. I would only upgrade them to about 2 or 3. Up to 2, it doesn't cost any gems. Up to 3, it only costs like 10 gems, I think, or something. It's not that bad. But you really shouldn't go any further than upgrading them to all 3s. Unless you're in Bracket 1. Mostly because the way that Guild Wars still pays out is pretty bad in the current state of the game. Pretty much only Bracket 1 gets any amount of good loot. I'm surprised they still haven't tweaked that. They tweaked it slightly so that if you make like first place in your bracket, you get like 50 extra gems or something. But that's not enough to make up for the fact that if you bought max stats, that's already like, what, 200 something gems? Which is way more than 50 gems. Not sure if they realize that. The math doesn't quite work out there. Hello, sir. Welcome. You got your perfect run achievement today. Congrats. I am still trying to get a perfect run. It is the only achievement we do not have. And I have a feeling it will take us at least another week. We will eventually get lucky on it, obviously. But so far, we have very much not gotten lucky on it. We're still trying, though. Also, once we find one more verse 2, we're going to go run some Paloozas. We found one immediately at the start, but I want at least one more before we start running a few. We got quite a few at the end of last stream, so we're kind of ahead of the curve. I'm pretty confident we will end up hitting 1,000 at this point. It was kind of shaky somewhat near the end of the last stream, but then we got like 5 within like 30 minutes. And then we were in a pretty good position. Plus, we got one right at the beginning of this stream. I think we still are 7 Paloozas short. But realistically, we should be able to find 7 Paloozas in 7 hours. Like, that'd be very surprising if we didn't. Because I believe we are 7 short of 1,000 at this point. Worst comes to worst, we could eat down below 10 as far as our verses are concerned, but I want to try not to do that if we can. Yeah, I still can't believe we've been doing this all weekends. It's been fun. I normally don't do as big of a, like, Gems of War grind streams. Mostly because there's normally not as much to grind these days. Like, a lot of things that are, like, grind-based are, like, time-gated. Like, for example, the dungeons every single day. Like, obviously we'll be doing those every single day. But, they're a little bit time-locked. Why 10? I'm not sure what the 10 question is for. Let's see. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. I haven't put the clock back up. We'll do that when we need it for the next thing. Doom Skulls and Uber Doom Skulls exploding when you remove them from the board. Is this intended? No? They shouldn't be. I don't believe they're supposed to explode when you remove. So I'm pretty sure that's not intended. Why 10 for the Nomapalooza? Why 10? Why 10? I'm still not sure what you mean 10. Whatever number I was saying earlier is the number we need to hit 1,000. Because we were doing the math on it earlier. Well, approximately how many we need. We'll take like a few. Depending on how they go. Why did you need to check Pokemon Home? When you did? Oh, if you... Oh, what I was talking about to you earlier on Discord is if you have save data for Diamond and Pearl, because we're going to be doing that for our playthrough, so we can get some starters. Because this is actually something that people who played the game back when it launched were able to do. But now that has home capability, you can. Basically, if you send anything from Pokemon Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl to Pokemon Home, and then check the mobile app, you should be able to claim one of each of the starters with their hidden ability. And we're going to be using those 3 also during the run. It's something that wasn't accessible when the game first launched, but is now due to home existing several months later. I was just mentioning that to you, in case you wanted the other ones. Oh, why do I keep 10? Oh, I see what you mean by 10. The reason I try to keep 10 is just in case I need them in the future. Like, let's say we're going on vacation for a vault event, and, you know, we don't have that much time. We could just throw a few of them down and still get good value. It's also in case we have an event where we kind of get locked up being farming them. For example, Valentine's this year fell on a Battle Crasher that had over 20 durability. So you weren't able to do the 20 damage method to farm versus very quickly. So instead, we were just running Paloozas the entire time. So it's mostly out of those really rare situations where you can't either farm them as much, either due to the Battle Crasher or due to just not having as much time. That's why I always keep a reserve of 10. It's mostly for whenever the game doesn't let us farm them as much, or our other obligations don't let us farm them as much on a given weekend. I always like to keep some amount of buffer space. You don't have to, but I like to do so. It's definitely not a requirement to. I just like to. Alright, let's go update our Mimic number. If I can find where on earth my Mimic number is. There it is. Oh, we're officially at 100 Mimic times 2s. Theoretically, it's 118, depending on how you look at it. But as far as this number, it is indeed 100. Though we've technically found 118 times 2s if you count the fact that some of the, you know, every 5 times was once a times 2. But I count them separately. So theoretically, we found 118 times 2s. But we've only found 100 times 2s that ended on times 2. But there we go, 100 times 2. There we go. Cool. Anyways, that's our 3rd Mimic this week. So far, we've only found 1 per day. Exactly 1 per day. No more, no less. How, why, I have no clue. But it has been exactly 1 every single day. 1 and only 1. So you send Pearl Pokemon to home and then check the mobile app? Yes. And there should be 3 mystery gifts, 1 for each this starter. Because I'll be using them for the run this Tuesday, as well as for the whole week. Well, maybe not for the whole week, but you know. For when we do the full storyline playthrough run, we'll be using the 3 starters. As well as the 3 shinies we caught this weekend. The Dragonites, the Squirtle, and the Absol. The Absol was off stream. I did that Friday night while I was waiting to record the Mythic video. But the other 2 were on stream. Actually, technically we haven't gotten a Squirtle yet. At some point it'll drop. Let's hope we have one by then. There's actually a chance we don't. In which case we'll mess with something else. I said, hello, Robert. Welcome, welcome. Welcome back. Maybe it's to save a bit of Paloozas. Maybe a Dragonite Gnome is in the future. True. That's another reason you could theoretically do it for, too. Is like speculation on if another better one would come at some point. But no, it's mostly just a buffer to make sure we have some. Because you wouldn't want to have 0 when there's like an instance where you might need some. Either just not having as much time on a Vault weekend or some other circumstance. And that's the main reason we keep a reserve. There's no real reason for exactly 10. It's just a number I happen to pick. You can keep as many as you want or as little as you want. 10's just a number I normally aim for, not trying to go under. So hello, Curdy. Welcome, welcome. Also, I need to replace the things, don't I? I'm pretty sure in total this weekend, I have circled around for 4 hours doing nothing. Because I keep forgetting to replace them. Hey! Oh, it's Palooza time! Ooh. Okay, we're doing really good. Though, honestly, all 3 streams have started like this. They start really good on verse 2s. Then we go dry for like 3 hours straight. And then we do like somewhat good at the ends. Like pretty much all 3 streams have been like this. Which is kind of funny. But yeah, let's go run some Paloozas. How many are we at right now? That should bring us to 19 or 20. Let me check. We are at 19. So yeah, let's go run like 4 of them or so. Run them down to like 15 or somewhere around there. How many Paloozas do I have to run? Because I know how many numbers I need. So we currently have 9 because I don't want to use below 10. Let's see. The number we need, we currently have 661. 661, let's just say 660. That's 340. 340 is 17. However, our pity's going to cover at least 3 of them. So that's technically 14. Wait, I only need to find 5? Oh, wait. It's that we needed 7 to stream. And I already found 2. So yeah, we only need 5 more. We find 5 more verse 2s. We already did it, technically. Cool. Anyways, let's go run some Paloozas. Penglong, I don't believe I need you. I almost know for sure I don't, but I will check just in case. Because you never know. Alright, let's go run some Palooza. Also, hopefully we'll get a perfect dungeon run today. Oh, did I remember to buy Dragonite yesterday? Why do I feel like I forget? Did I? Pretty sure I did. Oh, no. Did I actually? No, I'm pretty sure I did. We did it all the way at the end of stream, so I kind of forget. Does anyone remember if we bought Dragonite yesterday? That'd be a fail if I forget. It's not like too big a deal. It'll just put us off by a day. Theoretically, any day we don't get a perfect is also off by a day, but anyways. Let's go into here. Get ourselves our Palooza and see what we can do. Oh, wait. No. Don't click. I forgot. I don't have the timer up. 1 second. I was about to click the hotkey for it, but I forgot I don't have it up, so it won't do any single thing. So 1 moment. Let me go get the timer. Because I don't have it up yet. Forgot to load it up. Okay, I did buy it. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thank you. Honestly, I should just buy it right now so I don't forget. It's not that big a deal if we do it tonight. Here's the Dragonites, and we're buying it. Because I do not want to forget to get that. Anyways, give me a moment. Technical difficulties on this timer wanting to load. Same thing happened yesterday. Like, I try to open it, and it doesn't want to open. Then I try to open it again, and then it opens. So, there it goes. Okay. That's really weird. Like, the first time I keep clicking on it, it keeps wanting to not open. At least 2 of them didn't open. Alright, there we go. Anyways. Let me just move this to the side. Let's take a sip of water. The Dragonite is what I was referring to. I don't believe I forgot to get it on any given day. But I do want to get it every single day until we have all the dragons. Anyways, let's go do this. It's Palooza time. Soulforge. Other. Noma Palooza. Let it commence. Okay. I would click there, click there, click there. And, oh no, I'm on the wrong team! Oh, this better be enough damage. It sometimes can, sometimes can't. I think we got lucky. Oh, we got really lucky there. We actually got a format where it can one-shot. The reason you don't want to use this is it doesn't one-shot everything. But we got really lucky that the one time we do use it there, it does have enough damage. The main reason you don't is things like Soul Gnome has higher durability. I believe if the Soul Gnome replaces an Epic or higher, you cannot kill it with 20. So, that's the main reason for that. Like right there, you can see he replaced an Epic. He has 21 durability. 20 damage is not enough to kill 21. So using that other team would not be enough damage then. That's why we use this team, if you ever wonder why we switch every single time. It's mostly like things like Soul Gnome that survive a hit. If we don't switch to this version. Because this version does 25 damage, whereas the other one does 20. It does 20 a lot quicker. Because it only takes 1 click instead of 2. Or, 2 casts. But, there's a lot of things you can't kill. And due to that inconsistency, you do want to go for this. There's still one thing this can't kill, the Mythic. However, in the Mythic, there are some gnomes where it can still kill off the Mythic. And it's not too big a deal just to take another little poke. Also to be on a chest cycle where you're not really going to get the Mythic. No, I didn't bother setting up for that. Because one thing you could do is get your shards exactly like to 0. And then do the Palooza. I normally don't set up that efficiently. If you were like really, really low on Paloozas, maybe you would. It's normally not worthwhile to go get like the exact 0 just so you don't over-encumber and get a Mythic battle. Because you want to try to avoid that. Though regardless, it doesn't happen more than 1 time, so not too big a deal. Because more often than not, it's going to happen once anyways. You just have to hope you get lucky and get an easy gnome on it. Because there are a few that are really low durability, like the Daemon Gnome and such, that'll normally die in that circumstance. Oh, Epic Valky! The first Epic Valky at a stream! So I still find it really funny that my Epic Valky number and my Pity number are the exact same right now. So that will change very soon. Though maybe not very soon, because after this, we'll probably be at the same numbers again. Did I do daily dungeon? No. I bought the daily Dragonite, but I did not do the daily dungeon. We're going to be doing that at 8 in like 6.5 hours from now. Like we were doing the last 2 days, as we do every night. Around 8 PM Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, I like saving that for the nighttime time slot. But we will be doing it, just way later at our normal stream time. Also, we will be back to normal stream time going forward, of course. After today. The standard 8 PM Eastern Standard Time thing. It's just this week we were doing, or this weekend, is doing a super big vault grind. But who knows, maybe we'll do some more midday streams for Gems of War here and there. We kind of stopped doing it for quite the longest time. And we kind of do ever so occasionally for bigger events. But who knows, maybe we'll throw one here or there ever so occasionally. I just want to have something important to grind if we do, though. Like, if we do another one in the near future, it's probably going to be us opening vault keys for, like, 10 hours straight or something. Or maybe, who knows, maybe we get a treasure hunt and we can finally go do our day-long treasure hunt stream that we were always joking about, but have never actually done. I feel like very few people would be interested in a treasure hunt stream, though, unless treasure hunt gets an update. In which case, people would be very interested because treasure hunt might actually be relevant again. Unlike currently, where it's among one of the worst modes in the game. Like, the only thing it's kind of good for is a handful of gems in a pinch if you need some. But, aside from that, it doesn't give any XP, and it's missing a lot of the other loot that every other area in the game has. This loot per hour is also pretty pitiful, but the only thing you're really getting being about 50 gems per hour or so, give or take a bit. Which is not like a super small amount, but compared to how good Tribute is these days, it seems very small. Because you take like 2 or 3 tributes, particularly 3, and you're pretty much already at that many gems. Like 3 tributes that take like a few minutes to take over a couple hours is more gems than a whole hour of treasure hunt. It's one of the main reasons why treasure hunt isn't really touched much these days. Plus you don't get class XP, you don't get hero XP, all that kind of stuff. No more Nisha metal farming? No, we're still doing Nisha metal farming. It's just this weekend we haven't been, because we've been focusing on Vault Event. Because generally once a Vault Event, you don't want to touch, the higher level explorers, just because they take too long. The only exception to this is if you're like trophy farming with Phoenicia or something similar. In which case you could do it that way. But otherwise, you generally don't want to touch the high level explorer during a Vault Event. Because you're not getting that many gnomes from it. And also, it still has the loot deterioration if you were doing it for something like a Palooza. Because even though you get more of the loot, it's still deteriorated by like 50% or something. Is there literally any reason to trophy farm? So your guild can be higher? There are still some guilds that compete for trophies. The 2 most noteworthy ones are people competing for first place, in which case I think there's like 2 guilds going at it, as well as people trying for top 25, which is probably one of the more common contested ones. Because there's normally at least like 10 guilds in any platform contesting for it at any given time. To maintain top 25 or to try to get into top 25. But aside from that, no, there's pretty much no purpose beyond 1,000,000 trophies. Because after 1,000,000 trophies, you get the max little bonus thingy for that little bit extra loot every day or whatever it is. I can't remember. I think it's like some seals per day, really small amount. Something they added at one point. But beyond 1,000,000, there's pretty much no additional benefit. The only thing you really get is like every X amount of trophies, you get a new background for your guild that you could set. But those aren't really too important. Like when we hit 10 million, I believe we get a new cosmetic background. It's just for one of the faction thingies, though. Like they're not used for anything. It just shows that background when you open up that screen. And you also can't even change it unless you're in the top 2 command, I think, for a guild. Only guild leader and I think second in command can change it. Yeah, trophies are pretty pointless. They're among one of the more pointless currencies in the game. But they're still used to kind of check, like, how active a guild is, in a sense. Because it makes recruiting for a guild a little bit easier. If you could say, like, we're top 10, top 25, top 50, or, you know, whatever in the guild. Especially if you're top 25, because people can visually see that you're top 25. Because even when you're not in a guild, if I remember correctly, you can still check what the top of leaderboard is, even when you're not in a guild. So if your guild's in top 25, you can actually, like, visually see that they're in top 25. Whereas I don't think you can check for specific guilds otherwise. I don't remember, unless they updated that. Because that was a while ago. It's been a while since I've not been in a guild. So I'm not sure exactly what that screen is like these days. But last I recall, even if you're not in a guild, you can still see who's top 25. As far as the guilds. You watched, rewatched last night's stream, and you can confirm I did get to Dragonite? Okay, thank you. So yeah, we haven't missed Dragonite yet. I figured since I was tired last night, I might have forgotten. Honestly, I was tired like all yesterday. not sure how I got through the whole stream. I'm a lot more awake today, luckily, because I got rested. But, like, Friday into Saturday, my sleep was literally, like, 2-3 hour naps. With how my sleep ended up working out. Plus, I ended up losing track of where my glasses is, which is kind of funny, because I actually need to go wear a pair of glasses to find where my glasses are sometimes. It actually fell off the side of my bed, because when I took, like, the first nap, I was, like, still wearing the glasses, so it, like, fell off the side of the bed. But I needed a pair of glasses to find my other glasses, because I couldn't see it. Like, my sight's not that bad, but, you know, when it's dark and everything like that, like, you can't make out any object. Especially when you're not trying to step on it or anything like that. Plus, they're black glasses in a black room. Or, you know, not a black room, but a dark room. Hey, my vision is not that good. Like, if I took off my glasses right now, I can't read a single number or word on screen. Like, I can still make out vague objects and where everything is. But even, like, the biggest number on screen I can't read, or the biggest text. Like, Cinemirage up there, if I didn't have my glasses on, I cannot read that as Cinemirage. It just looks like a big white blur. Like, I could tell they're letters, but I can't distinguish what the letters are. Hello, Barbara! Welcome, welcome. Yeah, David, pretty much the whole purpose of trophies is mostly like a Guild War kind of like bragging right kind of thing. It's literally just to show off how many trophies your guild has is like the whole purpose of trophies. Because it's a way to gauge like how active, how old and stuff a guild is. Because only the most active, most oldest guilds are generally the ones that are going to be at the top. Like, it is still theoretically possible for a brand new guild to get there, but they would have to be, like, super try-hard trophy grinding to do that. Because it has happened before. Like, I believe the guilds that are in number first place right now, they were built, like, 3 or 4 years ago. Like, multiple years, like 5 years behind every other guild or something. But then they just shot up like crazy because they were just ultra well organized. Hello, Rich Kaufman. Welcome. Hope your weekend's been well. Hope everyone's weekend's been well. It's almost the end of the weekend, though technically not, because a lot of people will have off tomorrow. Because Labor Day. Did I eat before the stream? Yes, I did. I stood up some hot dogs real quick with some onion rings. The hot dogs were actually kind of okay. The onion rings were really good, though. That's another thing fast food places don't sell enough of, onion rings. Because the only place I could think of that does onion rings that's like a main chain is Burger King. Is there another? Because Burger King's the only one I could think of that doesn't use peanut oil that does onion rings. I know, Isabel making sure I ate. I didn't on the Friday stream, but I did yesterday and today. Yesterday I had Wendy's. Today I just made up some hot dogs and some onion rings. Also, one of the other reasons I was later today, I mentioned in text before the stream, but I didn't actually say it in stream yet. There was some electrical work being done on the house. There's actually quite a few electrical things with this house that do not work. One of them is actually the fan in my room. Though in all fairness, it can't even be used either because of the green screen. But the fan on my ceiling doesn't work. A few of the electrical things, like some of the lights outside, which is actually what he was here for, don't end up working. Like, it's a really old house, so a lot of it's, like, older builds. This house still needs a lot to be modernized. One step at a time. We've been kind of chipping at various projects on the house. Because honestly, this house was in pretty bad condition. But slowly but surely, we've kind of been fixing everything up over time. This house was pretty cheap. It's under 100,000. Which is kind of funny because I believe the market price of it now is almost like 200,000 or 300,000 or something. Because it was bought in during like a little bit lower of a market. And now the market has definitely picked up more, that's for sure. Like, there's so many horror stories of people just like trying to find a place now and they just can't. Like, I know one of my cousins. Like, he's been looking for almost a year now. And he can't find any place to like buy. They're all like all rentals. So he's just kind of hopping from rental to rental while he's trying to find a place to actually get. Let's see. Go, 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 quick. We have like 2 seconds. Go, 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 quick, quicker. Oh, no. I'm not sure. We got in there through the load, but does it still count? No! You have to actually physically get in there. No. Rip. Unfortunate. Oh, not too big a deal though. Anyways, let's run it back again. Actually, before I do, let's check how many we have. Okay, let's see. So, trying to figure out what number this is. Okay, that's 613 then. Wait, where's my number? I need to update the thing. So it's 616. And whoa, we got 4 epic vault keys? I knew we got some. I didn't realize we got that many. Wow, I was not paying attention. How on earth did we get 4? So that's 62 and 16. So a little bit low on overall keys, but gosh, 4 epic vault keys, that's really good. Right, there we go. All right, let's keep going. We're almost at 700. Counting pity, we are. Let's keep rolling. Throw down another Palooza here. Oh yeah, let me get this off my screen so it's not blocking my screen. Even though you guys can't see it. There we go. And let's go throw another Palooza. Oh, another. Gosh, we're doing so good on Epic Volky. We just got another one. That's 5 Epic Volkies in 16 minutes. Which isn't too bad. Yeah, we're definitely hitting 1,000. It's not a matter of when and or if, but rather when. Also, we will hand out a extra code when we find when we finally hit the 1,000 mark. Maybe we'll even hit a double code. I don't think we ever hand out like 2 codes simultaneously. But I think for the milestone, we'll probably hand out 5 codes this stream. 2 of them will be done exactly when we hit 1,000. And then we'll be back to 1 per day. But yeah, I think we're going to do it that way. Hand out 2 as soon as we hit 1,000. And we'll have 3 throughout. 1 during our normal 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as we always do. And the other 2 just kind of up to the point of getting to that 1,000. I do not have any big codes from Kafka. So the way I hand out big codes is I just hand out, you know, like more codes. I don't have any big ones. So our equivalence of giving out a big one is just like, you know, simultaneously giving out more codes than we normally would. Yeah, I don't have any like gem codes or anything like that. They're all the gem key codes. But more gem keys still very good. Helps get mythics, if nothing else. Because that's probably the main purpose of a gem key, realistically. You save them for a mythic and then use them for a mythic. Also, that really bad mythic that was in drop table this Friday, still in drop table, by the way. You might want to hold the keys if you don't want it. Because the current mythic is really, really, really bad. Among some of the worst mythics in the game. Though honestly, I really like the Black Beast team we did on Friday with it. Like, it wasn't necessarily good because of that troop, but it felt so satisfying. Black Beast is a really fun gimmicky troop that is almost never used later in the game because he's basically just weaker Iron Gut, where he devours your allies rather than devouring the enemy. But he's still really strong. He's pretty much just Iron Gut, but he targets your own team, but has some skull spam to go with it and a full heal. Which those skulls are the main thing that actually makes it viable. Otherwise, it's basically just weaker Iron Gut. Yeah, I can try to ask Kafka if we can get bigger codes. I haven't recently. Every time I have in the past, she hasn't really, like, given a straight answer. So my solution has just always been, well, she gives me enough codes, I might as well just hand out a few codes, and that counts as the bigger code. It has kind of been our solution for it over the years. So if we want to hand out a big code, just hand out multiple small codes. Oh yeah, he's really broken in Arena. Like, you get him, he's auto-win. He's definitely in the auto-win category of bounty hunter troops. I mean, not bounty hunter troops, I mean, arena troops. Like, you draft him, you already know you won. Like, it doesn't even matter what the rest of your team is, you just already won. He just is the team. You just put him in first, devour the rest of your team, doesn't matter what they are, and then you win. Yeah, we need more fun gimmicky ones like that. Like, ones that aren't overpowered, but still have a gimmick that's worth using. Because Black Beast is so much fun, but you very rarely use it because there's better options. But it's very gimmicky, it's fun, and it's actually usable if you want to mess around with it. But it's also not the strongest option, so, like, it's not overpowered. Like, we need more things like that. There's a lot of things they could do that could be under that category, and some of them do exist. But, I don't know, Black Beast is always, like, the first one I kind of think of when I think of that. Like, super gimmicky, decent team that isn't the most broken thing in the game, but is still usable. Probably one of the funnest teams I've liked over the years that have come out recently is Mother of Darkness Night Spider. Because Night Spider basically made Mother of Darkness go from a very low tier mythic to among one of the strongest in the game. I don't even that's particular team context, but still. Which reminds me, we really need to do an updated mythic tier list. When? I have no clue. I should soon, though. I was thinking of maybe waiting a little bit towards later in the year, but I might cover it this month. Because realistically, I'm going to be spending way too much time the rest of this year after November playing that new Pokemon game. So any really big guide videos I probably want to do before then. Or pre-record them. Or set some time aside. Because we definitely need to have some for end of year. Leading into the new year. Also, ad revenue is like insane in November and December. Mostly because there's so many companies advertising for the holidays. Like, YouTube is weird because the way that advertising cycles work is November and I almost said Sunday. November and December are insane for ad revenue, but then January and February are the worst months in the entire year. But they kind of balance each other out. You get like a huge influx in November, December, but then it tapers off to like almost nothing in January, February, comparatively. So you have to make up for that in November and December. Which we didn't do anything too big this year, or last year in November, December. The previous year we did. We did Age of Calamity. And those 2 months actually made more than the rest of the year combined. Mostly because Age of Calamity actually did really, really good. The videos we did on it. 2019 tier list. That's funny. Oh, another Epic Valky. Because I'm hoping to try to do that for a couple Pokemon guides this year. The current ones I've been doing have not been going too far. But eventually one will hit. I'll probably need to bring out the editor, though. Because I pretty much, like, never edit my videos. It's a process that I absolutely hate doing. A lot of more concise guides require it. Because they can't effectively be done in one take. Whereas a lot of Gems of War stuff can very easily be done in one take. Though if I ever do a super edited video for Gems of War, there are a couple categories that would be pretty good for it. For example, going over every status effect in the game. That you would have to edit down. Because of how long it would take to get each one to pop. And there's a few other kind of like that you could go over. That would require, like, multiple different battles that you can do in one take. Like, you could theoretically Essence of Evil something, but that's not quite the same. You'd most likely, if you're doing a video like that, want to isolate every single mechanic and show them independently. One taken shirtless? No. Though I have done that multiple times on accident. Record a video. Because ever since I switched to this new format, I now... Because what I did before, so something like that would never happen, is I was using one program for streaming and one program for doing my videos. Now I use the same program for both. So the one I used to use for videos, I also now use for streaming. But the only problem with that is now all my setups are in the exact same area. It's like this setup's like right next to my my normal setup and everything else. Like when I normally do a video, it would just be like the playback, but then like one single interface away is the stream setup. It's in the OnlyFans. Actually, I wonder if you could do that with two OBSs. I feel like the computer would try to melt if you did, though. Try to record two things simultaneously. I've never actually tried doing that. I'm pretty sure it wouldn't work. It sure sounds like that wouldn't work. It would be funny, though. I know I can stream and record at the same time, but I'm not sure if I can record and record at the same time. There are actually some Twitch streams of us, like, way back when we were actually shirtless doing a stream. It was that one summer where we didn't have air conditioner. It was also, like, before policies on Twitch where you couldn't do it. We were also so small at the time that, the Twitch probably wouldn't have even noticed. Some random streamer shirtless. Yeah, that was ancient ago. I'm not sure if footage of it even exists anymore. Because Twitch has that whole, like, 2-week period where they, like, get deleted if you don't upload them somewhere else. Yeah, there was a summer that was, like, absurdly hot. We didn't have any air conditioning. Like, kind of like this summer, but imagine this summer with no air conditioning. Like, it was kind of like that. And, yeah, we were shirtless for a couple streams. Just because it was so absurdly hot. It was actually so hot that, some of the streams we couldn't even do because the computer was overheating so much. It was literally that hot. That the room was so hot that it overheated the computer just from running. They were so loud, yeah. I don't know, how's my audio quality these days? I still feel like when I listen back to some of them, like I still hear it like clipping out somehow. I'm not sure if that's my USB, the fact that it's a USB mic, or if this mic's just getting old or something. Because I've noticed in some of my videos, I'm not sure about the streams, because I generally don't rewatch back a lot of the streams, but I do rewatch all the videos that I post. Because obviously, like a stream like this, I'm probably not going to rewatch. And verse 2 and our verse 2, because, you know, it's like 9 hours long, 30 hours total. So like something like the stream we did this weekend, I wouldn't rewatch that, but like something like a Monday videos, things like those I would. Like any kind of guide video, I always watch all those that we do. But I noticed the audio like clips out sometimes, where I'll be saying something, but then it like gets like all like disrupted or something. Like a gurgled sound or some kind of other weird thing, where it doesn't actually say what I said. I'm not sure if that's a mic problem or a USB problem with my laptop. Because I might replace this mic out soon. I just need to figure out what I want to replace it with. Because this mic's been 7 years old, I believe now. 6, 7? Somewhere around there. Like, it still functions, obviously. But it's a really mid-tier mic. It's probably the next upgrade we'll be doing at some point soon. Hopefully before the end of this year. Yeah, it seems fine. But I currently don't have a backup mic. Like, if this mic breaks, I literally have to use, like, the internal mic of my laptop. Which we have done for vacations before, but it's definitely, like, not good. The quality of it's, like, passable, but not good at all. How am I going to feel when your next... Oh, yeah, that's going to be so bad. If our next dragon egg is a duplicate, that is going to be so bad. Like, so absurdly bad. We'll be opening on stream, by the way, most likely. The next egg. Yeah, that's our second Palooza, and guess what? We got a verse 2 in this Palooza. So, we already got an immediate refresh, so let's go run another. Then we'll probably go back to grinding them a little. Unless we get another refresh within this one. Hey, finally, our Epic Valkeys is higher than our Pity now. What is the coldest weather you get around there? Oh, like 40? Like, it does not even go to freezing around here. We have not had snow in my area right now for about, I want to say 5 years or so. And the last time that I had snows, like 4 or 5 years ago, I was stuck and snowed in New Jersey. So I didn't even get to see the snow that was here because I was snowed in a different location. But, yeah, it, like, never snows here. Like, unless it's snowing across the entire United States, it is probably not snowing here. Let's see. Because I'm pretty sure we've gotten, like, 3 snowfalls in 10 years. Like, an entire decade. Oddly enough, I've only been here for, like, 1 of those 10. Because every time it seems to happen, I'm, like, somewhere else. For whatever reason. It just happens to run that way. Anyways. We got a 637. So let me go update these. A 637 and a... Oh gosh, we're doing really good on Epic Valkeys so far. That's 6 within 2, which isn't too bad at all. Anything above like 2 per thing. Honestly, even 2 per is not that bad. But if you're getting like 3 plus per Palooza, that's really solid. Anything 3 higher is really, really good for it. And there we go, we're now above 700. Not counting Pity. Counting Pity, gosh, we're at... We're really high up there. Actually, we're 3/4 of the way there if you count Pity. Because counting Pity, we're at 761. We're at 761 counting Pity. Yeah, let's go to the final 4th. Alright, let's go run one more Palooza. Or, you know, for now, until we go back to the other method. Good old Palooza. Also, let's go hand out a code after this one. After this next Palooza, we'll go hand out a code and then go back to the other farming for a bit. And we'll probably hand out like 4 or 5 codes this stream or so. Because we're probably going to hand out 1 now, 1 in a little bit, 2 exactly when we hit 1,000 to celebrate it, and then 1 other one around the 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time stream. Or, you know, that's in like 6 hours from now. I think that'll be the game plan. Anyways, let's go get it. Oh no, I still have the interface up. There we go. So let me make that full screen so I could see the other thing. There we go. Because when I have it full screen, that makes it easier to replace out the number. It makes it so I can't see my head cam though. I don't think that matters. Like you guys can, but I can't see it. I think that won't matter unless I'm trying to point in a certain direction for some reason. Because I keep forgetting. Yeah, it takes on average like 15 eggs. We'll see how long it takes us. We're currently at 1 egg and we have 1. So that's a good start. Ideally, we'll get it before 10 eggs. There is very much a chance we go like 20 plus. Oh, hello, Kevin! Welcome! Good afternoon. Hope all's been well. Hope everyone's been enjoying their weekends. The holiday weekend at that as well. Up to 9.2, or 9 2x mimics this weekend. Nice. 0 5 times. That seems about average. Or, you know, the 0 5 times part. I've only found 2 or 3 mimics so far to stream. I mean, this weekend. Literally 1 per stream. No 5 times, of course. Yeah, realistically, you'd find 1 5 times for every 10 2 times. Approximately. So gosh, at this rate, we won't have a Squirtle for the playthrough this Tuesday. He doesn't want to drop. Though I have a backup plan if we don't find one. I'm just going to replace him with Gastrodon. Gastrodon's realistically like 10 times stronger than him anyways. Ooh, an Epic Valky. Actually, I believe every major tournament this year, the Pokemon Gastrodon ended up winning. Which is kind of insane. Because it's not a legendary or anything like that. It's just very broken. It's like the equivalent of Thrall in Gems of War. Like, it's literally a common, but it's one of the strongest mana accumulators in the entire game. Pretty much like one of those situations. Where it's like such a low rarity thing, yet it's broken beyond belief. Even stronger than the highest rarity things in existence. You should just keep track of how many Palooza's it took to get to 1,000 Volkeys. I unfortunately do not know that number. I would have to look back in the stream to figure it out over the course of the weekend. Because I actually have not kept track of that number. Maybe if we do another 1,000 vault weekends, we will. But I could always go through all the footage and count them up, but that would take forever. Because that'd be like an hour-long process, but maybe we will. I'd have to comb through like literally the entire like 30-ish hours that we streamed this weekend and find every moment we ran to Palooza. But that shouldn't be too hard because the timer is kind of a dead giveaway. So as long as you check like every 15-minute time frame. Actually, it probably would only take like half an hour to check. But we're not doing that this stream. That would take too long. Like off stream, I'll probably check and maybe mention it later. It'll definitely take at least half an hour to comb through all of it and check, since we haven't been keeping track of the exact number. Because, yeah, whatever a number it is pretty much the average, because we did essentially all farming from scratch. As in, we had no Paloozas, and then we farmed all the Paloozas. Meaning that this is a really realistic number that you would have if you were to go from 1,000 from scratch. Because it also puts into consideration all the side farming where you also get some vault keys. So whatever we did this weekend is probably a pretty average what you could expect for if you thousands from scratch. As in you had no Paloozas and then you grinded until you had 1,000 keys. Though I would not advise doing this unless you have the double Ironhawk or triple Ironhawk, or both. Definitely at least double Ironhawk. This is about 50% slower if you're running Rowan the whole time. Which you can still do that within a weekend, but it's going to take you 50% longer. So let's say it takes us like around 30 hours. It would take like 45 hours with Rowan. So you normally want to have, like before you do this bigger grind, you normally want to have Ironhawk. Like you can do it with Rowan, but you know, it's like 50% longer potentially. And at that point, that's like over a dozen hours. When we're going for that big of a time frame. Like, basically, because of this, we can farm, like... We can essentially get 4 days of farming in within 3 days. With a team like this compared to running Rowan. Unfortunately, it does require 2 or 3 Ironhawks, though. Yeah, that's why he's such a good troop. Literally for Nomapalooza and Nomapalooza only. Though he's also the quickest way to get Hero XP in the game. Not Class XP, but Hero XP. The bigger number. That's why our level's been, like, shooting up this weekend. Because whenever we're doing the 3 Ironhawk 1 Dust Devil team, that is the quickest class... Or, sorry, that's the quickest Hero XP you can ever get. There's literally nothing quicker. Which makes sense, because you're literally clicking 1 button to win. I guess technically 2, because you have to click on the troop. Also, you know what I'm really surprised hasn't gotten an update? Fall Guys. They still have not announced their next season yet. They have delayed so many patches, it's kind of funny. Because there was one point where the seasons of Gems of War and the seasons of Fall Guys were kind of coinciding at the same time. And now Gems of War is like 3 or 4 seasons ahead, because Fall Guys keeps delaying like every patch they ever do. Which I find is so hilarious. I don't understand how a company can make that much money yet delay like every patch they ever have. Like, it's not only did they make millions upon millions upon millions, but they also got bought out by Epic, meaning they even have more funding than what they had before. Yet somehow they've delayed, like, literally every patch they've ever done. Which is one good thing about Gems of War, is most content does not really get delayed that often. Like, a patch here or there, but, like, they have consistently done a weekly event every week for like almost 8 years now, which is kind of insane. Like never missing a single one, always doing it every single time. Same as Mythics. We've gotten a Mythic every Friday of every month, or the first Friday of every month since Mythics have existed. We've gotten a Mythic. with 100% consistency. Sometimes they had to shuffle around what mythic was coming out because one was like kind of bugged or some kind of copyright issue or something similar. But there's a lot of consistencies in Gems of War that are actually kind of surprising. Like perfectly consistently doing a weekly event ever since they started weekly events, as well as always doing a Friday mythic every first Friday with full consistency, never missing a single one, which is decently impressive. Obviously some patches here and there do get delayed, but some of that times that's beyond their control because they have so many platforms that they need to release it on. Which, who knows, maybe that's Fall Guys' issue, because this is technically the first patch since for launch where they have to get it onto every platform. So maybe it got denied on one platform and then they had to go fix it up and then reinstate it on all platforms or something. Not sure how that works. But it sounds like an annoying process. You don't want to grind anymore, you want to play Sword and Shield? Well, feel free to do so. Like, I normally don't grind as much as I do this weekend. Also, technically I'm playing both simultaneously, so... Even I'm actually kind of playing Sword and Shield right now. But I don't really consider this playing Sword and Shield what I'm doing right now. Like, this is walking around in circles. It's technically not playing the actual game. It's playing Hatching Egg Simulator. But it's good because you could do it without paying attention to it at all. Speaking of which, I think I need to go put more eggs in. Put eggs in the walking incubator. Oh no, they just haven't hatched yet. One nice thing about next generation is I believe they're going to have incubators. So you don't have to walk around in circles forever. We still don't know if breeding will actually be better or worse in that game. But at least you don't have to walk around forever to get eggs. You just have to walk around on a flying dragon to find some shinies in the overworld then. They better have overworld shinies. I'm pretty sure they will. Kind of like how Legends Arceus was. Because then the main gameplay loop will be walking around circles in a given area to try to find all the shinies rather than walking around in circles to try to hatch some eggs. Which honestly is way more fun. It's one of the reasons why we have like 700 shinies in Legends Arceus, or almost. I can't remember our exact number. Like 600 something. Probably stream it again at some point. I still need to get a living shiny dex for that game. I'm only missing 2 at this point. Or actually, technically a few more than 2. Because I bred a couple of them just so I didn't have to deal with it. But some of them you can't breed. All Guys matchmaking is solos is weird. Oh yeah, the solos matchmaking has some kind of MMR system that makes it absurdly hard. Like, after you have a set amount of wins in solo queue, you get matched against, like, everyone. And you get, like, some of the hardest fights you could ever get. Like, the lobbies, I pretty much don't even touch solo queue in Fall Guys. If I'm gonna bother playing it for some dailies, I normally just go into duos or whatever the side mode is or something else, because the MMR system doesn't affect those. Solos is absolutely absurd. Because mine is so high that you can normally find, like, multiple, like, golden knights, golden dragons, like people with 3,000 plus crowns. All competing just for a single crown. Like, they're still easy to beat, or not easy to beat, but you know, they're still beatable. There's a certain point where people don't get much better. But, it's still kind of insane. It's also, like, so cutthroat where if you fall down for, like, a second, you already lost. You might as well just exit the lobby if you make even one mistake. Oh yeah, we'll need to get the Darkrai in Arceus too. I'm going to try getting it with 0 attack. There's actually a lot of things that we'll be doing when we go through it all that I need to get 0 attack on. Because trying to do it in Sword and Shield takes so long. because the only way that you're able to get them requires you to go through like a really long process. So there's a lot of a zero attack options I want to try to get in both BDSP and well, just BDSP. I guess technically the Darkrai and Legends Arceus as well. The only problem with that is it has multiple values. So just because it has a 0 doesn't mean it actually has a 0. Anyways, let's see. Oh yeah, we have gems today, by the way. We have like 35 gems just sitting there, not counting the daily, which we already did, of course. Anyways, let's go do some normal grind. Let's just go do some chill dust levels. Oh yeah, let me go hand out a code. I did say I'd hand out a code after that one. The first code of the stream, an hour in. But here you guys go. Also, let me make sure I have enough codes. Because there's a good chance Kafka will not be able to send me more codes this week. Because they may have off for Labor Day. And if she has off for Labor Day, she might not be able to get me codes. Let's see. Does Australia celebrate Labor Day? Does anyone know? Any Australians here? I know about 1% of our viewer base is, with 39 people, maybe one of them you are. But I don't know, does Australia celebrate Labor Day? Because if they do, she probably does not work on that day. So we might not be able to get more codes yet. Let me double check my code count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Never mind, we have so many. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We have like 17 codes right now. Never mind. Why did that look like so much less? I was looking at my total codes, and it seemed like we're down to like a week. I know, we have like 2 weeks worth of codes left. Or maybe a week and a half because we're handing out so many today. But yeah, definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream. Helps a lot and is greatly, greatly appreciated. Also, I might as well ask. Tomorrow's Labor Day, right? So, do you have off for Labor Day tomorrow? Do you have off for Labor Day tomorrow? It is Labor Day, right? I think that's what the holiday's called. I always forget some of the Monday ones sometimes. Yes, no. I'm just gonna do a yes, no. Let's see. I was gonna say, like, always have off. Like, you know, like, not doing a job where you would need to work necessarily on a Monday. Oh, I'm just gonna have a yes or no. There we go. I was kind of curious. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, there could be people who are unemployed or have a job where you would, like, never work on Monday or something similar. What even is Labor Day? Is it possible to get 4 epic Vault keys from one match? Yes. The likelihood of it occurring is very low, Marco. But it is indeed possible to get 4 epic Vault keys in a single time. It's also possible to get 4 curse gnomes. The most I've ever seen is 2 multiple times, including once this weekend. We got a double. However, it is possible. But yeah, you can get some really rare occurrences, like 4... actually, you can get 4 verses, too. That's almost impossible to have in the current state of the game. But it's possible to find 4 verses. It's possible to find 4 curse gnomes. And it is possible to find 4 epic Vault keys. All 3 of those occurrences are near impossible, though theoretically possible. Though exceedingly unlikely to a degree that you'll probably never see it. Well, you might see it close. Like, we've seen multiple double epic Vault keys this weekend. And we've seen a double epic with a Vault key this weekend. The best we've ever seen, was triple epic Vault key with 1 Vault key. I don't think we've ever seen 4 Vault key. But we have seen 3 epic Vault keys with a normal Vault key before. No, not this weekend, though. Oh, good, we already found a verse. Unfortunately, not the verse we're looking for. Is it only a United States thing? It might be. I'm not sure. Though based on our viewer statistics, most of the people who watch us are United States. Like, more than half. Obviously, that just means that slightly less than half are from not the United States, so... Yeah, slightly more than half are from United States. So if it is on Labor Day only, that's still like 50-ish, 60-ish%. I forget what the number is these days. It tends to fluctuate, oddly enough, from time to time. I'm not sure why it fluctuates. You'd kind of think, especially since Gems of War, it would be kind of stable. Maybe it's when we cover other games a lot, it starts to fluctuate more. Because I assume when we cover other games, it's probably going to have a American lean. Due to how YouTube's algorithm works. Because I believe it tries to match people slightly more locally. So if we're just covering a random other game, it would actually bring our United States percent higher, not lower. Whereas if we cover just Gems of War, it'd probably bring our percent lower rather than higher. Because Gems of War is a bit more diverse as far as the location of where people play it. Whereas if I just play some random game that isn't Gems of War, YouTube's algorithm will bias us to have a higher American percent. Pretty sure it's in Canada as well. Yeah, Canada is basically just northern United States that actually has healthcare. It's just very cold northern United States with a more established healthcare system. Not better healthcare, but definitely cheaper. Like, I always joke that it's quite literally cheaper for me to go fly to Canada and get an EpiPen and then bring it back. To a degree is not a joke. Like, it is actually, like, legit cheaper if I ever wanted to go on a short vacation. If I ever needed my yearly EpiPen. Just literally go to Canada, get an EpiPen there, and boom, good to go. Unfortunately, it's not something you can stock up on since they go expire about every year or so. I normally keep them around for a few years, because they're still usable after a year, it's just they have deteriorated effect. You're supposed to replace them every year, but realistically, you know, you kind of replace them every few years or so. Just because they're so expensive, especially in the United States. Not to mention, you have to go to the doctors just to get a prescription for one. So you already have to pay the doctor's visit just to get a prescription, and then on top of that, have to pay for the overpriced EpiPen. Because you can't just, like, walk in and be like, hey, I have a peanut allergy. And it's like, can I go buy an EpiPen? It's like, nope, you need this prescription. Which, normally that's like almost $100 just to get a prescription for it. Let alone the actual EpiPen cost, which can run hundreds. Another verse we don't need. The one we have the most of. I check your comment. Wait, what was your comment? Let's see. Evening, had a strange thing happen today. Happened today. Got the Delve pet for Hellcrag. Oh yeah, some people were mentioning that. They were getting... Yeah, some people were mentioning that earlier. Where for whatever reason, some of the Underworld faction troops were showing up as pets. I guess they haven't fixed it yet if you're also getting it. But yeah, some people were reporting that earlier this weekend too. I think they were talking about the Rock, though I'm not sure if anyone else has mentioned other than the Rock. Because I believe that's the Hellcrag one you're referring to, I think. But, yeah, that one, like, Molten Rock, people have been getting. I guess they accidentally added it to the pet drop table. Even though it's a faction-only troop. Yeah, it's just the Rock. That makes sense. But yeah, when they added that the other month, they must have accidentally added it to the main drop table. And just no one ever noticed because it's such a rare chance to get any given gnome. Because that's probably been an issue since that delve has existed. But it's only been really brought to everyone's attention now that there's a Palooza event. But yeah, they literally accidentally added it to the normal drop table, when it should only be in that special delve drop table. Meaning you should never be able to find them off of pet gnomes, but you can currently. It's not the first time that has happened. Because realistically, the only way you are able to max out a faction pet is to have the faction renown maxed. For a given faction. But there have been a few times where they've accidentally released as a pet some of the faction troops. They're never supposed to be. But it's not the first time it has happened, nor will it probably be the last. I'm not sure how they forget that, though. But there's been at least 3 times that has happened now, where a delve troop has snuck into the normal pet drop table, because they put it in the wrong table. Oh yeah, I would advise not gemming it. You could just get a max one just by finishing the faction still. It's definitely not worth spending gems on. Because at that point, you might as well just spend gems trying to get the faction done. And it would probably come out cheaper just to get the faction done in the current state of the game because of the potion effects and everything. Because it's really easy to get any faction done now compared to before. Now that you can do potion effects whenever and you don't have to wait for a Tuesday event. You wonder if they could smell what was cooking? I don't know. It's not really that big a deal if something like that leaks though. Or, you know, like the faction pet like that. Because it's literally harder for them to... Honestly, it would almost be beneficial to them. I'm kind of glad they wouldn't. To, like, add all of them to the drop table. Because then it would gem sync more. So I hope they never do, because that would be really bad. It would bloat the drop table even more with useless stuff. Because to a degree, it doesn't technically matter to them if it does or doesn't get into drop table. Since it theoretically sinks more gems if people mass gem it through gems rather than getting it for free from the faction. So they're probably in no rush to fix it. Though they're probably going to fix it next week or the following week. Yeah, one more verse 2. Actually, I don't know. Should we find 2 more before we start opening more? Because I think we're at 15 or something right now, or 17. Depends what our number's at. If it's at like 17 right now and we find one more, I think we could roll a few. If we're at like 15 right now, which would mean 16, then we'd probably only roll like 2 if we started again after we found one. Kind of want to try finding 2 more if we can right now. Oh, we'll see. We almost have enough verses. We only need like, what, 4 more verse 2s? 3 more? Somewhere around there? So if we find 2 more, and then we find another 2 more later, we're already there. We just use all of our Paloozas and boom, we're there. Honestly, we might have 1,000 completed before the 8 PM Eastern Standard Time stream even starts. Provided we can actually find these 2s. Yeah, delves do take a while. Like, they're pretty easy to do in the current state of the game with all the availabilities. But they still take forever to get done. Like, maxing the Underworld is definitely like a year-long project. As is many things in this game. Just a long-term project that you slowly chip at per day. Which, honestly, I feel like is a design choice that works really well for Gems of War. For a lot of games, I don't care for it that much if they're set up like that. But Gems of War does it in a way that's actually pretty balanced. You're doing nothing, just goofing off, all good. It's good to relax on the weekends. I know I do that some days. Because I'll probably do that the week after next week. Like, just take a day to do, like, almost nothing. Because this whole weekend we're doing, like, day-long streams. Most of next week I'm doing day-long streams. And then after that I'm just going to feel like crashing. And then after that we're probably doing day-long streams. Because you know what's going to happen. Is this whole weekend we do day-long streams for Gems of War. The next week we're going to be doing day-long streams for Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. To go finish out that game in a single stream and then do all the grind we need to do across the other streams. And then the following week will probably be Fall Guys update, and then we'll be doing that for like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or whenever it falls. And then that'd basically be 2 straight weeks of day-long streams, all the way from this Friday to 2 weeks from now's Friday. Which would actually be the longest we ever do day-long streams for, if that actually comes to pass. But the only exception being Mondays, because we never do day-long streams on Mondays. That's because I need at least one day to do other stuff. Can't stream literally every day all day. Gotta have at least one day to catch up on everything I've not been doing on all the day-long streams. And also because my sleep schedule is normally really weird on that day since we record the video at a strange time. And that video takes a lot longer to set up than something like the Mythic video. Because the Mythic video, we had that out within like an hour. For something like a Monday video, it could take easily like a couple hours to just make sure everything's set up, having all the teams, knowing all the information for the week, all that good stuff. Also, for Gems of War, we're supposed to be getting a Broken Spire rework this month, by the way. I mentioned it a couple times this weekend. But we still don't really know exactly what they're going to do with the troops, and they have to be really careful with how they balance it. Because Broken Spire is, of course, the first kingdom that newer players will ever see. So they have to be really careful how they balance it, otherwise newer players will get absolutely demolished. But they're probably also wanting to update it in a way where Broken Spire troops aren't useless. Because a good majority of Broken Spire troops are super underwhelming, aside from Shegra and a few others. Like, they're all almost unusable. Other than maybe Ogre and Arena, but he has artificially high stats for his weak ability. But it'll be interesting to see what they do with it. Because they're probably going to try to make it go around some kind of theme. Because Broken Spire doesn't really have a theme. Its main theme is like everything's weak because it's the first kingdom in the game. That's basically its theme. I feel like Adana needs a rework as well. Adana has a lot of really big issues with being a human mech kingdom, but doesn't have proper synergy. Because the humans and the mechs don't combine together that well. How do you get verse 2? Verse 2, as well as all the verses, they're just pure luck drops based on just grinding. Every single time we do a battle, there's a chance we find a verse gnome. And we need that verse gnome to be specifically 2. Or whatever one you happen to have lowest. But the easiest way to do that is just spam Explorer with a quick kill team. Either Rowan quick kill, Dust Devil quick kill, anything you have that can kill as quickly as possible. Oh, that reminds me, I'm using the wrong team right now. How long have I been doing this with the wrong team? Whoops. I started doing this other method and then forgot to switch to the one cast team. Fail. I've probably been doing that for like 10 minutes and didn't even notice. It's not that big a difference though, but this is slightly quicker. We do lose a little bit of time when we fight a mythic though. But overall it is quicker. Even when compensating for that time. Or putting into consideration. That's not the right one. There's only a problem with these two teams with how I have them set up. Is I have it down here so it's easier to click. But, to click quick. Gosh, it's hard to say. Click quick. But I have it down here so it's easier to click quick. But, the other team has it all the way at the top, which can get slightly confusing when switching between them. Is Fall Guys on all platforms now? Yes. Everything but mobile. Is on all PlayStations, all Xboxes, Switch, though it does not function that well on Switch, but it does exist on Switch, and PC, both on Steam and Epic Games. However, unfortunately, if you don't already have a Steam copy, you can only play it on Epic Games. I still use the Steam version, personally. But you can only use the Steam version if you already have a copy. Prior to when they went Epic exclusive. But yeah, it's on everything now, except mobile. They still haven't made an mobile version yet. Not sure if they ever will. It'd be kind of hard to control on mobile. Just because there's a lot of instances where you have to click multiple things at once. Like jump, grab, dive. And doing that with how precise you have to platform is probably going to be hard to do on mobile. Unless there's controller support on mobile, in which case you would just always use controller if you're doing it on mobile. But it doesn't have a mobile version yet. But yeah, it's on everything free to play except for mobile. Yeah, that's likely why they're delaying. I was mentioning that earlier too. Similar to how Gyms of War has to delay some patches because one of the platforms had an issue. It's likely what happened with Fall Guys. Because this is the first update since launch where they have to deal with getting it out on every platform. And they likely want every platform to get it simultaneously. So they probably got caught up on Switch or got caught up on something due to some policy or some delay. Because the patch was supposed to be Tuesday last week. And it is now almost a whole week later. And it doesn't even seem like it's happening Tuesday this week. It's probably Tuesday 2 weeks from now. Because they haven't even hinted at it coming soon. Like, their social media is, like, pretending nothing's going wrong. Like, they're literally, like, radio silence on it. Come on, where's my verse 2? I want at least one more before we run a few more Paloozas. Ideally 2, but at this point I'll take even 1. We're so close too. We're only a few verse 2s away from having enough Paloozas where we could just like straight run Palooza until we have it all. Because realistically, from where we are right now, we have to run about, let's see, that's 700, 700 with the pity. That's like 140-ish, technically 1/3, 120-ish even? That's like 6 or 7 Paloozas we have to run. Really? Wow, we actually have that technically right now. If we don't mind going all the way to 10. Because, yeah, we only have to open like 6 or 7 counting pity. And guess how many we have right now? We have 6 or 7. We have 7. So, yeah, if we open these 7 Paloozas, I'm pretty sure we have 1,000. So let me find one more verse 2. And then once we do, let's start running some Paloozas. Because we theoretically have enough to go all the way right now. And I do want one more before we do that, though. It'll also be good buffer just in case we get, like, really low on a couple of them. Because there's sometimes you only get, like, 15 or so in one. Or a couple in a row. Because that's assuming each one's going to average roughly 20. Yeah, one more verse 2s, we'll start running Paloozas again. And technically, we could just run Palooza for the final stretch until we hit 1,000 if we really wanted to. And then just grind a little bit more throughout the stream just for the sake of it, because why not? Get ahead of the curve for the next Palooza, have some reserve. Maybe we'll have a 15 reserve or something ready to go. I believe we started this one with 14, technically? I actually can't remember our starting number. I know it was higher than 10. But then I got some verse... Actually, we got some verse 2s, like, from dailies and stuff like that. Like, you know, you can get on your offers and things like that. Because we ended the previous Palooza at 10. But I believe we got a few from, like, you know, daily adventure board or the little offers you get every single day. Oh, there it is! Speaking of verse 2. Finally found it. Okay, let me just take a few more in case they're in a cluster. And then we'll go do some Paloozas again. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. That would be what we're looking for. Alright, there's the other cluster. So I knew he'd be around here somewhere. Let me just go a few more. Anytime we get some near each other, I always feel like there'll be another one nearby. Let me just go a few deeper, and then we'll go do Paloozas. Bunch of Palooza. There's really no rhyme or reason. It seems like they like to cluster sometimes, so... Just in case. We got like 5 all at the end of the last stream, so you never know. Sometimes they're next to each other. I'll do a few more and then head to Palooza then. And then we're going to be doing a lot of Palooza. Because we have enough right now to go for the final stretch. All the way to 1,000. And then from there we basically just repair them for preparation for next season. Or not next season, but next Palooza event. Which realistically should be... Oh, you know what? That's kind of funny. The next Palooza... Oh, no, never mind. I was going to say it's going to be around the time of my birthday. No, it's not. It's probably going to be like late October. Actually, it might be the weekend before Halloween weekend, oddly enough. It's probably next Palooza event. Somewhere's around there. I don't know, maybe we'll even have it on Halloween weekends. I don't remember when Halloween falls this year. But I have literally nothing planned for my birthday this year. Not a single thing. I feel like as I get older, I have less and less planned for my birthday any given year. To the point where it's pretty much just another day. B-Day is the best day. If I have literally nothing to do, we might just do a day-long stream. Little birthday stream. Not sure what we'll be streaming. We'll be streaming something. The problem with where our birthday falls too is it's slightly later than the anniversary of the game. Because the anniversary of the game normally starts later in the month. Rather than near the beginning of it. Because normally they don't start celebrating until like the 2nd or 3rd week of the month. Whereas our birthday's in the 1st week. That actually would be funny if it coincided with Gems of War. It's the same month of Gems of War's celebration birthday anniversary thingy. Unfortunately, not the same week. Which would be really funny if it was. That same month, not same week. Oh wait, do we already know what next Vault event is? Hold up, you're right. Do we actually know the exact date of next Vault event? Nope. Unless it's going off of some kind of pattern. We do not have the official date of next Vault event. Because we only know up to October 7th. Because we're getting as updates sometime in this time frame right here. Where it's going to be a Broken Spire rework. Sometime between this time. And after we get that update between this time, we will then be able to see further than here. And then we'll know the exact date of next Vault event. Because sometimes it's not exactly like every 6 weeks or whatever it is. Like sometimes it's just whenever they feel like it. It's one of those things that don't fall under too particular of a pattern. Like it somewhat has a pattern, but also it just is very sporadic compared to some other things. It's on Talk Like a Pirate Day? Arg. Oh, I don't have the eye patch anymore. It broke. That little pirate eye patch I had. It snapped into 2. I might need to go get another one. Anyways, let's go run some Palooza. Let's do the Palooza. Actually, where are we on shards? Let me double check first before we do. In case we're like right at the cusp of getting an upgrade. Yeah, it's okay. Like, it's probably gonna happen, but... Oh, let me change my team though before I forget. Because I did last time. Not that big a deal, but... just in case. Another gnome. Let's go run some Paloozas now. It's Palooza time. And the final stretch of Palooza time. Because we're within the running distance for... Oh, there's a redeem code from earlier, by the way. We'll have a bunch more soon. But anyways, yeah, we'll hand out 2 when we finally hit 1,000. Let's start trying to hit 1,000. Because we have the Paloozas for. All we have to do is just keep spamming them. It's going to take us like 2 hours to do that many Paloozas. But when we do, we'll hand out 2 codes. Maybe not exactly 2 hours. It could give or take some, depending on how it goes. Okay, if I use 8 Paloozas, we should hit, counting pity, 1,000 Volkies. And then the rest of the stream will just kind of grind some more Paloozas and just kind of go from there, just kind of chill. Because our main objective would be done. I still kind of want to stream all the way till 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Still keep it a full-length stream kind of thing. But, okay, let's go. Oh, I clicked the timer but didn't click the button. Fail. That might help. I did one of the 2 things. The problem is I have to click both of them simultaneously with the same hand, so sometimes one half of my hand forgets to click. Luckily it was the one that was on the timer and not the one that's on the other thing. Because that's annoying when I hit the Palooza to start but don't hit the timer. I'd rather hit the timer but not hit the Palooza, which is what happened there. Because then the timer starts but the Palooza doesn't, which is easier to fix than the other way around. Can't be bothered to check. Does the Broken Spire rework mean Legends Reborn events? No, I think they're going to just rework it with no event. I'm not sure though. Because we haven't had a rework for a kingdom for quite some time. So what exactly they're going to do is completely up in the air. But apparently it's going to be like a full-blown patch. Because we only know up until the end of the month, pretty much. Which means the patch that we're getting this month is going to update the files. Which means there might be actual content beyond just a Broken Spire rework. You now expect a pirate-themed... One second. A pirate-themed birthday stream. Well, you want us to sing your happy birthday in a pirate song like that way? And happy birthday song in pirate voice. I'm not sure if I can do a pirate voice birthday song. What would that even sound like? I'm not sure I'm physically capable of doing so. Though I might need to see if I could pick up an eye patch before then. See if like the dollar store in the corner has one or something. Because my previous one broke. And now I don't have an eye patch for Talk Like a Pirate Day. Or for other shenanigans similar to it. Shirtless pirate? No. Sea shanty birthday song? We'll have to see in 2 weeks. We'll see. Am I on any energy drinks? No, I do not drink energy drinks. I try to stay away from caffeine if I can. Like, I had a little bit of a green leaf iced tea the other day, but I haven't had any caffeine today. And normally when I do have caffeine, it's tea, or the very occasional soda. But I don't drink coffee, or energy drinks. Though we did sleep well last night. Yesterday we didn't, which is why I had the caffeine. But, today I slept pretty well. At least comparatively to yesterday. Honestly, anything compared to yesterday would have been good sleep. Last night, well, you know, yesterday's night was the worst night of sleep I've gotten in a while. But tonight was pretty good. You know, I mean like Friday into Saturday was bad, but Saturday into Sunday today was good. Sleep, what is sleep? Yeah, I've never had any energy drink before. I don't feel like I would like them. Also, I find sugar keeps me awake more than caffeine does a lot of times. Because the problem with caffeine is it has a crash after. Or sugar doesn't really have a crash. It's just not good to eat a lot of. Or drink a lot of. Since drinks can have it too, obviously. It would be nice to get a Palooza loot summary at the end of each one. Yeah, I wasn't keeping track of everything, unfortunately. The only thing I was keeping track of is what we normally keep track of. Vault keys, epic vault keys, and pity. Those are the only 3 I have numbers on. Every other drop I did not track. Also because it'd be very hard to keep track of. Well, not really. You just have to keep track of what all the starting numbers are. We can maybe do that the next time we go for 1,000. Keep track of the total number of Paloozas. The normal vault keys that we always do. However, also keep track of, like, starting gem stack, starting diamonds. The only problem with that is I would have to keep in mind how much gems I spend every single day. Because, of course, we're spending gems every day. So you can't just take the starting number and just figure it from there. Otherwise, it would literally be a negative number, probably. What kind of candy am I going to buy for Halloween? There's so much Halloween candy I cannot buy. Because they all may contain nuts. More strawberry starbursts. I'm not sure. That's actually funny. That bag lasted for like a whole year. You know what I really need to find in bulk? That I don't think is sold in bulk? That I haven't actually had for a little while? Is those nerds things. It's like a little jelly ball covered in nerds. And it's so much less messy than actual nerds while still having their amazing taste. I haven't had that in... Actually, have I had that all year? It was like several months ago if I did. Actually, I think the last time I picked that up was around the time when I got my EpiPen earlier this year, which would have been like, what, February, March? Around there. Because those things are so good. But the problem is they're sold in like $1 packs. And I've never seen like a bulk option for them. It's really expensive to get a lot of them if you're just buying a bunch of singular packs. Oh! Is that the shiny one? Oh! We did it! We did it! The Squirtle! He's shiny! Yay! Oh wait, I'm in a Palooza. Wait, I can't stop. No, wait, go back. Wait. I got distracted by shininess. But yeah, that's a shiny Squirtle. You can barely tell, but he's indeed shiny. Anyways, we're still in a Palooza. I gotta wait 7 minutes. But there he is. We got him. But yeah, we'll be using him for the playthrough on Tuesday. We finally got him. I can tell because he's very blue. He also has an animation that pops up. He was star shiny, so he's not super rare, but he's still rare. I'll check up on him in 7 minutes. We'll just leave him there for now. Shiny Squirtle. And now he's still got to open like 15 whole boxes of other eggs. Who knows, maybe we'll get his whole evolutionary line. That's what happened with the Dragonite. We were trying for 1 and we got 3. Which is how many forms it has, which is pretty convenient. Hopefully the same will happen to Squirtle. Got 1 of 3 right now. And you can't just delete eggs. You actually have to open whatever ones you claim. They used to have them in bags. By that terminology, that means they don't anymore. I guess they didn't sell good enough. I never bothered looking them up online. Maybe they are bulk sold. They're actually hard to find in stores as well. The only place I know of is the pharmacy that I normally go to. It's the only place I've actually seen carry them. Is the pharmacy I normally go for my EpiPen, medications, other similar things. Whenever I need it. Mostly because it's right on the corner. It's literally like not even a mile away. Oh, they do on Amazon. I haven't shopped on Amazon in so long. Let's finish up this Palooza. And then we'll go look at our Squirtle real quick. A bulk veggie Ritz. Oh, the vegetable Ritz are really good. I use them for dips a lot of times. Like normally like herbal dips. Like a cream cheese herbal kind of one and a few others. I can't remember the brand off the top of my head. But it's a really good chip, especially with like Gouda cheese and a few other things. Yeah, like the vegetable chip with like a herbal cream cheese kind of thing. With like a with like Gouda cheese, smoked Gouda. It's a really good combination. Honestly, they're like the only flavor of Ritz that exists to me. The vegetable ones. Like all the other ones are just too average comparatively. They're either like some kind of weird flavor or just like bland. Save you a good IV Squirtle? Sure, I have some spare 6 IVs. Or 5 IV 0 attack if you're looking for no fake out. Because generally, unless he's... when I run him in BDSP, I have him with no attack. Because I'm not running fake out. But in most competitive formats, you actually would have like some amount of attack, so you can run fake out. For more damage. Because it's more likely that you're running fake out than they're running play rough. Or not play rough, whatever the thing is called. Foul play, I mean. Like, it's more likely that you're running fake out than they're running foul play or confusion. But if you're running a fully special build, you normally want 0 attack on it. Oh, we can see so much green shell, I just noticed. Yeah, I'll be making him a little bit bigger in a second. I just want to see what he looks like. We can't check till 2 minutes. The main thing I want to check on him to see if he's 0 attack. Because the way I bred it, it's not a guaranteed chance that he will be 0. But there's a really high chance he is. Because if he's not 0, he's a fake out build. If he is 0, he's a we send him to BDSP for the shiny run. I'll be doing this Tuesday. Well, technically it's a triple shiny. I'm only running 3 shinies. Because I don't want to run a team of 6, because I feel like we'll wipe the game too hard if we run with 6. So I'm kind of cycling like 2 teams of 3, so we stay under leveled the whole time. Because I don't want to over level. Because aside from the Elite 4, I'm pretty sure we'll wipe through the entire game when we play it this Tuesday. So I wanted to try to stay a little bit more under leveled, so it'd be a little harder. Make our own artificial hard mode. While still using the Pokemon we want. He looked like Koopa Troopas. Yeah, I've never actually seen him as shiny before, not in game, because obviously no one competitively would run a Squirtle. I've seen his evolved form, Blastoise, obviously, but no one runs Wartortle or Squirtle, so I've never actually seen him in like a 3D element. I've only ever seen like image of the shiny, but never like them actually in game. Which is something we got to see a lot of in Legends Arceus too, because I never actually like I knew shinies exist and what like some of them looked like, but I never like physically saw them in a game before like that. Which we're probably seeing a lot more of in next gen Pokemon too. Alright, there we go. Alright, Palooza done. Now, I want to go check the Squirtle real quick. I'm gonna make it big. Oh, Trippy's ready, perfect. Let me go check this little guy. Alright, so here's our Squirtle. Big ol' Squirtle. Alright, anyways, here's a shiny Squirtle. Let's go see what he got. Let's see. He got... Which one is this? Should be this one right here. Yay, he got no good attack! Perfect. He did not get 6 IV, but that's really unlikely to happen on a shiny. Alright, there we go. Let me go mark him real quick. Actually, let me go put him somewhere where I won't forget where he is. Check summary. Well, that's not how you mark it. Change markings. Good. Oh, wrong one. Good. I will eventually get it. There we go. Nice. And let me go put him somewhere safe so I know where he is later. I'll put him in the BDSP section, which is right here. And that's why we're running those 3. Our Absol with Super Luck, which is going to be really useful. Dratini, or I should say a Dragonite with Marvel Scale, his hidden ability. I mostly just did a Dragonite because it'd be funny because Dragonite ore in Gems of War. And a Squirtle because people want a Squirtle and we got a Squirtle. Oh, there we go. Anyways, let me go hatch this other egg and then we'll put the other ones back. Anyways, back to Gems of War. I just wanted to put him somewhere safe for later, so don't forget about him. Anyways, let me make this small again. Back you go. Alright, back to Gems of War. Anyways, Palooza. Where were we? Let's do it again. That's not Palooza. Oh wait, let me update my number before I do that though. Let's see. Inventory. Where's my number at? So we're at a 70... Wait, how did our number shoot up so high? Did I forget to record it for the previous one? Why is our number so high? I had to have forgotten. Wow. That jumped really high all of a sudden. So that's 76. 76, and the other one is... That's not a 6. Yeah, that's a 6. And then 66. There we go. Now, let's keep going. Put that over there. Yeah, let's run another Palooza. I keep clicking on PvP to run Paloozas. Game, Soulforge, other. And let's keep it rolling. Oh, that's not... Gosh, why do I keep wanting to click on PvP? It's like the 3rd time in a row I accidentally clicked PvP. Super fail. Yeah, we only have to run about 6 more Paloozas and we're there. Like 6 or 7 more and we have hit 1,000. That's pretty much the game plan. We're going to open them all. Well, not all of them, but you know. Until we hit 1,000 at this point, we're just going to keep running Palooza right now. All the way to 1,000. And then the rest of the stream is just going to kind of be some, you know, standard vault grind. But I still want to go all the way till about 9 or so. Which is about 6 more hours. But in 2 more hours, we're probably going to hit 1,000. Like in the next 2 or 3 hours, we're definitely hitting 1,000. Unless we get like super unlucky. Which could happen, actually. Though very unlikely we'll get that unlucky. Is that the first Volkey we got in this whole time? Sure feels like it. What's good Pokemon should you use for Pearl playthrough? Gastrodon. Let's see. I don't remember when you can get Garchomp in that game. But like Garchomp... I'm trying to think of things that are in the initial decks. But Gastrodon, probably Garchomp. Is Togepi in the initial decks? I can't remember. Because the problem is I'm not sure what's in the initial, like, 150 or so Pokemon that you can use for that game. Because it has two dexes. It has the one that you have pre-post game, while you're going, like, everything prior to the Elite Four or so. And then, like, you have, like, all of Gen 4 after that. But I can't remember what the Pokemon are that you have access to prior to that. Yeah, generally you can just get away with your favorites more often than not. That's pretty much what we're running for the thing. I'm running the 3 starters plus just a couple shinies that we grinded this weekend. Because I'm using the 3 that you get from Pokemon Home for putting it up to home. Because most people didn't bother using all 3. Because back then you would only have access to 1 realistically without their hidden ability. We'll be able to run all 3 with hidden ability. So we're running those 3 with the 3 shinies we got. The Dragonites, the Blastoise, and the Absol. The reason I went for Absol is it has an ability that makes items appear more often. And that's going to be useful since we're so far behind and have literally no loot in the game. And since every different Pokemon game, well, you can start with any Pokemon, or, you know, once you have home access, you can't start with any items. So anything that has the ability to give you more items tends to be really good. And Absol helps us do that. I believe it like doubles the chance an enemy has a held item. So while we're getting a living dex for that game, we'll be getting so many more items. Technically double as many as we would get otherwise. Oh yeah, you could definitely get away with Sylveon. Sylveon would actually be pretty strong. A lot of things are really good in the meta, like Garchomp and Togepi are really weak to ice. I mean Togetic, whatever the final form is called. Yeah, you can't use Sylveon. Sylveon didn't come until later. It's weird because that game retroactively has fairy types. But original Gen 4 did not have fairy types, even though they added it to the game. But the original Gen 4 never had it. It didn't come until like Gen 5 or 6 or something. So even though all the things that are now considered fairy types are fairy types in that game, there never actually was a fairy typing back then, when original Gen 4 was released. Also, gosh, we only went through 4 boxes. There's gonna be a lot of unopened Squirtles this stream. I got about 20 boxes again. I don't think I've finished filling the final box, though. But there's no way we're opening all these this stream. No, we already found our shiny, so it doesn't really matter too much, but I still have to open them all. Luckily, it is very easy to do it while doing, like, anything else. You just ran from your 10th Mimic? Really? That's unfortunate. Though in all fairness, if you're doing it on Explore 1, you're not really running from much. You're running from, like, 2 tokens. Is Eevee evolve mechanics the same in Pearl? Yes. It is friendship in, well, it depends which one you're looking for. But yes, all the evolves are still the same. Or they should be. I don't think any of them are different. But if you said Espeon, isn't that evolve during day? Like friendship during day? Pretty sure it is. Oh yeah, they also have those specific areas we can evolve them. Oddly enough, Legends Arceus had that too. But it only worked on the EVs. You couldn't use it as like a standalone stone. Yeah, I assume the remake would have it too. I believe Gen 4 was the first one that introduced that, wasn't it? I don't remember. Yeah, there was like some random rocks where you could like bring it to it and it counts as a stone for the EVs. Like I know the grass and ice ones were in the area. For Glaceon and Leafeon. Oh, nice, Barbara. Congrats. Big congrats. We're on the final stretch for 1,000 right now. Should be done in the next 2 hours. Though we are going to still keep streaming. We're streaming all the way until 9. Or around 9 anyways. Ooh, 4 soul gnomes. As far as us hitting 1,000, we should hit it in the next 2 hours or so. We have enough Paloozas to go all the way. It's more so just using them at this point. And then we're going to repair some of our Paloozas for next Vault event. Get them ready to go. So we have even more to use later. Because once we get 1,000, we're probably not opening another Palooza for the rest of the stream. Maybe we'll at the end just for the sake of it, but mostly the standard grind. But yeah, honestly, it didn't take that long. That means we would have 2,000 or 1,000 keyed within roughly slightly under 25 hours. Technically, close to almost like 20. Because what, the other one was like 9 hours. The other one was also about 9 hours if you average it with the other one. And then by the time we get to this stream, it'll be like 22 to 23 hours is how long it took us. Or approximately. Which isn't that bad. 22 or 23 hours for... That's basically an average of 8 hours per day. To end up getting a... or even 7, depending on how you look at it. But it's an average of about 8 hours per day. For 3 days. To get 1,000 keys. It sounds like a lot of time, but that's also a lot of keys. That's a lot of keys. Yeah, that's pretty much a 25% increase to our entire stack that we've had from the last year. Just in a single weekend. Oh, I just realized the time on the Palooza. Oh no. About to end. Let's go set up into the next one here. Oh, good. That's actually 2 really good gnomes to see at the end. Let's see what we get. Come on, 2,000 glory, 10,000 souls. Oh, so close. We got 2,000 glory, but we got 3,500 souls. Because if both of these drop their biggest drop, they'd be 5,000 each for 10,000. If both of these drop their biggest glory, it'd be 1,000 each for 2,000. Well, we got the more important one. We got the glories. That's pretty cool. Really big glory drop there. Anyways, let's go update our number. We're almost there. So close yet so far. Alright, that's 97 and 67. Bunch of 7s. But yeah, counting pity. We're over 800. We're so close. He's counting pity. We're at 63. 63 into 67 is 130. 130 into that number is 700 and, or sorry, 827. Did I do something wrong? Somewhere around there. But yeah, it's around 827 or so. But yeah, we're almost there. That's what then? 9 more Paloozas? Approximately, give or take. Wait, 9? Yeah, 9. Oh wait, did we have enough for 9? Hold up. Did we not have enough? Because I just counted 9. Oh, you know what? We might not have enough. Why does the number keep changing? Or does it keep doing the math weirdly every single time? But yeah, we actually need about 9 more, which means we are actually still 3 versus 2 short. Never mind. Yeah, we actually are a little bit shorter than I thought. I'm not sure what the math I did earlier was. But yeah, we need about approximately 9 more to close the gap on the gaps. On the Nomapaloozas. Yeah, let's keep going. I'll throw like a few more then and then start heading back to the grind because yeah, we do actually need to find 3 more then if I did the math right there. And by 3 more, I mean 3 more versus 2s. Oh, we're definitely going to hit it this stream, that's for sure. I'd be very surprised if we do not find 3 versus 2s over the course of 6 hours. That'd be some insanely bad luck. Not to mention, there's a small chance we could find them in the Paloozas themselves. So far, every single day, we found at least 1 versus 2 inside Palooza. So we already found one today, but who knows? We could find another. Definitely found plenty of verses in them. There's not always 2s when we need them to be. Was that an epic Volky on the previous drop? Almost like it was. I was somewhat not looking when it happened. That was also quite a delayed reaction. I'm pretty sure it was. Oh, no problem for all the Pokemon questions. You just missed so many Pokemon Gen games, so you're clueless, yeah. I missed 5 to 7, so a lot of things that happened there I'm still kind of confused on too. There's a lot of weird mechanics in some of the games. There's a lot of stuff from the earlier gens I kind of had to relearn too. Because obviously when you're a kid you have a different grasp on it than when you're older. Like, one thing I have no clue how to use, which I believe was in the original game, but when I was younger I had no clue how to use it properly, is like the Poke Radar in Gen 4. I believe it's the best way to get shinies in that game, but it's not really worth doing. Because you're better off just breeding them or getting them in a different game. But there's some kind of weird Poke Radar mechanic that can actually be used to hunt shinies. It's the only way to find overworld shinies in that game, because they don't have natural overworld shinies, but they do have grass shinies that show up that are marked in like a gold little grass mark, so you know when they're shiny or not. Yo, the method seems very convoluted and not worth doing. Hey, an epic Valky. We'll probably mess around with it some, but probably not on the first stream though. And I probably don't intend to actually get any shinies that way. Maybe I'll do one just for the sake of it, just to learn the method. But I believe it's the only game that it ever existed in. The method doesn't really carry over to any other game. Oh, another epic Valky. Great to see. We're so close. What's going to be painful is we're going to be less than 100 short and not have enough Paloozas to keep going. Like, we're going to be like right there, but still be slightly short. And we're going to have to grind for like a few more hours just to get that final little bit. That's fine. Which means, yeah, the total amount of time actually is going to be closer to 25 hours then. Which is about where we thought, like 24, 25. It's basically 8 hours per day to get 1,000 keys. At least with Ironhawk team. Could take 50% longer, which would be 36 hours, which would be basically 12 hours per day instead of 8. If you didn't already have the Ironhawk build. It's not that much slower, but it is a bit slower. The Ironhawk's such a good troop. Because if you put it that way, if you were to do this long of a grind every Vault weekend, which I would not advise doing, but let's say hypothetically, it would save 12 hours every Vault weekend if you had a double, triple Ironhawk instead of just Rowan build or something similar. What's the real money value of 1,000 Vault keys? Money way too expensive. That value is way too high. Because generally it's almost like $1 per key. Which means 1,000 could be viewed as like $1,000. It normally comes with gems and stuff too. But if you broke down their actual value... Oh no, he's a mythic. I feel like it's closer to a couple $100 worth of vault keys. If you were to like try spending money to try to do equivalents. So it's hard to tell because they don't really do like the bulk one anymore, because there used to be an offer for like $5. I mean for $2 where you got 5 of them. Which means effectively they were 50 cents each. Or not 50 cents each, what would that come out to? What's 200 divided by 5? That's, why can I not do that in my head right now? That's 40 cents each, my bad. So at 40 cents each, 1,000 would be, what, $400? I would not advise spending that much on keys. But under that hypothetical situation, it's like $400-ish of keys. What does that come down to per hour, then? It basically comes out to, I guess if you're in a $15 per hour area, it basically comes out to minimum wage. So I'm in a $7.25 area. If only we could sell them for that. If you could sell keys, yeah, it'd probably be like botted like crazy. Even though it has anti-botting. Like if a vault key could be sold for real money, I'm pretty sure each one would be like 5 cents or so. If like players could actually sell them to other players. Like they would definitely be under 10 cents per key. Even though the game sells it closer to like 40 cents or something per key. That's assuming they have the 5 bundle one, which I haven't done for a while. Otherwise it's even more than that. But the actual value in game would be like 5 cents or so, if you could actually like mass sell them. It'd still be a decent handful though, because 1,000 keys would be $50 in that situation. Still a decent handful of money. For literally just mashing buttons. Because I know something, even though I never sold or bought currency in RuneScape, I know based on the market, which is like one of the biggest MMOs there pretty much is, like the market for resources, every hour you grind, you could only sell like maybe $1's worth of resources, if even that. If you like max efficiency grinded on one account. Because there's so many gold farmers in that game that the market for the value of exchanges is so low. Where it's literally less than $1 per hour. World of Warcraft's economy gets ruined by gold farmers constantly, yeah. It just completely tanks the market for everything. Because so much currency gets put into the game. Yeah, Pokemon's economy has kind of been ruined by that quite a bit as well. Because they don't have as many checks as like an MMO would. So people can like literally hack in like anything. And it barely even goes detected. Because that's a really big issue in Pokemon. But I have no clue if they're actually going to address that all in Scarlet and Violet. It's not like it's an always online game, so it's a lot harder to moderate it. Because there's a lot of times when, you know, people are playing offline. So you can't have like an online system that checks constantly on people who are offline. Because it's not an always online game. That's why there's a lot of single player games that are like always online. To make sure people can't like cheat in it and stuff. Which is like bad, but also good. Like it's bad because it's so annoying to play a single player game that needs to always be online. But it's good because, you know, you can kind of keep the economy in check for any game that is like that. Because Gems of War is like that. It's a primarily single player game that's always online. But the always online aspects mostly just make sure people aren't like cheating and like generating in like infinite resources and stuff like that. Anyways, let's go update our values. Oh, 69. We're at 69 Epic Volkeys. And 716 on the other one. Let's see. I can update it. 716. There we go. And that now puts us officially over 800. Let's keep going. How many Paloozas we at right now? We are at 15 remaining Palooza. Let's go run one more and then we'll go on the side grind a little. Since we still need to find 3 more verse 2s. So we'll throw one more Palooza for now. Then we'll go back to the other grinds. Also, what's our pity rat right now? We need 325 for a pity. Well, technically 305 more than what we have, but you know, 325 for the level. That's so many gnomes. What is our pity at right now? Our pity is at 64. Right, let's keep going. Let's do one last Palooza for now, and then we'll go back to the other grinds. Because we still need to find 3 more verse 2s, I believe. Unless we got really lucky on these. But even then, we're probably still going to need another Palooza or 2. Even with above average luck on these. Yeah, that's the main thing I hate about genning in Pokemon when people do it. Because there's a lot of things that go down so much in rarity. Just because genning is so popular. And the weirdest thing to me that I didn't even realize until this year is how accepted it is within the community as well. Like, there's more people who cheat in Pokemon than people who don't cheat. Which is quite astounding. Yeah, we've gotten everything from scratch. Because, like, everything we've done in Pokemon over the last, like, 3,000 hours, you could probably gen in, like, a day. If you wanted to cheat. Oh no, I always see it as really, really wrong for competition. That is like the one location you shouldn't be doing it in. Like, if people are playing it like single player and they're not like trading them or anything like that, like, I see that as fine. But if you're like using hacked Pokemon in competitive, that is like the worst thing you could possibly do. Not only is the rule set against it literally everywhere, but it also gives a competitive advantage due to how much longer you have to actually practice. That's like the one place you should like never, ever, ever, ever gen. Yeah, it's so accepted that people do it. Oh, genning is basically when you hack like any Pokemon into the game. Because every competition they ever have, even the online ladder, as in the terms of service, you're not allowed to use gen to Pokemon. And every competition you're also not supposed to. But people do it all the time. And then they win entire tournaments. Because the winner of the most recent tournament won with a hacked Pokemon. The Calyrex was hacked. And it takes like literally an hour to get it. Which is probably the thing I find the weirdest about it. Like, it's so quick to make legitimate Pokemon in the current state of Pokemon. Yet people still hack them. Which makes like no sense. Because the rest of the team was legit. But they had a hacked Calyrex. But the hacked Calyrex takes like 1 hour to get. Which means they were too lazy to farm for literally an hour. Which makes literally no sense. Hey, you just work here. Not all of us are Tyrian levels of farming. Yes, it's not allowed, but people still do it. Yeah, that's probably like the worst thing about the Pokemon community, I would say, overall. After getting back into it last year. It's just like how brazen cheating is. Like, literally every top competitor cheats. And there's no repercussions for it. It's one of the main reasons I never got into competitive Pokemon. Like, no one plays legit. Or almost no one. Like, anyone who's playing legit, they're not competing. Because there's almost not enough time to play legit, while also, you know, getting good at the game. Like top level good. Yeah, there's pretty much no way to check. Because it's not an always online game. Because I think the only one that can kind of have proper checks, I think, is Pokemon Go. Since it is an always online game. So their hack check is probably a bit better. But for the mainline games, it's a single player offline game. There's like no proper way they could ever fully check it. Yeah, as far as glitches within the game's parameter, those normally seem fine. As long as it's not like a cloning glitch or something. Or like an instant infinite resource glitch. Because those normally get patched like immediately. If they even existed to begin with. Like, my philosophy on glitches for it, like, if they haven't fixed it after 3 years, I assume it's intended. That's pretty much how I go about things in Gems of War as well. If they haven't fixed it in literal years, I assume it's an intended mechanic and not a glitch. Otherwise, why on earth have they not fixed it? You can make a completely competitive team in a day. Like, it doesn't take that long. Like, if we 100% from scratch, even not from scratch, like, if we had breeding bases, it would take, like, 3 hours. If we didn't have breeding bases, maybe even under 3 hours, like 2 or 3 hours. If we didn't, 100% from scratch would take, like, 5 hours. Maybe 8 tops, depending if we needed some really weird ones. Egg moves are also really easy now. Egg moves take literally 2 minutes. It is quicker to get egg moves than it is to hatch one egg. All you do is just put 2 Pokemon in that have compatible egg moves. It gives the egg moves to the other one. Boom, you're good to go. And it's easier than ever. All you needed to go do, let's say, like for Squirtle, for example. Squirtle has 4 egg moves on him right now. What those are, I do not remember off the top of my head. But he has 4 egg moves on him right now. And to get those egg moves on him, if you didn't already have it, I just go into Pokemon Home, find a Squirtle that has the egg moves I'm looking for, go and trade whatever they want for that Squirtle. Normally something pretty cheap, because you could just do it off of any of them. You then go and put them both into the breeder. They don't even need to make an egg. You just put 2 Squirtles in there, and then have one Squirtle have no moves, have the Squirtle have all the egg moves you want, and then walk around for like 2 or 3 minutes, and boom, it has all the egg moves. The whole process takes like 5 minutes or less in the current state of the game. That mechanic's also in BDSP as well. Sword and Shield was the first one that added it, but it also retroactively updated into Gen 4 Remake. There are the only 2 games that have it, but it is a pretty recent addition to the franchise. And realistically, next gen will also have it as well. Yeah, egg moves are super easy. The only thing that's hard is 0 IVs. Because you can't train something to 0 IV. The other one that's kind of hard is when something needs a weird IV, like that Gastrodon video I covered the other week, where it had like an 8-speed IV Gastrodon. Be a 0 or really specific numbers are the only 2 things that are still hard. Everything else is super easy. Nature, hidden ability, all that. Egg moves. Like, it's all done in under an hour. Only thing that's still hard is Shiny. Though it depends what Shiny it is. Some Shinies are easier than others. But Shiny and Zeros are the only thing that are hard. Those Shinies have been getting easier and easier as the game has been progressing. Like Legends Arceus was literally Shinies per minute rather than how many hours per Shiny. Yeah, I know. Arceus Shinies are really easy. But they're not good competitive stats is the problem. Like what I'm doing right now, where we're walking around in circle, this is the most efficient way in any Pokemon game to make a Pokemon both shiny and competitive simultaneously. Which is why we're doing it. Because there's currently no quicker method for doing both at the same time. Because Pokemon Go and Arceus are good for shinies, but they're bad for making competitive Pokemon. Whereas breeding is not the greatest way to get shinies, but every shiny you ever make is competitive. Yeah, there's a lot of phone apps that gen Pokemon. I never bothered engaging with any of them. But I do know they exist. The last Pokemon I ever, like, cheated in, to any degree, was when I was a kid. I had, like, an action replay for Gen 4. None of those I ever transferred up, because I didn't play 5 to 7. So I would have no way to even transfer them up. Nor do I even have it anymore. But, yeah, when I played Gen 4, I had like 999 Master Balls, 999 candies. I was able to get like the event things that you weren't able to get, like Dark Rye was impossible to get. But with Action Replay you could. Like stuff like that when I was a kid. Which was kind of funny because I still manually farmed the berries. I would still be out there grinding with no time travel, making sure that all the berries were watered and planted every single day. Kind of like how I would check on the Animal Crossing flowers. But yeah, I've not cheated at all in Legends Arceus or, well, any modern Pokemon game for that matter. Well, it's because if we ever do competitive, just to be 100% clean on it. Actually, I haven't even used any glitches in Legends Arceus either. I have in Sword and Shield, but Legends Arceus, I haven't done any resetting, haven't done any time manip, haven't done anything like that. Like if we lose a shine, you've just lost. I don't even do save manipulation for it. Your Gen 1 is a flying Magikarp. Oh yeah, I never shave 4 shinies. If I lose it, I lose it. It depends on the game if I do save scrubbing or not. Like, in most games, like, it's fine. But I personally just don't do it. I think the last game I save scrubbed in was Dark Dungeon 2. Mostly because each round took like 5 hours or something. And I wanted to make sure I had a start I liked. Rather than getting completely RNG'd and losing within like... Or like, basically, you're stuck with a run for like, what, 5 hours? I'm not sure how they changed the format, though. We were stuck with a run for like 5 hours. And your run could be ruined within 1 minute. So I would like save scrub the first 1 minute so you would get a run we actually liked. Otherwise you were stuck with it for like 5 hours. It's the only game in recent memory I could think of that I've ever actually done save scrubbing in. Mostly because it was so early. Like, that decision that ruined your entire run could literally happen in your first 30 seconds of the run. So it made sense to, like, save scrub it until you got a good run. Or at least a usable run. I'm not sure if they changed that mechanic since then. That was all the way at the start of the Darkest Dungeon 2 beta. But I think it mostly comes down to what people consider acceptable in most games. But the problem for that is what's considered acceptable is, like, completely different. But the main issue with Pokemon is that there's literally rule sets that say what people are doing is against the rules, yet people still do it. And the worst part is they make, like, thousands upon thousands with prize money. That could have went to someone who actually played legit. Oh, wait, we need to wait here. Give it a few seconds. And it should be good to go. Let me restart that. Let's see. We got our gems there. Where's the other thing we need? Oh, do I need this pet? We do! Let me go take this pet real quick. Yeah, it's so accepted in the Pokemon community, you would think it's not illegal, but it is. Like, if they find out you gens, even though there's, like, almost no enforcement on it, you literally lose all your prize money. But the enforcement on it is, like, nearly non-existent. It's basically a rule in the rule books that's not enforced at all. But there's been literally millions in prize money stolen from gen Pokemon. But there's, like, no enforcement on it, so, you know, people just keep doing it. Because it's a rule that's not enforced at all. I feel like a lot of laws are that way, though, realistically. Just across all of society. Is this the final fight? Why is he so bulky? Is he the second to last or final? That was the second to last. I was gonna say, why is it so much bulkier? There's the last two. Unfortunately, Phoenicia can't kill. She'll probably never have enough magic to kill this last one. Even if she could have, like, eventually have enough to kill the other one or some other option as well. Like, killing this one, I don't think any build will ever one-shot this. Two-shot it, yes. One-shot, no. So I should release the Magma Dragon build to replace out all these. I was considering it earlier, just never got around to it. I'd release the Black Manacle version, because some of these are a little dated. They also have it that way for cleanup in case only one of them revive, though. Which in those rare circumstances do help out. Ooh, we got 4 hotheads. Nice. I need that many. As many as we can get. Okay, let me go upgrade this pet. Let's see. Upgradable, upgradable, upgradable. I'll take that, put that. And there we go. 64 pity. 5 gems from the pet. Wait, where were we? How are we right now on keys? Let me double check our count. Our count is at 37, 40, and 71. 37, 40, 71. 37, 71. Oh, we don't have 69 anymore. And that brings us to 808. 808. Counting pity, that is now the number of 872. So we're at 872. Realistically, that is 6 more Paloozas. Approximately, give or take. It's about 6 more Palooza. Where are we at right now in Palooza? We need about 6 more. We have 4 more. So yeah, we still need to find 2 more verses. Let's see if we can find 1 or 2 more of those verses, because we gotta find 2 more. 2 or 3, depending on how it rolls. But assuming we get some good runs, it should only be 2. But there's a chance it takes 3. Okay, let's start grinding some of these now. Let's see if we can actually get it. Come on, verse 2, I know you're in there. Also, if we find 2 more verse 2s, I'll hand out a code. Because that'll, in theory, be all the verse 2s we hopefully need. There's a chance we'll need 1 more after that, but we should be fine with 2 more. Hopefully. So I'll hand out the code once we find 2 more. Then we're going to start running Palooza, and I think we could run that all the way to 1,000. Once we have that, then. How many keys to 1K? We need I wasn't keeping track of that number exactly. Like 180-ish? No, not exactly. Wait. Biggest pity. We need like 100 more keys. Well, we just need 2 more Paloozas. Wait, did I do that right? No, 80 plus this thing. Yeah, we need about 120 more keys. Which is about 6 Paloozas. We're too short on how many we need, approximately. We need like 130, 120 more. But I need to find 2 more verse 2s. Maybe 3 more verse 2s, depending on how they roll. Unfortunately, that is not a verse 2. Yeah, the game plan at this point is find 2 verse 2s, hand out a code, run every last Palooza we have until we have 1,000, or, you know, up down to 10. And then we'll hand out 2 codes then. And then we should have 1 code for our normal 8 PM Eastern Standard Time stream. That's pretty much the game plan now. It's going to take either 2 or 3. 2 if we get lucky, 3 if we don't get lucky. For now, we're just going to try to get 2 and see how we go. Unfortunately, it keeps giving me 4s. If only those were 2s. It'd be good to go if both of those were 2s instead of 4s. How many hours for 1,000 keys? Total or remaining? Realistically, remaining, we should have it in the next 3 to 4 hours. It really comes down to how long it takes to get 2 verse 2s. Because once we get 2 verse 2s, it should take us about an hour and a half. Approximately. Like an hour and a half to 2 hours once we have these next 2. The problem is we have no clue how long it's going to take us to find 2 2s. Could take 10 minutes, could take like an hour or 2. So we need 2 2s, then we'll open all of those, and that should take like an hour and a half to 2 hours. And then after that, we should have 1,000. What's the total Palooza time? We need, as far as this weekend, I have no clue. I actually haven't been keeping track of that. Someone asked me earlier too, like how many Paloozas have we done this weekend? I do not know that exact number off the top of my head, as I actually do not track it. So based on how many keys we've gotten, we can make the guesstimation that we have used approximately 40 to 50 Paloozas. The exact number of which I do not know, because I wasn't tracking it. But it was realistically around 45 to 50 Paloozas. Or maybe 45 to 55. Somewhere's written in there. I guess 40 to 55. Really depends. If we got lucky or unlucky. There's realistically every Palooza is about 20-ish. So it probably was a little bit closer to 45 then, if you count pity. Give or take 5. As far as how long it took us, well, we started, we grinded all of them as well. So realistically, it took us roughly 25-ish hours. But if you don't count all the grind and just the Palooza openings themselves, it would have been approximately probably 14 to 15 hours of opening Palooza. You have to keep in mind that there's downtime between each one. Like each 15-minute Palooza realistically takes like 20 minutes to open. Especially since I tracked the number and everything else. So it's more like 3 per hour than 4 per hour. As far as using them. Come on, verse 2, we need you. Just need a few more. Final stretch. Because once we get these final 2, it's basically 2 hours after that until we get 1,000. The only problem is this variable number is completely random. How long it'll take us to get 2. And we keep getting every verse that isn't 2. There's another one, but it's not a 2. Because at this point, we could have this done as early as like 7 if we could actually find these 2. Come on, just 2 2s. You're at 740.87. Nice. Oh, you've been getting way luckier on epics then. Or it's actually been a bit below the curve. You just finished out Umbral Nexus faction. Nice. Oh yeah, didn't the Switch version recently get that mechanic too? I almost forgot about that because they got that patch a little bit later.
Mana surge. Mana surge.
Day 1 you were super low on Epic Volkey and then you just kind of went crazy with it. No, we've gotten every gnome. Oh, I hate when this happens. We're currently at 5 verses, having gotten across every gnome except the one we actually need. Let's keep track of what our number gets up to. We're currently 5 verse gnomes dry on the correct one. Come on, give us the 2 we need. 2 2s. Which mechanic? I'm not sure which one did you guys get recently. Because I knew there was something in like 6.0, I think, or something that Switch got like a couple months ago or something. I don't keep up with the Switch version. But I know sometime pretty recently they got one of the bigger mechanics that came in a little while ago. Trade you 3 2s for 3 1s, I know, right? I would easily make that trade. Fortunately, we cannot. I wish they would add eventually a way to convert them. Because we'd already be good to go if we could convert our other things into 2s. But we cannot. Oh yeah, Elementals is pretty huge. Did Switch just get that recently? Like, that's the strongest hero class in the entire game. By far. Like, it's not even close. I was thinking of the Soulforge update. Did you guys get Cursed Runes yet? Because you generally switches 5 months behind, or 9 months behind. And Cursed Runes were added 9 months ago. Because those are a pain to grind for. At least initially. You eventually have too much of a resource. But initially it is quite the grind. Though I'm not sure if they're going to do the same on Switch, but when the mechanic came to PC Mobile, or, you know, the other platforms as well, they actually did a buffed rate for it a few times. Like for like a 2-week period or something. They mostly did that as like a New Year's thing though. Since that was around New Year's of last year. But it made it a little bit easier to complete out them. There's also quite a few vault events around that time that also just naturally made it easier since they're easiest farmed during vault events. Come on, verse 2. We know you're in there. It's only a matter of time before you drop. Yeah, campaign and troop tends to be like 9 months behind. Like anything related to actually getting content like that is exactly 9 months behind. I'm not sure why it never caught up. Nice! 1 verse 2. Alright, one more. One more and we have all the verse 2s we need, in theory. There's a chance we're 1 short even after 1 more. But with enough luck, we could do it with 1 more. We just have to be really efficient with our grinds and get slightly lucky. It is definitely doable with 1 more verse. And once we find 1 more verse 2, we'll hand out a code. And then it's Palooza time. Yeah, Nintendo's really weird with how their eShop updates work. How do you drop 9 months of mythics and everything? You just add them. Honestly, I'm not sure why they haven't done that yet. Just like pull the plug and just instantly add 9 months worth of content instantly. And then just add some kind of boost for like a couple months to try to catch people up to that 9 months of content. Because I feel like it's better if they just instantly added all 9 months worth of stuff and then have the game be up to date than it would be to just keep having the game be 9 months behind every other platform. Like, I understand some of the updates have to be behind and stuff like that, but there's no reason why the troops all need to be that far behind. Like, obviously they need some of the later updates so that they can end up patching it. So theoretically, if they ever did do something like that, they still have to keep it like a few months behind, just so they always have a reserve of troops they could add for those situations. But otherwise, just add like almost all of it. And just keep like a dozen or so on reserve. For all those instances where you can't end up releasing them because the content for it isn't out. They could at least add like 3 months all at once or 6 months all at once, and then just keep like a reserve of 3 months. For all the holes that will happen from when the update doesn't occur, for the mechanic that exists on the troop that's coming out. Because it's been in, like, for, what, 2-3 years now, a perpetual state of 9 months behind. Which is very strange. Oh, yeah, that's true. Campaigns would be hard to catch up on. The whole campaign system. I did forget about that. But every other system, they could literally just dump it all in and be like, yep, here it is. Do 5-day weeks on the Switch till all caught up. That'd be so confusing, though. That would be so absurdly confusing if the weekly system became a 5-day system. Am I gonna fire up the barbecue tomorrow? Probably not. I don't really have anything planned for tomorrow, for the holiday. Other than just kind of relaxing. I normally don't do anything for Labor Day. As far as summer cookout dates, it's mostly 4th of July. Because I know when I was a kid, Labor Day's like stress about school being the following day. Like that's literally what Labor Day has always been for me as a kid. Is all the stress preparation for the fact that school is the following day. Because in South Carolina, school started slightly before Labor Day. But I know in New Jersey, Labor Day, like the day after Labor Day, was the day the school year would start. So it was always like one of the most stressful days out of like any year. Because it was right when school was about to start. The last day you had of summer. Which made it less like a holiday and more like a, oh no, the school year is about to start. I throw another shrimp on the Barbie. It's been a while since we had a cookout. Because prior to 4th of July, I think the time I did it prior to then was like almost a year ago. It's been a little while. Come on, one more verse 2. We're so close. We literally just need to find one and then we're good to go. We just throw down 1 billion Paloozas. And then we hit 1,000. But we need one more verse 2 first. Because once we find that, we're handing out a code and then we're just running Palooza until we hit 1,000. Infinity Plus 2 likes our money. They can make a catch-up pass for $500. They would never do something like that. Or if they ever did, it wouldn't be that much money. But I do have to say, the pets for the Journey events was definitely way too much. It was like, what, $85 for all the rewards? For like a 5-week event. It's basically just a $50 pet that costs $85. And the $50 pets were already overpriced. Also, there's one pet that's still the rarest in the entire game. It's the Android exclusive pet. Well, technically the Xbox version of that as well, but I've never seen it because I don't play on Xbox. But it's a $50 pet that's never been on sale for anything cheaper than $50. Actually, Isabel gave it to us for one of our birthdays, actually, which is greatly appreciated. That's this pet right over here. Oh, tribute's ready. Might as well go equip it real quick. Get rid of the little doggy. What's it even called? I know we named it Isabot, but that's not where it is alphabetically. There it is. It's called the Droid Bots. It is a $50 pet that has never been cheaper than 50 bucks. Only available on Android, but you can have it on the PC version by you know, just going on your phone and having it linked to your account. Which means there's actually 2 exclusive pets for PC Mobile, because you can have the Steam one, which we have, as well as the Android one. Yeah, it's the most expensive pet in the entire game. I do not advise getting it, unless you just want a super exclusive pet for completion's sake. But it is the most expensive pet, basically, in the game. Like, it's basically $50, but never on sale with no other value with it. Whereas even though the $85 pet for the other thing, it's still available just in the drop table, so pretty much everyone can have it. You know, the one that just dropped from the Legends Reborn event. Like, even though it was 85, it came with other loot, and you can always just get in the drop table. Whereas that one you can never find. It's only obtainable through money. A lot of money. It's definitely not worth it, but for completion's sake, we do have it, and is greatly appreciated. Is there an iOS equivalent? Oddly enough, no. I don't know why, but the only 3 platforms that got a pet like that are Xbox for some reason, Steam, and Android. For whatever reason, PlayStation and Switch and PlayStation, Switch, and iOS did not get an equivalent for that pet. But for whatever Xbox, Android, and PC did on Steam. So 3 platforms got it, but 3 platforms didn't, which is kind of strange. Which means PC Mobile technically has 2 of them then. Though the one on Steam has gone on sale as low as $5, and on average, when it goes on sale, it's like 25 bucks. It's been on sale multiple times because, you know, that's just how Steam is. That's literally just how Steam is. Like, any game to ever touch Steam, you know will be on sale for a price lower than that price. At some point. There is literally no exceptions. Yeah, the only people who really get those pets are like ultra completionists. Or anyone who wants like a super exclusive pet. Since there aren't too many that are super hard to get. Yeah, there are some devs that I guess would technically never want to put their thing on sale. I feel like generally speaking, most people will at some point though, even if it's just like a very small sale, like 10 or 20%. Because a lot of developers will price their game with sales in mind. Where the actual cost of their game is like probably like 10 or 20% higher than they necessarily initially wanted to, but that gives them room to sell it for like 25% or something similar. Oh, come on. We're getting everyone but the one we need. All PC games have 100% discount. No. Don't do that. That's not wrong, but don't do that. You're not wrong, but also no. Try before you buy. I feel like most games these days do have a demo, though. I know Nintendo has been pushing demos a lot more recently. What's really nice about their demos, too, is almost every demo they've been making lately, all progress carries over to the main game. It's a good way to try it before you really want to see if you want to go all in. Also, technically, Steam has a function where you could try before you buy, because can't you refund any game that you have less than 2 hours in? I've never actually done that mechanic before, but can't you just infinitely play games for like an hour and 50 minutes and refund it without a single hiccup? Because I'm pretty sure you can, but I've never actually tried before. I'm pretty sure the policy that they updated like a year or two allows you to do that. Play a game for like a 1 hour, 50 minutes, refund it, and then there you go. Infinite money glitch. Steam speedruns. Could you imagine, like, making an account, buying a game, playing it for whatever, like, the right under the limit is, like the 2 hour limit, refunding it, then doing it again over and over again until you experience the whole game? Because you could probably copy the save file, bring that save file over to the other game, keep your progress, hey, we found it, and then keep doing that over and over again until you completed the whole game. I wonder if anyone has tried doing that. That would be such a scummy thing to do, though. But I'm pretty sure it's possible. Where you literally, for like an hour and 50 minutes at a time, play a game, extract a save file, then go have a different Steam account, do the same thing again, and basically complete the game without ever buying the game via Steam itself by refunding it like several times, however long it takes to complete the game. I'm pretty sure that is actually possible. That was something you should probably never do. But probably theoretically possible. Anyways, we got our verse 2. Let's go hand out a code. Let's see. Having all the achievements in a game you don't own. I'm looking for the code, and I can't find my code. One moment. Oh, I'm looking in the wrong section. I wonder why. I'm trying to find my code in the section. There's not my code section. Click save. And we'll have 2 codes now. So now our game plan is, we, in theory, as long as we don't get unlucky, should have enough Paloozas to hit 1,000. Otherwise, we're just going to be ever so slightly short of 1,000. But our game plan right now is to hand out this code, which I'll have in 1 second. Then we're going to go run Palooza for about almost 2 hours. And then we should hit the 1,000 keys. Or be like ever so slightly short of 1,000 keys. So let's go do that. There you guys go. And we'll have 2 codes when we hit 1,000. Let me go switch my team. And now let's go do the 1,000 hunt. Well, no, we've kind of already been the whole weekend, but you know, let's finish the 1,000 hunt. The final stretch. The Palooza stretch to the 1,000 hunts. Alright, that was mostly just to switch our team. Wait, where are we on shards? I want to make sure. It's okay. Not a good spot, not a bad spot. We can deal with it. Yeah, let me just go change my eggs real quick just so we don't have to do that immediately. And there we go. I should really throw down a save too. Have I even saved since I got the shiny? Probably should, just in case Though in all fairness, it wouldn't really matter because we still have the egg, so even if I didn't save, like the egg that has the shiny would still be there. It would just... The main reason I do that, in case the game crashes somehow, we'd have to open all those eggs again, which should be very tedious. But anyways, let's go to the Palooza. Hey, let's see. Also, we're now in almost 50th in PvP. I find that funny because we're not at like 0 score. Yeah, we're still at like 50th. This isn't even every platform either. This is PC mobile. This is even the lowest score you can have. This is me testing some teams this week. Anyways, let's go. Why do I keep playing PvP? Let's go do it. Palooza time. Let's go hit 1,000. We currently have how many Paloozas? We should have 6 or 7. We have 6. Let's start running them. So this 6, we need about 6 or 7 to finish to where we need to be. 6 or 7 is dependent on how we roll. If we roll poorly, we're not going to be able to do it with 6. If we overroll, then we should be able to. Average roll is questionable. We need slightly above average luck here. I haven't really been getting physical games lately. I've kind of went on the whole digital route. Oh, mostly digital anyways. Like Scarlet and Violet I'm probably getting in digital. One of the main benefits of digital, specifically with Switch, is you can play one game twice if you go digital. So I can simultaneously play any game I own on Switch 2 times over. Doesn't matter what game it is. Obviously, in some games that's less relevant than others. But any resource-based game, that is definitely very, very useful. There's one feature Steam doesn't have. Even if you're using a different PC, if you're still using the same account, it'll go and check and be like, hey, you can't be playing the same game twice. But the Switch actually lets you as long as you have 2 Switches. You just can't do it off the same account. You have to do it off of a different profile on the account. But you're still effectively playing one game twice over with one copy of the game. Actually, then again, Steam might have the capability of doing it. I think you have to use the family sharing. I've never actually bothered using family sharing on Steam, but I believe there's like a weird way that you could do it with family sharing that would allow you to play the same game twice over. But I believe the family sharing thing checks to see if anyone else is playing the game, so it probably wouldn't. Wait, can you actually get around that with offline? Wait, if you had one profile on offline and the other one on online, can you actually get away with that? I've never actually tried doing it that way. I guess that kind of would work, wouldn't it? Don't you have to be online to do that on Switch? Yes. To do what I mentioned on Switch, it does actually check the online feature to do it. Like, your secondary Switch has to be online. Your first one can be online or offline, it doesn't matter. But the secondary Switch has to check to see if you're allowed to play it. But as long as it has an online connection and you're not doing off the exact same account, you can. If you had a second Switch that you're playing the same game off of twice, does have to have the online. Not the online feature, but, you know, be connected to the internet. But it still effectively allows you to play the same game twice. You just have to use 2 different profiles. And on the main Switch, that is your primary Switch, you play on a secondary profile. And then on your second Switch, you play on your main profile. And now you're playing the same game twice. Most useful for Pokemon. It's also useful for things like Animal Crossing and a few other things. Pretty much any economy-based game that can be played on Switch, it is useful on. Basically, the easiest way to know if it's useful in a game is, does it have cloud saves? Is the answer is no, then it's probably a Switch game worth doing it on. Because every Switch game that doesn't have cloud saves is because it would be economy breaking if it did. Because you could just infinitely duplicate everything if it had cloud saves. Which is why the only things that have cloud saves are like story-like games. Like Xenoblade Chronicles 3 that we played the other month, that has cloud saves. Because there isn't any trading, so you can't just like break the entire economy by having cloud saves. Oh, you know what? That reminds me. I still need to get a big SD card for my other Switch. Because I actually don't have enough memory on it. And I don't have a spare SD card. Actually, I do, but it's a smaller one. I'm just concerned I would overfill it, and I don't want to have to reformat it. The only concern whenever I get SD cards is they're not legit. There's just so many fake large SD cards out there. Even Amazon has fake ones. I've never gotten one yet, but I've heard so many reports of them. So I have gotten lucky not getting a fake one yet. Because those things aren't cheap. Like a really big, like 1 terabyte SD card, I think it's like over $100 or something. But my other one's like a 512, which I think is closer to like 50-ish or something. I don't remember the pricing these days. There's a lot of fake ones, is there'll be a lower amount of capacity, but they'll say the bigger number on them. Like, this is a 512 SD card, joke's on you, it's 8 gigabytes. But it has all the branding of like a 512 or something similar. Oh, verse 2! We found it! We found it in our Palooza! We did it! We have a backup reserve. Now it doesn't matter even if we don't get it within our 6, because now we have a 7th. Well, final stretch time. We open Palooza till we have 1,000. Because we got all the Paloozas we need now. It's just a matter of opening them all. And then we'll have it, our 10 spares, and still have all the loot we need. They can ruin your data if you get a fake? Oh gosh. I need to double check before I put it into my new Switch how to even check if it's real. Because I know for sure at this point, based on how much capacity I put in the other two, that they're real. Like the 126 and the 512 I believe I have. Or maybe it was a 256, I can't remember. But if I'm getting like a 512 or 1 terabyte, I definitely have to go manually check it. I have a reader for my computer, so it doesn't actually have a slot for it, but I do have a reader thingy that I could put in it. I believe you could do something to check it. I think you have to use like a third-party app or something. Because yeah, if you're getting like a 512 or bigger, you definitely have to check to see if it's real. Because how many fake ones there are out there. But yeah, the price tag of a Nintendo Switch is basically $50 more than whatever its price tag actually is. Almost 100. Because realistically, you would want to have a Pro Controller with every Switch, as well as an SD card that can actually hold like anything. And between the two of them, that normally is like almost $100 just right there on top of the cost of the thing. Like the cost for a Switch add up really quick. Like their base price is pretty reasonable, but like all the side things you would want to have for it just start adding up so quickly. Like I've owned one for only a couple years, and I've probably already spent thousands. Between side accessories, peripherals, actual games, obviously, is where the good bulk of it comes from, but still. Which is also kind of the method that the Steam Deck went for. Like, the Steam Deck's base price, while still kind of pricey, is, you know, pretty reasonable for what kind of tech is inside of it. But they make back their money with all the digital sales that they get. Because realistically, most people are keeping it with its base operating system and not going to bother switching it. And it is literally like all Steam based. Like I think the literally like booted up, it's like, oh, here's the Steam page. Go buy games. Because most people wouldn't bother reformatting it, even though you could reformat it as a standard PC. Ooh, an epic Valky, great to see. PSP memory sticks, oh gosh, I could only imagine. I remember GameCube save cards used to be pretty expensive as well. I was a kid at the time, so I didn't really need to care about the price. But they definitely weren't cheap. Like the memory cards for the GameCube. Which reminds me, I'm going to need to get one as well. Because I can't find... I might still be around somewhere, but I can't find my old memory card. And I'm not sure the small Animal Crossing one will have enough data to hold every game. Like every individual game. Like it has enough to hold a game, which is meant to hold Animal Crossing. But I'm not sure if it's enough to hold any one individual game that was released on GameCube. So if it does, we could just use that. Because assuming that if memory card still works, I could just keep shuffling one game at a time. We'll lose our save data after we're done with the game, but realistically, we're probably not playing it again anyways after we play it on the channel. Because we already played it when we were a kid, and then we would have played it on the channel, and we probably won't have a need to revisit it. I'm pretty sure those would be pretty cheap these days, though. Since they're all third-party ones. Probably pick one up for like under 20 bucks. Alright, final stretch of this Palooza. And we got a verse 2 here, which means we're good to go in verse 2s. Even if we got unlucky, we have enough. Ooh, 4 souls. As much as I want to keep that, I need more vault keys, so gotta kill them out. Am I playing the Chris Core remake? I've never heard of it. Not sure what that is. As far as my games this year plan, the current ones on my radar right now are the indie game Words Can Kill, which is basically Slay the Spire as a Scrabble game. Like a turn-based strategy where your deck is Scrabble pieces. Pretty cool concept. Solo developer. That's later this month. We're playing that. Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, which we're doing next week, which is what we're breeding for. Oh, an Epic Valky. Obviously Scarlet and Violet when that comes out, the other Pokemon game. And maybe Bayonetta 3, we're gonna see. It might also be our first 18 plus stream. If we do end up doing it. I'm still not sure if I'm getting that game or not yet. But it definitely would be our first 18 plus stream if we ever do. I've never actually played any of them. But I know enough thematically what it's like to be... No, it's it's gonna be around that area. And aside from that, I'm not sure what else I really have on my radar at the moment. It's basically those 4 games. Maybe like one other indie game that comes out in that time. But none I'm really aware of at the moment. Because I'm probably not getting the retro stuff all ready to go until next year, probably. But anyways, let's go run another one. Should I update my numbers? Oh, let's update our numbers, might as well. This is gonna take like a minute. Where are we on the numbers? Full keys. 56 and 73. 56, 73. There we go. Anyways, let's go run it back. Let's do it again. Alright, 65 pity, though that doesn't really matter at the moment. I kind of stopped keeping track of pity. The pity keeps track of itself. There's really no need to track it. The game literally tracks it for us. Alright, we got 16 Paloozas, just as we did before, because we got one during it. Which is always funny. Honestly, that felt like it happened way more on average. Like, how many times have you guys this weekend? Well, I guess it depends on how many you open to. But, like, how many times have you found the verse you needed this weekend while doing a Palooza? Because we're at, like, 5 or 6, which is way more than we would normally find. Like, every single day we found at least 1. Actually, I think every single day we found at least 2 now that I think about it. It's almost close to 7. Because I'm pretty sure all 3 days we found at least 2 during a Palooza of the verse we needed. Which seems way more than I normally would. Though we're also doing a lot more Paloozas than we normally would. Which means there's more chances to find them to begin with. That reminds me, that's one thing I didn't check when we checked our shiny Squirtle. I didn't check to see if it was a female. When it comes to starters, for whatever reason in Pokemon, the female is like a 1 in 8 chance or something. Meaning you get mostly males. So female starter is actually really rare. Can't check it at the moment though during a Palooza. I'm not sure what made me think of that. I was just moving to things and it's like, oh yeah, I should probably go check that. Pretty sure it was a male though. Which statistically it would be. Because that would be quite the grind to do in any Pokemon game. Get every starter to ever exist as female shiny. That on paper sounds easy. It is very annoying. Because on average you'd have to find 8 shinies per shiny. And across 9 generations that would end up being 72 Pokemon eggs you would have to find. Or 72 shinies. Of which only 20... Oh no, even more than that. Wait. What's 9 times 3 times 8? I can't do that in my head right now. But whatever 9 times 3 times 8 is. Which is 27 times 8. So easier than getting a complete egg collection. No, it'd still be slightly harder. Because realistically in Gems of War, if you already have the gems, it doesn't take that much time from a time perspective. It just requires a lot of gems. Because if you count the total amount of times you click Tribute, compare it to the total amount of times to click the get 60 Dragonite per day, you're talking amount of time of like 10 hours to get all gem dragons. This 10 hours is over the course of like 5 months, but it takes technically 10 hours to get all the gem dragons, which is like pretty much the length of this stream. Well, maybe not. We're not streaming that long today. We're probably going for another like 4 hours this stream. But theoretically, it is like 10 hours to get all the gem dragons. It's just that 10 hours is over the course of like 5 months. So it seems like forever. But realistically, if you just count the time it takes you to take all the tributes to get the gems, and all the time it takes you to click the get 60 Dragonite button, it's pretty much like 10-20 hours. It's just that 10-20 hours is over a very long period of time. Because technically, if you break down the amount of gems you get per effective hour when taking tribute, let's say it takes you 30 seconds to take tribute, and your average tribute is 20. That is 40 per minute. That is 2,400 per hour. Tribute later in the game is... Oh, another verse 2 in the same one. But Tribute and Gems of War per effective hour is roughly 2,400 gems in endgame, which is absurdly high. You have to keep in mind that time is over the course of a long time, obviously. It's not instantly. But if you can take tribute in 30 seconds consistently, it is upwards of 2,000 gems per hour taking tribute. Just spread over a course of a very long time. Not actually in an hour. But if you take the times of each one of your individual tributes and combine them together, that's basically how many gems you're getting from tribute. Which is very, very high. But of course, that's over the course of like a week or weeks of tribute. There's a lot of things in Gems of War like that. Like, if you break down the effective time for it, it's actually not that high, technically. But it's spread over a very long period of time. Or the overall amount of time you spend is not high, but the overall time span that it takes is very long. Which, to a degree, is kind of a good thing. Because you're spending not that much time on it, but you're getting a lot in, for it, just over a duration of time. Are you going to keep hatching dragon eggs during streams? Yes, all dragon eggs will be hatched on stream going forward. The way that we're going to be doing dragon eggs is we're going to hatch it on stream, hope it's a new one, and if it's a new one, we cover a video on it the following day. That's pretty much how we're doing gem dragon eggs going forward. The very first one I didn't do like that because I wanted to do it as its own little video thingy. But every gem dragon going forward, the second we have enough Dragonite for it, we will open it on stream, hope it's a new one, and if it is a new one, we cover a video on it the subsequent day. That's pretty much the game plan for all dragon eggs and Gems of War going forward. But yeah, all of them will be opened on stream for the rest of them. And I believe our next one is this Thursday if we don't get any perfects. If we do get a perfect, it'll be on Wednesday, I believe. Wednesday night or Thursday night. The day really depends on if we get a perfect run or not. These aren't the gnomes you're looking for. Oh, did I accidentally say Pokemon eggs there? I meant Dragon Egg, you know what I meant. Oh, so I still can't believe we found 2 versus 2s this cycle. We definitely have enough now. Did I purposely equip the Isabot pet? Yeah, I equipped it. I said earlier I was just equipping it because why not? Because we were talking about it earlier. So I replaced the doggy with the little bot. The Isabots. Technically, we should pretty much just always wear the Isabot. It's the rarest pet in the entire game. At least on the PC mobile version. But you're wearing it. Well, now we're both wearing it. It feels kind of funny wearing it because we never actually play on the mobile version, yet we're using the mobile pet. You're asking, are you going to split screen hatching eggs while playing Gems of War during streams? Well, you mean going forward? For bigger streams, yes. For like normal 1 hour streams, probably not. Though we theoretically could. If there was enough interest for it, honestly, why not? I was mostly just doing it here because I was trying to get some for the Brilliant Diamond Shiny Pearl run next week. But if the average person didn't find it distracting and enough people wanted it, I don't mind doing it. We could do a poll on it on like Monday or something. Because I'm not sure if too many people would find it distracting or not. Just give something else to look at. The RNG lottery of will we hit the 1 in 521 odds and get something shiny. The only problem with an hour stream is there's going to be so many streams we would not hit a shiny. Like yesterday we did a, 9-hour stream and we got 0 shinies. Which means you could easily go an entire week and not get a single one. Because realistically it takes closer to 10 hours or so to get one shiny this method. Give or take. Depends how many you do per hour, obviously. It is actually possible to do with this method closer to like 80 to 100 per hour. However, the caveat to that is you actually have to be paying attention. And not playing multiple games at once. You heard Mareep was next? Oh yeah, Isabel wanted me to do that one sheep. I could maybe do the sheep next. As long as I don't have a shiny of it, I don't mind breeding like anything. As long as it's not super easily obtained through a method I just haven't bothered doing. As long as it doesn't fit those two categories, I don't mind breeding it. Because I'm missing a lot of shinies. Because I pretty much just got back into Pokemon this year, having 0 shinies going into this year. And now I've kind of got addicted to hunting shinies. But yeah, it would be cool to eventually get a full living shiny dex of all non-legends or mythics. Because there's no way I'm going to try doing all legends or mythics. I'm not that insane. Every Pokemon that isn't a legend or mythic, yeah, I'll do like that 700 something. Like the other 100 that aren't, no. Because honestly, it is harder to do like every legend and mythic as shiny. Well, as far as legends, because mythics are literally impossible, some of them. Or they're like event exclusive or other things. But it is harder to get every legend as a shiny than it is to breed like 1,000 shiny eggs. This is legitimately harder to do the legends than this 1,000 shiny eggs, even though there's only like 100 something legends or less. I do have a shiny Spirit Tomb, though I do want to get another one in a special ball. Because even though I do have a singular shiny Spirit Tomb, he's generally obtained through really weird means. However, you can egg hunt him, I am pretty sure. And if he is egg breedable, which I believe he is, yeah, I do want to hunt him at some point. He is a really cool shiny. I'd probably want to do it in a Beast Ball because it matches so well. Or just stick with Sport Ball because it's one of my favorite. So I did do Squirtle in a Safari Ball. Also because I didn't have a Sport Ball one, and this one had all the egg moves already. Oh, actually, no, this one didn't have the egg moves. I got it off the Beast Ball one. Or the Lure Ball. I can't remember. I think it was the Lure Ball, actually. These have a lot of breeding bases. It's just you generally never get around to breeding with most of them. I just like collecting them because what if we ever do breed them? As you know, it takes like 10 hours to breed one, realistically on average. But you get way more bases than what you could ever possibly breed in any amount of time. Oh yeah, those 2 shiny spirit tombs that I traded for that one day, I'm pretty sure are hacked. So those other 2, you can do pretty much whatever you want with them. Because I'm pretty sure those 2 are hacked. I ended up trading for them in a trade group. But I didn't realize there was like a mass event going on where people were like handing out hacked ones of that one. What I traded for wasn't anything of too much value, so it was fine. That's why I'd never deal with any shiny that isn't my own. Because realistically, like 90% of them are hacked. So I don't even trade for shinies anymore. The ratio of how many of them aren't real is just way too high. Yeah, there we go. Alright, another one down. See where that brings us. Yeah, that's the main thing I hate about people hacking, especially in Animal Crossing. Like, it literally just took away the fun of it. It would be like if you played Sims with, like, an infinite money cheat. Like, yes, you can do build and whatever you want and all that, but, like, that takes away the whole experience of the game. And people do that so much in, like, Animal Crossing, Pokemon, you know, a lot of games. It, like, defeats the main purpose of the game. Anyways, where are we? Keys. We're at 76 and 78. Oh, whoa. That's a lot of epic Volkeys. I knew we got a few. I didn't realize there was that many. Wow. We just hit 5 epic Volkeys. I think that might be one of the highest. Pretty solid. There we go. Well, let's keep going. We're almost there. The final stretch of 1,000. And we'll hand out 2 redeem codes once we hit 1,000. Let's keep going. Oh no, stream just died. Come back. Wait, let me wait a second. The connection went down. I'm pretty sure we're actually up, but it's just saying that we're down. Oh wait, no, it's saying, wait, what's that? The audio stream's current bitrate is set to 0. No, it's not. Is lower than the recommended bitrate. But it's not set to 0. Why are you saying it is, YouTube? It's not set to 0. How's the audio? Is it like weird right now? Because it says it's weird. But I'm pretty sure it's normal. That's weird. Anyways, what are you saying, YouTube? Your message is a lie. Anyways, let's go run a Palooza. I'm not sure why it says that sometimes. This isn't the first time it's ever said that either. But I don't understand what's wrong. But it says it has like an audio bit rate of 0, yet the audio is fine and it's not changed. Oh well, anyways. Let's keep going. Because my concern whenever it says that is like, oh, is the audio just like electronic gibberish? Like you're getting like munched or something. Not sure what the term is for it. Crunched. But no, it seems fine. Yeah, did any of you guys get your Volkey goals done this weekend? Were you a little short? Did you get over it? Because we actually reached ours. You're getting munched. I meant crunched. I think that's the term for it, for when the audio gets like that. Like that really, like, almost like 8-bit sound kind of thing. Where it sounds like all electronic-y and static-y. Not sure what the exact term is for it. I don't know sound terms. I know music terms. Those sound terms and music terms are 2 completely different things. Oops. I hate when it does that. Oh, I need that pet. That's one of the new 6 ones from like several patches ago that are still considered new because almost no one has them. Also, does anyone know, did we ever have an event for that Damon cat? The Desdemona one? I can't remember. Because I know I've gotten it a couple times, but I can't remember if we've ever actually had an event for it yet or not. I know we still haven't had one for the parrot and the other one. But I can't remember if we had the Desdemona one. I think we did. I know I've gotten it like 4 times now. I need to make sure we go do that after this set, so I don't forget after. Because this is one we very much need a lot of copies of. Desdemona's not really good in the current state of the game. At the current meta she was added, she was actually okay. Because a lot of yellow daemons were being ran, and that's the main thing she's good against. But she kind of fell off after the meta shifted a bit. She was never like insanely good, but she was kind of decent for her time when she was originally added. It was like a very situational hard counter. Because there's a lot of Gorgulfas and stuff like that too. As well as just a lot of yellow daemons behind it. Maybe she does like extra damage to daemons, but also like extra turns or something to daemons, or is like extra turn to yellow and extra damage to daemon or something like that. She both does extra damage and extra turn to daemons. Making her really good against yellow daemons. Because back in the day, Gorgulfa was on every team. Like back before Hero had a billion explodey options, Gorgulfa was basically on every team. Like as much as Thrall is used now as how much Gorgulfa was used back then. Maybe even more back then, comparatively. Because not every team needs a Thrall. But back in the day, like almost every team needed Gorgulfa. You're back up to 51 verse 2s? That is so many. There's so many verses. Oh yeah, Isabel, how many did you go for this week? Because I know your trophy count was pretty similar to us. It was just slightly lower. Because if you were running Paloozas the whole time, you might already be at 1,000, even though you have less battles than us. Because if you already had the Paloozas, you could easily have more than what we have, potentially. No, the problem with Thrall back in the day, when it was first added, is magic was way lower. Like, when Thrall was first added, we didn't have the extra 12 magic from metals. Magic in general was at least like 10 or 20 lower. Like, Thrall's amount of destroy was probably around 20s. Like, the low to mid 20s when he was first added, maybe even lower than that. Whereas now it's like 50 something or somewhere around there. Or high 40 something, I can't remember. But back in the day when he was added, it might have even been under 20. It was somewhere around 20, give or take like 5. Which obviously doesn't do much. Like if he was doing like 18 destroy or like a 22, like that's more than nothing, but like it wasn't broken. It was just like average. Also, you have to keep in mind, that was back when Explode did 100% mana accumulation. So why would you destroy something for like 25 mana when you can clear the whole board for 64 mana? Because Explode back in the day used to give 100% mana, then it was nerfed to 70%, then it was nerfed to 50%, which is where it's at now. But back in the day, it was the full 100% rather than 50%. Because by the time Explode was nerfed to 50%, Thrall was probably at like the mid-30s for magic. Or low 30s, which started to make it a little bit more viable. And then when niches came into the game for plus 12 magic, then you just went through the roof. Because then you had like a 40-something magic. And then combined with Delves, you had a over 64, which was enough to destroy the whole board for 100% mana accumulation. Basically making him Gorgulfa all over again, which I find funny. Because the exploders they nerfed back in the day because they were so strong are now weak because the exact mechanic exists off of destroy. Because you can still, to this day, full board clear for 100% mana accumulation. Before it was off explode, now it's off of destroy. Unless they're ever going to nerf every destroy option. Which who knows, maybe they will at some point. To some degree, I hope they don't. Though they might for balance purposes into the future. There's an easy way to nerf them. Just make every single thing that does it currently have half their magic count towards how much destroys they do. Under specific circumstances, they would still be able to get a really high, like 40, 50. But the average would be way lower. So if your standard Thrall was doing like a 55 or 56, it would go down to a 28. Which would bring it a lot more in line with where exploders are. Oh, it'd still have an absurd amount in factions, somewhere around like 40 destroy or 50 destroy in factions. You need to farm verses again? Down to your only 50 Paloozas? Oh gosh. So many people with so many. Down to my 10. Has Centurion still exists? True. Centurion's really situational what teams you would use it on, though. Like, Centurion's not a mana accumulator you could plop on any team. There are really specific skull builds you have to build around it for it to work. Like, you can't just run an all AoE build and put Centurion on it. Like, you could, but his first cast is the only one that's going to be, like, exceptionally good. Because if you don't have Skullstorm with your full board clear, you're not going to be able to do much with it. Because that's the only other circumstance where you can kind of get away with it. Because even if you have no Skull Spammer at all, if you add Skullstorm into a board clear, you could still make Centurion work. I'm not sure there's currently any mass man accumulator that perpetually has Skullstorm. Because most of the things with Skullstorm either just start with it and have it only for 4 turns. That could mana accumulate a lot. Or they do have it perpetually, but they don't have mana accumulation. Or not a proper mana accumulation. And also, Doomskull Storm isn't quite the same. Because the ratio of skulls is less. And you need the actual number of when you're doing something like Centurion. Because he cares most about normal skulls because they're easier to get on the board in higher numbers. Like, they all get converted, but it's a lot easier to put a lot of normal skulls than one of the other ones. Because Doomskullstorm does not place as many skulls as Skullstorm does. It used to back in the day, and it was very broken when it was. It was, like, hilariously broken. But it doesn't anymore, of course. Uber Doomstorm and Doomstorm create less skulls than Skullstorm. They create better skulls, but less of those better skulls. Yeah, the last few Doom weapons have all been really bad. The current iteration is daggers, and daggers are super useless. They have an insta-kill chance that's way too low even when maxed, and they don't do enough damage when they don't kill. Like, you literally have to hope they kill every time, and their percent is even good. Like, even if it killed every single time at 100% rate, I don't think they would still be worth it. Even if they had a 100% kill chance. Because you're only killing one at a time rather than an entire team. For an 18 mana cost. Like, at that point, it's basically just worse Zugov. Because it's only using one color. Whereas Zugov uses 3, so he has effective cost of 12. Not literally a 12 mana cost, but you know. If you're getting 3 mana onto him simultaneously. Actually, not 12. Technically, his mana cost is 11. Well, 12. I guess it's still 12, depending on how you look at it. Oh, actually, technically, it's 11. But, you know, it's 32, but he uses 3 colors. So if you're evenly destroying an entire board, it is way lower than actually a 32 mana cost. Whereas an 18 mana cost weapon, even if you're starting with half, you still need 9 into that exact color. And then you're going to need 18 every subsequent time. Yeah, the daggers are pretty bad. A lot of them are pretty bad. Honestly, the only Doom weapons worth using are... There's 4. Technically 3.5. One of them's worth using, but not upgrading. The only ones worth upgrading and using are the Doom weapons that convert to Doom Skulls. That was the very first ones that ever came out. Those were good. They do full AoE damage, convert to Doom Skulls, and do even more if there's a Doom on the opposing team, though that's very rare to ever occur. But they do a lot of damage, both AoE and single target, and have a mixed damage, so even if there's Submerge or some other thing, you still do a lot of damage to them. The next best category are obviously the books. You've probably seen them in Guild Wars if you're later in the game, or even just at all. They're really absurdly good for Guild War defense. That is pretty much their only purpose, but they're really good for that. The third best is the hammers, so the 6 hammers. Technically there's 7, but you know, the actual category of Doom Hammer weapon. Those are really good. They're very situational. I haven't upgraded mine yet, but if the next batch of Doom weapons are bad, I might just finally go get them upgraded. And the fourth one, which I wouldn't really bother upgrading, but they can be used ever so occasionally, are the Curse Breaker weapons. The Curse Breaker weapons aren't particularly good, but they are very situationally useful, as they can 4 times bless your team while still doing damage output. It's a very, very situational... Oh yeah, I need to go do the pet. You reminded me. Oh no! I didn't start that in the right time. Well, at least we got some good loot off of it, but still. Hey, we still got 1 gnome, though. But yeah, thank you for reminding me on the pet. I did forget. Also, I forgot to keep track of the timer. What was I just saying? But, yeah, the AoE Doomskull converting weapons, the best ones. Second best, the books. Third best, the hammers. Fourth best, but I wouldn't advise upgrading them, are the Curse Breakers. Everything else, useless. Like every other Doom weapon that exists that aren't those 4 categories are just so absurdly bad. Anyways, pet. Let me go do this before I forget. Thanks for reminding me. Actually, we only need 1 more copy too. Nice, for that next upgrade. Let's go get our pets. And then we'll go update our number on vault keys, and then we'll go and do some more. We're going to keep going until we hit 1,000. We are currently at almost 900. Actually, we actually are at 900 now that I think about it. Because once we add those numbers and then count for pity, we're almost there. We're only a few Paloozas off from reaching 1,000. It's the final stretch. Yeah, let me go clear this pet out first. As is one we very much need. We have almost no copies of it. Unfortunately, it's only upgrading a troop that's not really used anymore, but in all fairness, almost all of them are that category. Oh yeah, how are we doing on trophies? Oh yeah, Isabel, did you ever mention how many vault keys did you get this weekend? I didn't see your answer if you replied earlier. Guild. Let's see. We're almost at 10 million. Not quite. We'll be a little short. But how do we do? We did 6,000. Nice. Which is the highest in our guild. Isabel's in 4th. You got 900 vault keys? Nice. Oh wow, you're already higher than me. But yeah, I was mentioning that earlier because you have more Paloozas. So you're actually higher than us with less battles. But yeah, we're at 6,000. We'll probably finish at almost 7,000. Somewhere's around there. Give or take a few hundred. Probably, it's actually probably slightly higher, not lower. But yeah, looks like we'll end at like 7,500 by the end, probably. Or a little over 7,000. Yeah, not too bad. Not the highest trophies we've ever done in a week, but a pretty solid amount. Like, obviously, there are people that do like 10 million plus every week, so comparatively, that's kind of small. But it's not too bad for what we normally do. It's really high for what we normally do. Anyways, let me finish this pet before I forget. And then we'll go do another Palooza. Yeah, the staves make almost no sense. And some of them are just so useless. They give like what, HP for one of the categories. And that's basically all it does. It's like, hey, here's an HP boost. Using up one whole slot and doing pretty much nothing. I'm not sure what the worst category of Doom Weapon is. It might just be the healing ones I just mentioned. Because all they are is a life gain. And they don't even have any follow-up. Like, at least the stabs can kind of do something. They're just not that good. But like those HP buff ones, they just aren't good and they don't do anything. They're both. Like, at least the stabs, despite them being bad, are so occasionally, like, maybe you'll mess around with it just for fun. Like, they're good enough to mess around with, but not good enough to ever put on a team. Because they do have a unique mechanic, but not a unique mechanic worth using. Is basically what they come down to. Whereas those life gain potion thingies off the Doom weapons, not only is it not unique, but it's not even good. And what the weirdest part is the second category of Doom weapon we ever got were those life gain ones. They came around the same time as the super good ones, which seems so weird, because they made one category absurdly good, and then the other category absurdly bad. And I still don't understand to this day what happened there. Because they were released, I believe, alongside, like coinciding, because normally these days we only get one new weapon at a time, but because that was the start of Doom weapons, we technically got two new weapons at the same time, the really good category and the really weak category. So we basically got like the best category and the worst category of Doom weapons to ever exist at the exact same time. It's just so strange. Like, they put all the powers that the potions should have had, or, you know, those power things, the ones that give HP, the Doom ones. They put basically all the potency of those and just gave it all to the other Doom weapon instead. The full AoE Doom Skull converting ones. It's very strange. So why am I trying to kill it with skulls? I see why. We don't have another option now. Don't you dare kill it. No. I was going to say, if he revives there, he actually could have wiped us. Which would have been very sad. Well, let me go claim our Desdemona familiars. We got 2 copies. Luckily, I only needed 1, but technically we need like 20-something more. Okay, let's go upgrade this little guy. But yeah, did anyone mention earlier? Do we actually need, has this pet ever happened before? I think it has. I can't remember if I just gotten a lot from the guild or if we've actually had an event for it. I'm pretty sure we have had an event. Which means I believe the only 2 that have not had an event yet, or whatever is in my unowned, which are these 2. This one's technically in drop table. Well, technically so are these, but you know. Eventually we'll find them. But yeah, Arcanus and Rose's Parrot. I believe these 2 have never had a Wednesday event, though they probably will at some point. Was there a third, or... Because I'm not sure if I got a copy of one, but it hasn't had an event yet, or if we just happen to those be the only 2 left. But anyways, all 3 of those are supposedly in drop table. They just don't want to drop. But 2 of those seem to have not had an event yet. The dog and the parrot. Anyways, oh yeah, we'll do that in a little bit to claim our gems. But first, let's go update our number and let's keep grinding. Let's keep going until we hit 1,000, because we have all those scrolls now. We just got to go use the Paloozas. The final stretch. Let's see. We're at 92.81. Let's see where we are right now. We should be getting pretty close. 92.81. Because if we do the math right there, that is 873. So 873, and now we take however much pity we have. We are currently at 67 pity. So 873 is 940. We are at 940. So 3 more Paloozas. In theory, we will reach our goal. Let's do it. As long as we don't get unlucky on these 3 more Paloozas. And then we'll go hand out 2 codes. Let's see. Oh, nice. We're actually going to have a lot of spears then. Cool. Okay, let's go. We'll click that. Click begin. And let the grind commence. That means within the next hour or so, we should hit our goal of 1,000 Paloozas. I mean, 1,000 Volkies. Imagine 1,000 Paloozas. Could you imagine? You know how long it would take to do 1,000 Paloozas? Also, that's the second time all weekend I've actually done that exact misclick. I'm actually surprised it's only been twice, where I accidentally click Dust Devil before I click the Sister Superior. But in like the almost 30-ish hours we grinded, or 25-ish hours, whatever it really is, in that time, I've only done that exact misclick twice. which is too many, but kind of surprising. It was only twice. Once yesterday, once right now. How do you get your timer to start at the same time? What, at 0? I'm just using the same one that most speedrunners use, which is called live splits. I'm just using it as a standard timer, but it has quite a bit of functionality. It is the most commonly used one for speedrunning any game, but I just happen to use it as a timer for Gems of War. There's quite a bit of functionality. It also, I believe, has is connected to speedrunslive.com if you were to ever actually submit speedruns for anything. I don't use it for any of that purpose, so I just use it for standard Gems of War timer. But it has quite a bit of functionality, even though I literally just use it as a green screen number. Because all it is a big green box with a timer on it, but you can set it up to be much more than that. Well, that's not what I need, so I just simply have a timer. But you can start it for any setting time. I don't think you can descend number time for it, though. Because it's meant to mostly count up, not down. But otherwise, that's quite a bit of functionality. So who knows, maybe even can count down, I'm not sure. Like, it probably has like 100 functions I don't even know what they do. Beyond what I use it for. We've been doing so good on Epic Volkeys. Though I say that, our actual... Why does it feel like... I don't know. Like, it feels like we're doing so good on Epic Volkeys, but our actual number isn't that good. Because realistically, for every 9 Volkeys you find, you should find an Epic Volkey, which means by 900 Volkeys, you know, the left number being 900, our right number should be 100. Which means I'm actually behind the curve. It sure doesn't feel like that. But we're actually below average luck on Epic Volkey. Because when that left number is 900, that right number should be 100. If it's anything less, then we're actually below odds. Or over odds. Whatever the term is. We didn't get as many as we should have. Is where it would be at. Because the way that they work is there's a 10% chance every Volkey you get that it'll be one, which is 1 in 10, which means you should have 900 Volkeys for every 100 Epic Volkeys, not counting Pity. Pity keys don't count. Pity keys are always normal keys. I wish they would have made it an epic one like every 10 or every like 25 or something. But no, pity keys don't count towards that. They're always normal keys. There's no role for them to ever be an epic Volkey. But the way that normal Volkeys work is 90% of the time they're a normal Volkey, 10% of the time they're epic Volkey. Which means in theory when you have 90 you should have 10 of the other one, when you have 900 you should have 10, 100 of the other one, so on and so forth. And anything less is technically unlucky. That's not counting Pity, though. Pity would just add to the end. Because Pities can never be epic Volkeys. Unfortunately, that'd be kind of cool if they added a mechanic where they could. Or made it so, like, every X interval. Because that was something that seemed like they would do initially. Which would have been cool, but would be kind of broken in the current state of the game, so maybe that's why they never did it. But back in the day, you'd be lucky if you could hit 10 Pity. So it would have been really cool if they gave, like, the epic Volkey at 10. Nowadays, that'd be kind of broken if you got an epic Volkey every 10. Because that means we'd have 7 extra epic Volkeys. But then again, that's actually not that broken. Yeah, they could still add that. Make it so every 10th Pity key is an epic Volkey. That still wouldn't be that broken. Because based on how many Pity we've gotten, we would have gotten about 7 or 8 extra epic Volkeys if that was the case. That's not that broken. We got 81. It was soon to be like 90-something. An extra 7 or 8 would not break it that much further. Yeah, they could definitely add that without it being broken. They just never have. Like an extra 7 or 8 when you're handing out like 100 in a weekend is not going to break the economy much more. I think you could hand out extra handful if you're already handing out literal dozens of them. Yeah, they don't have anything to do with the RNG rates. They're just always a standard key. It can never be anything else. The way that they work is they just go up based on it starts at 5, then 10 to 15 how many gnomes you need. And every time you hit it, you just get a vault key. But it gets to super high numbers. Like I think we need like almost 400 something gnomes killed to get even a single vault key right now. It is weird to have more is it? It's actually pretty common if you open a lot. If you open a lot of keys, you will eventually always have more epic vault keys than you have pity. Because pity has quite a diminishing return that as you keep going deeper and deeper and deeper, will get less and less and less. Whereas the rate of epic vault keys never changes. Like we're getting as many epic vault keys as the first Palooza we open as the last Palooza we open. Whereas pity keeps going down and down and down over time. So as long as you do enough Paloozas, you will always have more epic vault keys than pity. The only times you don't is if you don't open a lot of Paloozas, which generally most people wouldn't. But any week you go for 1,000, it would be weirder if you didn't have more epic vault keys than pity. Like that'd be the outlier if you actually had less than your pity. Because by the end of this, we're gonna have like 70 something pity, or we're gonna have almost 100 epic vault key. And that's pretty consistent every single time we'd go for 1,000. Also, I'm slacking on the Squirtle eggs. I'm not even halfway done with the Squirtle eggs. So I have to do it tonight while chilling. Because I don't want to have any going into next week of these. I want to clear them out for something else. Actually, realistically, after the stream, I'm probably taking a nap. Probably grabbing a quick bite and sleeping. Not like sleeping, but like nap sleeping. Because I still need to cover the video tomorrow morning. For the new weekly stuff. There's not much to cover, though. So I kind of want to cover it at night. Because there's very little to cover next week. Because almost nothing's happening. Because all we're really getting next week is a troop on Monday and a troop on Friday for Bounty Hunter. That's basically it. It's a very team week compared to the last few weeks. Although you can still get the Mythic from Monday to Thursday, which is more of a bad thing than a good thing. So do keep in mind he's still in the drop table for Monday to Thursday. So it's safe to open your keys again on Friday or after. But yeah, 2 more Paloozas after this. I think we're there. We're so close. It's so far. Because despite that, that still is a little over half an hour. We'll get there. Yeah, we'll get there before 7, probably. Which means any of the people coming around to 8 p.m. time are already going to be done. No, we're still going to be streaming, though. But I mean done as in, you know, the main grind's already done. But we're still streaming till 9. Which is another 3.5 hours. But the vault grind will be done. We'll probably still be hunting for more gnomes, but we're probably just going to be trying to find some verses. Try to catch up on verse number a little bit, so we have some for next Palooza. Because we definitely ran enough this Palooza once we hit 1,000, that's for sure. There's plenty enough keys. I don't think I would ever try for 2,000. Seems a little bit too high. It's definitely doable. Realistically, if you already had all the Paloozas, you can try to hit 3,000 in a week. I don't think I would ever try to do that, though. But it is possible to hit over 3,000 in one weekend. Basically 1,000 per day. But you'd basically have to run straight Palooza each day, which would require having a lot of Palooza on hand. Like I'm talking like almost 100 or something. Which realistically most people aren't going to bother farming for. But it is very doable to do 1,000 from scratch in a weekend. You did 2,000 on the week-long event? Nice. Yeah, this weekend we basically from scratch 1,000. Which is actually the first time we did it completely from scratch. Any prior weekend where we hit 1,000, we used a lot of reserve verses. Ones we already gotten at previous times. But this is the very first time where every single verse we got over the 3-day event was gotten, like, every verse used we got during the event. None of them are from prior events. We still have some from prior events, but we didn't use any of them from it. As far as our reserves. You did 2k Volkeys once. Yeah, it's definitely a grueling grind. It takes forever. Even 1,000 takes quite a lot of time, as you've seen from this weekend in our streams that we've done for it. But this was 1,000 from scratch, which takes even longer. Well, that's doable. Also, it takes even longer if you do Rowain. I do not advise doing this grind if you don't have Rowain. Like, you still can grind them, obviously, and you should, to some degree, because you need the loot. But, like, double Ironhawk, this is, like, the reason it exists. Especially triple Ironhawk. Though, most of what we did, you could easily do off of just double. Triple just gives you a little bit extra speed when you're hunting for verses. That's definitely not required. But double definitely is required. At least for max speed anyways. You never dipped into your reserve more than 5 or 10. That's pretty much where we're going to be at going forward. Or at least where I want to try to be at. That's why we always maintain at least 10. Nice epic Volky with a Volky. Always great to see. You'll still have 40 plus after this weekend. Oh gosh, that's a lot. Yeah, we're only at 10. Some people still have so many. Some people have like a reserve of over 100, which is so insane. Surprised they haven't used it all yet. Or at least some of it. It's our final one for this set. And I believe we're only 2 Paloozas away. We're already officially over 900 now. Well, we kind of already were, counting pity. Let's see. Oh, timer, you can stop now. Whoa, another 5 epic Volkeys. We've been doing... Yeah, I guess. We're kind of getting there. Technically, even though it feels like we're doing so good on epic Volkeys, if we are under 100 by the time we hit 900 on the other number, we're still below average. Which is kind of insane given how good the Volkeys seem like they've been. Alright, so this is 817. Though we did get a lot of keys this time. 817. That's not a 1. That's still not a 1. And what's the other number? Oh, it's right there. It's literally right there. It's 86. Which means we are currently at 903. We're at 903. Plus pity. Which, counting pity, brings us to 971. Ooh, this is it. Oh, we might be handing out the codes in 15 minutes. Ooh. Let me go restart the stream just so we don't have a bit of lag here. But yeah, this might be the last run we need to do. Because if we get enough luck right here, we will hit 1,000, counting pity. Which means the grind is done. But we might still need 2. That's only if we get really lucky here. Well, we'll see. Because we needed what, like 30 something? Or was it 20 something? Because if it's 20 something, that's very doable. But it's like high 20 something. Anyways, let's go do it. Go into games, Soulforge, normal Palooza. Let's run it back. Start up the timer. And see if this could be our final run. We're probably going to have to do one more after this one, realistically. This could be the final one we need. You got your 11, 2 times Mimic, still no 5 times. I still have only found 3. 1 per day. Nothing more, nothing less. Which to some degree is actually a good thing. Because they're going to, by any parameter, they slow you down when you're doing this method. So it's actually good to not see them. At least when doing this. Obviously when we're doing Explore 12, we want to see as many as we ever could possibly see. But technically while doing this, it is actually luckier to not see as many compared to seeing more. You're still getting slightly less tokens, but it's not slowing down your vault grind. So a number we're slightly caring about more, especially since you only get 1 extra token anyways. It's normally a low rarity one, since Explore 1 can never be anything high. I don't think it has epic cheds. I think it just goes up to ultra rare if I'm not mistaken. Hello, Nocti. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Hope everyone enjoyed your weekends. Technically the extra day weekend for 54% of you. Since a lot of you seem to have off for Labor Day. Which is kind of funny because I believe the exact percent, I know that is not 100% of Americans, because someone was mentioning, is Labor Day really only a American holiday for the most part? Because I find it funny, because the percent of the poll that it's about to end on is almost the exact same as our American viewer base currently. Because both of them are a 50-something% number. Obviously not 100% of Americans have off tomorrow, though. I do find that kind of funny. Oh, interesting. New Zealand has it, but it's in October. Same holiday, different month. Yeah, this is a chance. This is the last Palooza we need to do. Though there's also a chance we'll need one more after this one. All right, 10 more minutes until we can check. We're so close yet so far. There is a small chance we'll need another Palooza after this. Because if we don't get lucky enough on keys, we will be slightly short. Which means it will take one more after this one, potentially. But we won't know until we actually see the number. And no more eggs. Oh, we got plenty of eggs still. We're not even going to finish them all this stream. Because we're still streaming once we finish the vault keys. The stream's not ending when we hit 1,000. That would have been a funny title to make. And stream ends once we hit 1,000 vault keys. But no, we're still streaming after we hit 1,000. We're streaming till 9. Yeah, Tyrion, that's funny. Sentence syntax. I still am bothered by how commas are, like, generally used these days when using 3 things. Because it is so common when stating 3 things in current grammar and how it's taught now, where you end up putting, let's say, like apple, orange, pear. You do apple, comma, orange, and pear. No comma between. However, it's really annoying when people do that because there are some sentence structures where, like, I feel like you should always have a comma between each. So if you're doing apple, orange, pear, it should be apple, comma, orange, comma, and pear. But the current, like, correct way that's kind of taught these days, from what I understand, is like apple, comma, orange, and pear without comma between the orange and the and. And this bothers me so much because there are a lot of sentences where if you do that, it means something completely different than if you comma between each one. Because there are some situations where the and is referring to the second object rather than a set of 3 objects. But people will, when they're referring to 3 objects, still place it without the comma, comparatively. Basically, there are sentences that mean something different, because if you deliberately don't use a comma there, the and is normally referring to the second object rather than the first. Whereas if you comma between each, it kind of associates all 3 objects together. Like apple, pear, orange, or orange, pear, they're all fruit. Whereas you could still use the and to mean something else. Like, let's say, like, apple, car, wheel, and wheel, but no comma in between. I don't know. Like, there are sentences. I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but there are a lot of situations where having a comma there or not means something different. Yet the, like, common way that's taught these days is to just never put a comma there, even though it can change the meaning of the sentence. Anyways. I know, that's how it's supposed to be, but it bothers me to no end that that's the way it's supposed to be. Like, the way I said it without the comma, like apple, comma, orange, and pear, that is the correct way, grammatically. But there are sentences where if you don't comma each one, it means something different. And it bothers me to no end because every sentence is now written the other way, rather than situationally using it one way or the other. So now you have to know, like, how the person writes to know the context of what they mean when they're using 3 things in a row, rather than just knowing based on if there's a comma there or not. But anyways, in other news, we're about to hit 1,000 Volkies. Yeah, well, Andrew just mentioned is an example. There's also more extreme examples as well. But just everyone does it the other way always. The one without the extra comma. Because there are situations where a sentence can be wrong with one or the other, or mean something different. But it's always standard to not have the extra comma before the end now. Which is weird because even when I was in school, like that, it was starting to shift towards that. But it just always seems so wrong. I'm not sure why it always bothers me so much though. I almost became an English major. I always liked writing. I hate reading, but I like writing, which is a weird combination to have. There's always been a big fan of writing. Alright, final few minutes of what might be our final Palooza. We're still going to be streaming for another 3 hours or so. Maybe 2.5 though. I definitely want to stream at least a little bit past 8. But maybe not like 2 past 8. Just because I am starting to get a little hungry. And could definitely use some sleep. But I do definitely want to go to at least 8:30, which is another 2.5 hours. However, as far as the grind is concerned, we might be done in 2 minutes. Or 17 minutes if we need to do another Palooza. We'll see where we're at. I'll hand out 1 code here regardless, though. And we'll hand out 2 immediately if we do have Palooza. I mean, if we do have 1,000. But if we don't have 1,000 yet, I'll hand out 1 now and 1 after the next Palooza. If we do have 1,000, though, time for double code. I don't think I've ever handed out 2 codes simultaneously. But because we don't have big codes, we're handing it out like a big code. So it's just going to be 2 of the same code to equal a bigger code. Alright, the final minute. Come on, give me all the Volkies. Give me every last one you have. Oh, no, I clicked off. No, come back. Clicked off the interface. We should be able to get 2 more in here. Maybe 3 if we click quick enough. If we didn't misclick there, it definitely could have gone through. So we might still be able to squeeze it in. Might be too close. Yeah, it's gonna be too close. We have to go click the other thing. Alright. Let's see if this is enough. The last few seconds tick down. And then we get to see if we're at 1,000 or if we're just ever so slightly short. Which we might be. Let's see where we're at. Oh, also I got war coins today. I'm not sure why I keep buying them, but I do keep buying them. I'm not sure the explanation as to why. Ah, 69! Oh, what a perfect number to end on. Let's see. We can't ruin it. Oh, good, we're not going to ruin it if we don't do another Palooza. But however, do we still need to do another Palooza? We might have to ruin it. Let's see. Let's go see what our numbers are. Inventory. Final verdict. Ooh, that looks pretty high number. 87. 45. Let's see. So, where would that be then? So we are at 900. Let me just get a calculator. Calculator. I need to make sure this is correct. So 845 plus 87 plus 69. No! Wait, never mind. I thought we were 1 short. We're 1 above. How'd I do the math that wrong? I thought we were at 999. We're at 1001. But there we go. We did it. That means our official number is 845 plus 69. Nice. And 87 epics. There we go. That is the final number. We have done it. 1001. Now let's go hand out 2 codes. It has been done. And I guess we go claim the pity. I'll still keep the pity there. Just in case we want to add more to it as we get a few here and there. But anyways, let me go grab the 2 codes. 1001 on the dot. Let me just find my code section. 1 second. So how do I do this? Trying to do 2 codes at once. I never tried doing double. Not sure how this functions. I'm not sure how I want to handle this. Let's see. Because we never actually handed out 2 at once. This would be the first time ever. Literally handing out 2 at the exact same time. Now let's just first claim 1. Put that in there. Because you can't claim 2 codes simultaneously. Obviously, you have to put them in individually. Code does not exist. Now it exists. I accidentally added a space. Alright, so I put that there. I put that there. I put that there. I then grab this. I grab that completely. I put that there. I put that there. I didn't put that there. And I didn't put that in there. There you guys go. There's the codes. Oh, I guess I could have done 2 copy paste, one of one and one of the other. Duh. Why'd I do it like that? I did it in such a weird way. I could have just literally copy pasted 2 different codes in a normal way. That's kind of funny. But yeah, there's the 2 codes. The first time I actually ever handed out 2 codes simultaneously. I'm pretty sure. But there we go. And that gives a total of 4 treasure maps, 2 gem keys, 400 souls, and 5,000 gold. And definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream. Helps a lot and is greatly appreciated. Our first double code, which is basically just the equivalence of 1 big code, in celebration of 1,000 Volkeys, which we've only done a couple times here on the channel. Also, we ended on 69 Volkeys. That's so funny. Or 69 pity. Anyways, well, we're still going to stream for another 2.5 hours. We're just going to hunt for some verses, I guess. We're also going to do the Palooza, not the Palooza. We're going to do, what's it called at 8? We'll go run the dungeon at 8. We'll also have 1 more code at around 8, just so that the 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time people get a code. So we will still have 1 more code to stream. That'll be around our normal time. Also, I'm probably going to go into 8:30 instead of 9. I still want to be around for the 8 o'clock crowd. But yeah, as far as the grind is concerned, we are done. At least our main objective. At this point, we're basically just waiting till 8:30. I'm just gonna do some grinds, kind of just mess around, do the dungeon a little bit later. Hatch these Squirtles, even though we already got a shiny one. Yeah, how long did that take us total then? So in total, that took us approximately 23 hours from scratch to get 1,000 Vault Keys. That's honestly not bad. 23 hours for 1,000 Vault Keys? Like, that's a lot of time, but it's also a lot of Vault Keys. Let's say it took 24. That is basically... Well, it was closer to 23, but let's just say 24. So for 24 hours, 8 per day, in theory, we ended up getting... Now, why not just divide it in? I guess 24 into 1,000. Yeah, that's like 40-something keys per hour. That's not that bad at all. We're averaging a little over 40 keys every hour, is what that comes down to. Now, when's the 1,000 key opening stream? Haha. Probably not in the next week or two. But who knows? Maybe we'll do one at some point soonish. Not sure when. But yeah, we might do a 1,000 Vault Key opening. Realistically, how long would that take? Let's say we open 2 per minute. That's 120 per hour, which means it would take roughly 8 to 9 hours. So basically, we'd have to do a stream this long to open all the keys we opened this weekend. Or, you know, not as long as this one, but on average. Like, it would be like a 8, 9-ish hour stream. Probably closer to 9. But yeah, it would be doable. 1,000 keys in one stream. Maybe 2 weeks from now or so, or 3 weeks. Like, maybe like mid-September, we'll see. No guarantees. Well, we might do a 1,000 Vault Key opening this month, we'll see. It would be kind of funny after we just did a 1,000 vault grind. If we open that many, we'd have to do it based on something very rare. Like, only hand out a code when we get a power. Instead of when we get 300 gem drop. Literally only when we get the 1% power off a major. Because realistically, opening 1,000 keys... We're probably getting like 8 powers, if not more. Run 110%, you could do 4 per hour. But then we're losing 10%. Even if it doubles our time. Or halves our time. I'm not sure, we'll see. The other issue with doing that is the stream would be a lot shorter. Because then it would only be like a 5-hour stream instead of like a 9-hour one. It'd be like half a day stream rather than the whole day. Still take forever though. I know it's so minimal, but still. I don't know, we'll see. Realistically, if we were opening 1,000 keys, I probably would do it at 110%. For our sanity's sake. I still feel like we should do that at 120 though. But we'll see. Maybe the Rainbow Dragon could one-shot. The problem with that is we won't have that for like 4 to 5 months. It's like a while away before we get that. What's kind of funny is we're probably going to get like another like 5 to 10 Volkeys just by doing what we're doing right now. Like this is like old rate Volkeys. If you do just explore 1, like no Paloozas, this is what the Volkey drop rate used to be like back in the day. If you ever wanted to know how few you would get. Whereas Paloozas just drown you in keys, comparatively. Oh wait, am I not 3? Oh no, thank you. Yeah, you're right. I'm not using 3 Iron Hawks. I made that mistake earlier. We did it for like 20 minutes. I didn't even notice. You're correct. Oh, that's not the right team. No, you're correct. Whoops. I keep forgetting to switch it back. Thank you. Oh wait, I forgot again to switch it back. Wait, what? Picked on the wrong team again, apparently. Eventually, I will switch it to the correct team. There we go. Finally. I am now using the correct team. I wonder why we're going slightly slower. Now I need to get used to it being on the bottom rather than the top. It's quicker to click too on the bottom. But also after you get like the memory to do it on the top, it's slightly confusing. Hey, verse 2. We still need those. We don't need it for this stream, but we do need those. Very nice. Still what we want to be finding. Honestly, that's the main loot we're looking for. As many verse 2s as possible. Your triple Ironhawk team has DD on bottom. Called the Tap That Day. That's funny. If you have a controller, you can do that pretty quick as well. The main reason for it at the bottom... Yeah, I know, because the... I know what you mean. Because when you're doing a controller, each one's associated to a letter. Or, you know, to a input thing. Because I've used controller before as well. The reason it's better... It's pretty much best on, like, everything. Like, on controller, it's an easy button to hit. And on mobile and PC, it's closer to the click cast button. So they can keep spamming the same location. Because it's more like horizontal where you need to move. You don't need like barely any vertical movement. Basically just a horizontal line. The only time we have to click up is for the set right there. But otherwise just a straight line. Nice! Verse 2, that's what we're looking for. 2 of them. We don't need more of them, but we do need more of them. Like, we don't need more of them now, but we do need more of them later and forever. But great to see. Still amazing loot. Oh, not the one we're looking for. Oh, we already got lucky with verse 2, so can't complain too much. He's literally just got 2 of them in a row. Well, not literally in a row, but you know what I mean. As far as verses are concerned, they're in a row. Yeah, the verse 1 you need. Honestly, I feel like we've had a pretty even distribution of all verses this weekend overall. Like, I don't feel like we were getting gypped on 2s. There were definitely hours I felt like we were getting gypped on 2s. But as far as overall, I feel like this is one of the most balanced weekends we ever had of getting all 4 verses. I didn't track the exact number of each one because we were mostly just looking at 2. But I'm pretty sure we got nearly identical number of every verse this weekend. Or at least the closest margin we've ever really had between the 4. Though in theory, we want to be getting as many 2s as possible, so we technically don't want that, but getting even is better than having less 2s. Whatever one we have the least of. But it is a very even weekend on them. I don't believe I need that pad. Do you want to double check though? Nope, we don't need it. We can just chill there for the next hour until we get a better roll. Luckily, we did not forget to do the previous one, luckily. That's why I made sure to go do it, otherwise I would have forgotten. Which would have been bad. We'll probably go for about another 2 hours or so. Mostly just kind of grinding and chilling. And then we'll do dungeons around 8, have another code. And then just maybe end it with a Palooza or something. One last Palooza. Just for the sake of it. And then we save the rest for future events. Also, it feels so weird not having those extra animations at the start. Because whenever you're doing a Palooza, there's like a whole extra like 2 seconds of just all of them spamming their useless ability. But you don't get that when you're just doing a normal battle. You're at 851 plus 68 plus 100. Wow, you actually did really good on epics. Like, that's the epic number you should be saying. Very nice on that. You're going for 1,100? I have before. I'm not really too concerned about going for 1,100. The total is 1,000. I'm happy with that. Some of the other times when we went for 1,000, we did end up doing it that way. But I'm not going to this time. We have enough time to if we really wanted to, but I'm just going to leave it where it's at. I'm perfectly happy with 1,000 total keys. This is a lot more relaxing. Because we're not stressed to go, like, ultra quick. He got all the epic Volt keys yesterday, that's funny. Yeah, it happens sometimes. Go on long streaks where you get almost none and then you just get all of them. RNG does that sometimes. The stress is half the fun. I wouldn't quite say that. Fun is the loot we get at the end. Even though we didn't open any of it this weekend, because generally it's worthwhile to not open it during Vault events because you could just be farming more keys. Well, we will actually legitimately do a 1,000 key opening at some point. Maybe this month, though no promises. Where we open 1,000 Vault keys. Which, unassumably, are these 1,000 Vault keys. No, none of the epic ones, though. Just the 1,000 normals. Also, poor Squirtle eggs. They're not all going to get hatched this stream. Which is probably the least eggs we've done of the 3 days so far. Because the first day we did 540 eggs. Yesterday we did all 600. And today we're going to hit like not even 500. Because we're currently, what was that box? I don't remember. But for our 14 boxes, that's 30... 420. So we're like barely going to hit 500 then. Which is weird because these actually hatch quicker than the ones we did Friday. Yeah, we're still going to hatch less. Yes, but we did get shiny Squirtle, and that's the main thing that matters. Doesn't matter how many eggs we open, it matters how lucky we get when opening those eggs. So technically that one was over odds. Because with the ones we did yesterday, we got it by the time we did the 700 or 800th egg. So even though we got it relatively early to stream, we still opened like 800 to 900 to get there. At a 5/21 chance. Also, they better make eggs have a higher chance of getting them next generation. Because supposedly you don't do this method anymore next generation. We don't know exactly how it works, but we will probably find out in the next month or two. We actually know very little about next gen Pokemon. Like public information. Like not leaks or anything. But like actual info they've given is like so sparse. But they're probably doing that the next month or two. Hello, W124. Welcome. Hope all has been well. We finally hit the 1,000 keys. We did it. We're at 1,001. Which is indeed 1,000. Also, anyone just getting here, we do have a billion codes. There's 2 codes we just handed out earlier when we finally hit 1,000. If you haven't already claimed it, definitely make sure to do so. I'll have one more code to stream as well around the 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time when the other crowd gets here. And right now we're kind of just chilling, doing some ends grind. Mostly because I still want to keep streaming until a little after 8. We're technically already done. Yeah, just doing a little bit extra grinding. Hey, verse 2s, that's why. That's what we're looking for. As many of those as possible. We've already found 3 since we finished. Of course, we'd get all the luck when we finally are done with them. And don't necessarily need them anymore. Obviously, we still need them, just not this weekend. Oh, another one! Wow, back to back. Why couldn't you give us this many earlier? Those still keep doing it. Don't stop. Keep them coming. Yeah, that's 4 verse 2 since we finished like 20 minutes ago, not even. Pretty good. Also, apparently we're doing a lot of long midday streams this upcoming week. That wasn't ever the intention, but it seems like it's going to chain into such. Because this weekend we did it for the Vault event. Next week we're going to do it for Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl until I literally 100% and maybe even 200% the game. And then we're going to be doing... Though, if you're looking for the storyline, we should be doing all the storyline on Tuesday. The rest will probably be grind streams. But we're going to be doing that all next week. And then after that, I think Fall Guys is getting an update the following week, so we'll be doing that for like a couple days. But the Fall Guys streams might be a little bit shorter, we'll see. Because the thing with Fall Guys seasons is they're a lot of fun at first, but then they get a little bit repetitive to do for an exceedingly long time. Because the game's good in short bursts. But at the start of a season, there's definitely a lot more to do. I think the biggest issue with Fall Guys is the downtime between screens is so long. Yeah, it starts to add up a lot. Because during a 6-hour Fall Guys stream, you're probably sitting doing nothing for an hour. Just because of how many loading screens there are. Yeah, Hexagon's a fun stage. It's probably the most, to this day, the most skill-based stage in Fall Guys. It still has luck associated to it. But as far as, like, expression of skill, it definitely has probably the most options. My favorite's definitely Jump Showdown with Fan, though. Another verse 2? That's 6? We're doing insane on these. That's 6 in, like, half an hour. Why couldn't we have this luck all week? We'd be done with this yesterday if we had this luck all week. So we're gonna have a billion of these for next Vault event. Like, we're already almost back up to 20. We take tribute right here. Then check our inventory. We're literally at 18. Like, we're gonna have over 20 probably again by the end of the stream. It's kind of insane. I'll get back up. The Invisibean event. Oh yeah, that was fun. If they ever have it again, we should stream it. I think they did for like 1 or 2 days. Right now, they don't know what to do. Because the update got delayed, so they're just throwing like every show in existence that they have like every 1 or 2 days. Next patch for Fall Guys does look like it has more co-op stuff, which is pretty cool. Also, one thing that was in one of the leaks is a co-op final. Like a final rounds that is literally only playable in squads. which would actually be the first of its kind. There are some rounds that only happen on finals and squads, but there's no round where it's literally impossible to find a solo show that is exclusive to squads, and it'll be the first one. It's basically Tiptoe, but more complicated. It's like Team Tiptoe, but with more things going on. Which is a pretty good concept, actually. Because Tiptoe's honestly a pretty good map, or I feel like it is. It's one of the better ones from Season 1. Because it's one of the few that actually requires strategy rather than good platforming skills. It still uses both, though. Yeah, Blast Ball Final was really funny. Honestly, that was probably the best thing in Season 1. Or I should say the new Season 1. Not the original Season 1. But since they went free-to-play, that was probably their best map of the new free-to-play maps. Well, technically all the maps are free-to-play, but you know what I mean. Though I do like Hexaring a lot. Mostly because it's really good for farming crowns. We still don't have Golden Dragon in that game yet, mostly because I haven't been playing it that much. But normally anytime I play it for any amount of time, we leave with a few crowns. The problem is I think Golden Dragon's like almost 4,000 crowns or something. It's like 3,000 something. I think we're at like high 2,000 something. That's something I realized. I never did cover a single guide video on Fall Guys. Mostly because it was so popular that it was pretty much impossible to compete. Gosh, another verse too. Which I think is the issue with covering Pokemon content as well. It's just something so absurdly popular that is so hard to cover content for, because it just gets buried behind everyone else. Covering a billion videos per day on the topic. I just hate when there's a game where the most popular guides are some of the worst guides. That happened to Legends Arceus quite a bit. A lot of the most popular guides for Legends Arceus were some of the worst. Isabel, that's funny. Yeah, our goal for Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl when we do that next week is probably do the whole storyline on Tuesday. Then try to get decks finished, or at least basic decks finished on Wednesday, while messing around with a bunch of other stuff. Oh no, like basically it's gonna be do storyline on Tuesday, and then whatever on Earth we do the rest of the time. Because there's so many different angles we could go, and I'm not even sure which way we're going. Because while I've played the game before, 16 years ago, well, for one, it was 16 years ago, but they also changed a couple things. But there's a lot of things to grind in that game. The most noteworthy one is Ribbons. But the other one is Underground. The Underground doesn't give anything good, but it is such a fun minigame that I could easily get addicted to it for an entire day. Basically, they made caves into a loot box. Where, do you guys know the game Battleship? Imagine if you made Battleship into a loot box. That is a mini game that exists in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, or technically in both of them, the Gen 4 Pokemon game. It's literally Battleship if it was a loot box. And honestly, it is probably the funnest loot box I've ever opened. It's one of my favorite mini games in any game to ever exist. Because you basically have to find your loot in battleship style by chiseling out a wall that has a certain amount of durability. So it's basically Battleship, but you get looted. You get loot based on how well you play Battleship. Well, basically, you're chiseling at a wall, and the wall has a certain amount of durability. And you essentially just have to try to find spots to try to find each of the loot. But the loot is set up in all various weird angles and shapes, kind of like how you would in battleships when you set up your ships. And you're basically, the durability of the wall is like your number of guesses in battleships. Because you're not against another opponent, you're just, you know, doing the wall. You're against more so the wall's durability rather than the enemy trying to find your ships. Because normally how battleships work is you alternate one by one, each person guessing where the other ship is. But since it's a single player thing and you're not against an opponent, your opponent is basically the wall's durability. And the more you hit the wall, the more it breaks. So you have to do it within a certain amount of guesses, essentially. So it's more like a puzzle version of a battleship rather than like a 1 versus 1. So hello, Lester. Welcome. Hope all's been well. Hope everyone's been enjoying their weekends. Mine has been spent grinding Vault almost every second. But hey, we hit 1,000 keys. We finally did it. We're at 1,001 keys. Right now we're kind of just farming some verse 2s and other stuff as we kind of just chill for a little while. So we'll go do our dungeon run around 8 and have another code after. Hopefully we'll finally get our perfect run. We'll do that in an hour and a half from now. I do believe soon after that I am going to end the stream, though. Starting to get slightly hungry. Like, I ate breakfast, but it wasn't that big a breakfast. There was like 2 hot dogs and a few onion rings. Though I can't remember what brand I picked up for the onion rings, but they're actually really good. Like, they're a double battered one, so it's like a lot thicker bread, so it's a little bit weirder to eat, but they don't get all oily, which is nice. Which is a problem of a lot of onion rings. How many normal Paloozas did you do? I do not know the total, though many people have asked. If I had to guess, it was around, it was around 45. As far as the exact number, it's like 45, give or take 5. I was not keeping track of the exact number. We probably should next Vault event if we ever go for 1,000 again. But I believe I ran around 45, give or take a few. In order to hit 1,000. So I just realized the number that I technically have there almost reads as 846. Because you could see it as 845 plus 69 divided by 87, and order operations would make you do the 69 divided by 87 first, which means you'd be adding slightly less than 1 to 845, resulting in a 845 point decimal. But no, that means 845 keys, 69 rapidity, nice, and 87 rapid vault keys. Also, I don't want to run to 69. It shall stay there. Hey, another... We gotten 7 verse 2 since we stopped grinding. It hasn't even been an hour yet. It's been half an hour, and we've gotten... Well, technically 37 minutes or so. And we've gotten 7 verse 2s. Why couldn't we have this luck all weekend? We literally would have had this done yesterday if we had this luck the entire time this weekend. 7 verse 2s in under an hour. The one we actually need. Oh, I thought that was another one for a second. It was technically a verse, just not the verse we're looking for. Actually, that's the verse we're looking for the least. Yeah, that's how it is sometimes. Go like 3 to 5 hours with no verse 2, then we have an hour where we get like 10 at once. Currently 7 at once. That is how it works sometimes, unfortunately. Too bad it's not a little bit more evenly spread out. Because it feels so discouraging when you go like 2, 3, 4 hours, get not a single one you need. But then it does feel good when you get like all of them in a single hour. But it could be a little bit better distance. Another verse, unfortunately not the one we need. Can I see my gold? Oh yeah, we were at like 20 million earlier. That was yesterday. If I had to guess, we're at like, what, 22, 23 million now? We were at, yeah, almost 22 million. We're getting there. Not sure what we're doing with it. Obviously, most of it's going to the guild. Not using it yet, though. Might just dump it all next week. Like 10 million to the guild next week. Trying to build up 100 million gold for a donation. You just hit 2,000. Wait, what? Oh, when you hit 2,000. Nice. Oh, I see what you mean now. I read it in a weird context. But yeah, you're trying to do 100 million when you hit 2,000. Why not 200 million for 2,000? That would make more sense. I thought that would be a lot of gold to hoard, though. Especially since most gold farming methods are closer to a couple 100,000 per hour or so. Like, Explore 12 Zugoff is like, what, 300,000-400,000 these days? Unless you have a really high VIP. It could just be 20 million. Ah, but 20 million is like zero. Like, I have 20 million right now. We got that in like a weekend. Basically zero. Yeah, I haven't gold farmed in like 3 years or 4 years or something. Especially since they nerfed Scouting Key. Like the last viable way to really even bother running a gold farming team. Because they nerfed that a couple years ago. Is that team for really high VIP people? We're getting like 1 million per hour. Off of having like max VIP into Scouting Key team. Hello, Genki! Hope your weekend went well. Nice to see that you could catch the stream. We finally hit 1 million. I mean 1 million. I mean 1,000. I meant 1 million because we were talking about Tyrion's thing. But we finally hit 1,000 Valkies. Exactly 1,001. We also somehow found 7 verse 2s in like the last half an hour. Somehow. The one we actually need. Oh, I was like, wait, why is he not dying? He's the mythic, isn't he? Yep, we finally hit our goal. Oh, hey! Our first time we got more than 1 mimic in a day. Would that be funny if we got the mythic here? Where's my Zugoff team? So this is our 4th mimic this weekend. Oh, that's funny. We got a no. I kind of forgot. That could still happen, can it? The mimics can be replaced by gnomes still. Kind of forgot that's a mechanic. We've seen it before. That's not the first time we've seen that, but it's still funny to see. And we got a gem key from him. Aw, no 5 times. Boo. Just double Yasmin. And let me go see, where's my mimic counter? Our mimics are currently at 101 2 times. As far as our lifetime mimics. And 18 5 times. Why do I keep keeping track of this? Why not? But yeah, we have lifetime gotten 101 2 times mimics. 18 5 times. So depending on how you look at it, theoretically 119 2 times. Because they don't count as a 2 times if it became a 5 times. Alright, there we go. Anyways, back to the grind. Yeah, that's the first day this weekend we got more than 1 mimic in a day. I'm actually surprised. I feel like we got below odds on that. I don't really care because it actually helps. It is technically quicker when you're running Palooza to not get them. Because you just get in the way. Oh, wait, I'm using the wrong team. I was like, wait, why is this going so slow? Whoops. Yeah, we hit 1,001 keys. We finally did it. And right now we're just kind of chilling until around 8. Then we're running dungeons. Then we're handing out another code and probably ending the stream very soon after. So we're probably going to go for like another hour and a half or so. Yeah, we're mostly just kind of grinding a bit here. Not doing any Paloozas. It's a nice, slow, chill grind. We've already done enough Paloozas for a weekend. Oh yeah, I put that number in a really weird way. The numbers currently is 845 plus 69 pity, and 87 epics. I could put like epic next to it to make it more obvious. Actually, let me do that for anyone who does get here. Because I feel like it is kind of confusing. Because we don't need that window anymore. So let me go put vault keys. Epics. There we go. That should make more sense. So now it's 845 vault keys plus 69 pity with 87 epics. That's our total key count. And that comes out to 1,001 keys. Hey, I didn't choose the 69. The game just happened to end on 69. Like, Tyrion ended on 68. Okay, now he's at 69 pity. But he was at 68 earlier. But now he's also at 69. Like, I don't choose these numbers. The game chose 1,000 vault keys reaching 69 as the statistical most likely one to occur. That's not me stopping at 69. That's just the game doing it. Like, you are most likely to end at 69 if you do 1,000 keys. They came up with the number, not me. I didn't choose the 69. The 69 chose me. Honestly, whenever we do an 18+ stream, it'll be really funny. We probably will when we do Bayonetta 3, which is late October. We still haven't ever done one before. Maybe we'll do one for Gems of War as well, just for fun. There's a lot of things I wouldn't normally talk about, for obvious reasons. I don't mind talking about them. I just try to keep PG. As well as, you know, YouTube doesn't like when you talk about a lot of those things. So we'd have to mark the stream as not monetized and all that. As well as 18+. Hey, another verse 2. Hey, do you have to be 18 age-wise or maturity? Both. Because there's definitely people over 18 who are definitely not mature of over 18. I definitely don't want anyone under 18 watching it, that's for sure. Realistically, statistically, almost everyone who watches our channel is over 18. Like, our under 18 demographic used to be so low it registered as 0.0%. I believe it registers like 0.1 or 0.2 now. With the only reason being we covered some Nintendo stuff, and that tends to go a little bit lower compared to anything else we cover. But like, if I bring up the statistics right now, I'm pretty sure it'll come up to 99.8% as 18 or higher. Or somewhere's around there. It legitimately was so high at one point where it read as 0% under 18. Which technically wasn't true. There was obviously some amount, but it was such a statistically low amount that it registered as 0.0. You're totally emotionally mature. Smiley face, winky, winky, no. You met people in their 20s act like a spoiled teen? I have as well as in their 30s. Though I can't say I've ever met anyone in their 50s or higher who are like that. I think like low 30s is like the furthest it goes. You're as mature as you need to be. That sounds like an adequate amount. Also, I like how our poll is nearly 50-50. The one thing I forgot to put into consideration is, well, there's multiple things, and I was going to initially, but one of the biggest ones is I kind of forgot that, Labor Day is mostly an American holiday, isn't it? Or at least the exact date that it falls on anyways, which is tomorrow. I'm so used to it just as like a standard holiday, because it's the holiday when you're a kid that you're always thinking about. Especially depending on where you are in the United States. Because it is the... Or did I say Friday? I meant Monday. Or I said holiday, but it's the holiday right before you go back to school a lot of times. Like here, they're already back in school, but I know where I used to live when I was a kid. School would always start the exact day after Labor Day, which would be 2 days from now. Hello, JZG. Welcome back. Hope all's been well. We finally hit 1,000 keys. I can't remember if you were here earlier, but we finally hit it. Exactly 1,001. And now we're kind of just grinding a bit. Not like we weren't already doing that. We're just grinding a bit more. Oh, you went camping for a festival this weekend, and you just got back, and the first day it rained, and it was so muddy. Oh, that would be unfortunate. That actually did not happen the one time I ever went camping. It luckily was really good weather. Though the showers were the most annoying things to use ever. Because I'm not sure if any of you guys have ever used one before. Because they're not too common. But it was basically like a payphone shower. Or not a payphone, but you know what I mean. Like you literally had to put quarters in it for amount of time you could shower. Which was the first and only one I've ever seen. Where basically you had to put a bunch of quarters in for duration of your shower length. I can't remember what the exact ratio was. Though it was probably pretty expensive. Like, I'm pretty sure it was only like a few bucks or so. But you have to keep in mind, this was back in like 1990s kind of time. Like late 1990s. It's like the money was worth slightly less. Or, you know, like technically whatever the number was, it's more now. Ratio-wise. But it was really weird. Because it took a bunch of quarters. And only quarters. Because obviously, because if you were wet, you kind of had to use coins. You couldn't use anything but quarters. Oh, have I been stealing all your verse 1? Sorry. Yeah, it was basically a shower where the duration of time was based on how many quarters you put in it. And it only accepted quarters, no bills or anything else. And no other coins. I never have you ever used the shower. That's funny. Kind of like a car wash. Oh no, do car washes use coins? I don't feel like car washes use coins, do they? The blowers that they have at car washes where you like clean out your car and it like sucks everything up. Like those use coins. Which is rather ironic because you might suck up your coins. But I don't recall the car washes ever using coins. Normally you just pay like a flat fee and then they just do their thing. At least the car washes I've been to. Because normally most car washes I've seen is they have a place where you just pay and then you just get whatever done to your car, whatever you paid for. Then they have like a little side area where you can like park your car and then clean it out with one of those blowing thingies, and those take quarters and other things where you pay for it based on how long the duration is. And then sometimes they have like a air pump tire thing where you can inflate your car tires for like a set price. Yeah, that's what I normally think of as a car wash. Like those 3 sections. The clean your car out section, the actual car wash section, and the pump up your tire section. Or at least that's how I know car washes. I'm pretty sure not all of them are like that. But most I've seen have been like that. Wait, did I really just get 3 straight verse 1s? I didn't even realize it. Because I was talking about showers and other paid devices that you pay with quarters. I saw the one, didn't realize we got multiple. Oh, are there air pumps normally free? Honestly, I've never used one before, so I actually don't know. I just assumed they cost something. As pretty much everything does. Oh, you got 3 straight verse ones. Okay, I see. I misread the context. Speaking of verse 1, there's another one. We're just all taunting Tyrion at this point. Oh, sorry, Bear, I didn't see your other comment. Lucky day, it was a bright sun, and mostly even mostly everyone there has a blue-collar job, like plumbing, etc. So there were churler showers and no coins required. Yeah, I assume most places you wouldn't need coins for it. But it was like an outside little camping area thing. They were trying to squeeze as much money from people as they could back then. They had to have free electrical sockets, though. Just in case you needed it. And we did indeed need it. Which was really funny, because I never seen that either. They basically had like a wooden pole that was like carved out that had the electrical sockets in it. That didn't seem that safe, to be honest. Like, basically imagine a hollowed out wooden pole, but you ran the wires inside the pole. So kind of like a wall without the insulation. Which I guess that's kind of what it is. It was like a mini wall, but it was just the plug part of the wall. And the wires were through the ground to a natural electrical source. Another verse 2, that's the one we need. Or I assume that's how it was. I was a kid at the time, so that's what it seemed like it was. It was literally just a wooden pole with 2 electrical sockets in it. That's what I saw. But I assume it would go to a source of electricity. And it wasn't just like a battery pack or something. But you never know. Oh yeah, camping's not fun. Like, it's fun the first time, and you're never going to want to do it again. At least my experience of camping. Like, it was a great experience, but it's one of those experiences where you try it once and you're like, yeah, that was a good time. I'm never going to do that again, though. Is basically what I got from it. But yeah, it was a good experience. It was fun. Just not anything you would ever want to do more than once. Unless you really like camping. Oh, one time at band camp. Oh, I've been to band camp multiple times. I have a lot of band camp stories. We'll save them for the 18+ streams. Not that all of them are 18+. Though the funnier ones are. Which is funny because I wouldn't have even been 18 at the time. Because I did it, I think I was 14, 15, 16, and 17. I think. Or maybe it was all the ages one higher than that. Or it would have been 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, I think that's more correct. Because I did it for 4 years. Those 4 years. Actually, no, it actually was, yeah, it actually would have been 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Or no, it was 14, 15, 16, 17. Because I wouldn't have been 18. Because it was the summer I turned before 18. So yeah, I would have been a minor during all of them. Because I didn't go to band camp this summer when I graduated. Because I was out of there. You know, when I was done with school, I was like, yeah, completely done. It's over. Like, I didn't want to do a whole nother band camp thing. What theme do you use in the vault? We've actually been using Phoenicia into Magma Dragon. Technically, we were all camping before the age of the internet. in huge cities. Honestly, I feel like a cave would be better than camping. Like, I feel like legitimately trying to sleep in a cave for a week would be a better experience than sleeping in a tent for a weekend. And I'm not even kidding. It would actually be more comfortable. Like, I'd rather hunter-gatherer for a week than camp for a week. Lester. That's not what happened. We'll explain the story at some point. Or the multiple. I have a lot of Bandcamp stories. Very few of them I've actually really ever said on the channel. I actually can't even remember which ones I have or haven't said. Honestly, one of the funniest ones was, one of the, like, there was a bunch of things that you could do during it. One of them was actually, taiko drumming. And, I already played some taikos beforehand. And it's a very, like, motion-based, like, instrument. Like, half of it is basically the performance that you do with the motion. Whereas, only, like, a third is probably, like, actually playing. Because it's more so the motion of the playing than the actual playing. But, it was kind of funny because every single thing that I was doing for, like, the main show at the end basically got canceled. Because all the percussion instruments got stuck on a truck. And, like, everything I was doing was percussion-based. So every single person who was only doing, like, percussion-based stuff, we basically just got to chill in the audience the entire time. Because all the performances we had to do, we couldn't do. Because they all got canceled because the truck got stuck. Like, I'm not sure exactly what the whole thing was with it. But basically, whatever it was, it had all the percussion instruments on it. And it wasn't physically capable of getting to the location where the concert was. So everyone who had, like, shows based on that, we just got to chill in the audience. And didn't get to do any of the performances. It was pretty fun. There's a lot of percussion instruments I got to learn there. Not all of them were even at the band camp. There was actually, like, a free thing that they ended up having that I just ended up going to during high school, as well as middle school, where they would, like, sometimes, like, just teach, like, various percussion instruments. It was a lot of fun. They own, like, literally every percussion instrument in existence, too. Because this was for a college. The, well, you know, I wasn't at the college, but, like, all the equipment was for the college. And they had, like, pretty much everything you could in existence, which was really fun. And it was, like, across, like, 3 different warehouses. One actually on the campus of the college. One, like, kind of towards the side, where most of the instrument stuff is done. And then one other, like, back room. Was really weird. Not a back room. I'm not sure how to describe it. Like, you know those buildings that are, like, side to side to each other that are literally, like, attached to each other and just have, like, a wall in between? Like, they're literally attached. Like, you know when there's, like, a billion different shops next to each other, but they're literally connected with no in-between? It was kind of like that, but it wasn't a shop. It was just a bunch of different rooms for various things. It was so weird. Like, it was that same system, but it wasn't a shop. It was just rooms. But it was, like, divided as if it would have been. Oh, sorry, I didn't see 2 of Bear's comments. What are the other ones? Sorry. What are your other 2 comments? We were all camping before. I already read that. What was your other comment? I already read them both. Let's see. It's like if you had... Oh, I didn't read that one. It's like if you had a time, date, and location, and you were like, hey, everyone, would you like to see, meet me in real life and hang out? Yeah, pretty much. Let's see. I think that was all the things. Yeah, there's a lot of funny Bandcamp stories. Also, I got to go for free every single time, which was nice. If you place high enough in solo competition, they would literally just pay for you to go there. And I did every single year. Except my very last year, but that's because I was kind of busy with high school. Like the last, like, senior year of high school. Because I kind of just gave up at that point. Also, I do have to say, the band camp had really good food. Basically, they had some kind of all-you-can-eat hall for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, where you'll literally just go there and eat as much as you want. Like, imagine if there was an all-you-can-eat buffet that ran all day long. That actually rotated, like, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Like, it was the campus's one, the campus of the college. But that's quite literally what it was. Like a free all-you-can-eat buffet all day long. And yes, I definitely overate. It was so good. What was the food? Pretty much every food you'd expect. Obviously, breakfast had eggs and cheese and omelets, and that's literally all the same thing. But, you know, French toast, pancakes, all the kind of things you would think. Oh, you know what was actually kind of funny? They actually had an all-day-long ice cream machine, too. Like that really nice soft serve. That was so good. Not sure why they had it day-long, but it was always running day-long. And I definitely had it with every meal. Now I'm allergic to nuts. Luckily, none of them stuff there was actually nut-related. But I do have to say, the stuff they had for dinner was kind of average. Because, you know, it's kind of prepped pretty quickly. Like, the breakfast stuff was pretty solid, but everything for dinner was kind of underwhelming. Like, none of it was, like, exceptional. It was, like, passable food. But it was such a wide selection of passable food that I was like... Like, it's almost like if you went to a Golden Corral. Like, the food's not, like, amazing. But, like, the selection is amazing. Like, you pay for the selection, not for the quality. Though it was completely free at the campus thingy. For the band camp thing. Or technically, it comes with the cost of a mission. But I was able to go for free every time. Which I'm actually not sure how much it would actually cost if you had to pay for it. I think it was like $500 for a week. Or something like that. But I went for free every single time. Due to placing high enough in solo competition. Oh, were there free napkins there? Yes, there was. Also, there was every single utensil you could ever need. Like, they had forks. Like, they literally even had sporks. Like, I know you'd kind of expect that. But, I don't know, I just found it funny. You would just see forks and spoons and sporks. Because I just find it funny when you see forks and spoons next to each other. But then there's also a spork category. Like, they already have both. Just grab both. But instead, they also have another one specifically for both. Next to the two objects that already do both. I just find it really hilarious. Like, I'm pretty sure that's not uncommon. But it's still funny. Because they were disposable ones, too. It's not like they were reusable. I guess maybe that's one of the reasons. Like, maybe someone only needed a spork and not a fork and a spoon. So they would save one utensil that way. If you turn the ice cream machine off, it would all melt. So you have to keep it... Oh, that is true. I didn't think about that. That is probably why they had ice cream all day. Because it always confused me some. Like, okay, why did they have the ice cream like running all day for it? But yeah, that makes sense because, yeah, the ice cream would melt, wouldn't it? That makes sense because it has to stay refrigerated and all that. That would make sense that it would run all day. I really need to watch American Pie so you understand the depth of everything being flowing about in chat. Oh yeah, I have no clue what references they're making. I think I might have seen it briefly, but I didn't realize that was what I was watching. Because I know there's one series that was like, or not series, but like a thing that was like comedying it. The whole Bandcamp thing. Though honestly, any stereotype Bandcamp has, it's true. Like you do more than that, but probably every stereotype it has is not a stereotype for no reason. Like there's a reason why it's a stereotype. I'm not sure what was done in that movie, but I'm pretty sure it was accurate to someone. I really need to watch it. That isn't old enough for an adult stream. Well, I don't know what everyone's trying to reference right now. Let's see. I'll take that one over. Oh, I don't have a cascade over there. As I give him literally the skull. Oh, wait, was that already there? Did I mess up? I may have messed up. I would like one win condition, please. Anywheres at all? Where even is my move? That's weird. The shuffle just teleported on us. Also, it still hasn't given me what I need. Oh, I think he just took what I needed. There we go. Was our Bandcamp co-ed? No. Everyone was separated. There's always at least like a dozen, at least like 2 events per day that are like really funny stories. Like every single day you're at Bandcamp. Like the minimum is 2. And some of them are so funny that literally everyone knows about it. But yeah, honestly, it would take a whole stream just to go over them all. Yeah, that is pretty much a topic in itself. A really fun topic. Some of them you wouldn't understand unless you actually went to. Because there's a lot of band humor that I feel like most people wouldn't actually get, but is really funny. Oh, you finally finished your grind, nice. Yeah, we're ending ours soon. Probably going for about another hour. At this point. Unless you're just grinding a few more and, Then we're gonna go and do all the normal stuff we do at 8. Finish out the dailies. Look at our non-perfect run. Or try to get a perfect run. You know it's not happening, but we're still attempting it, obviously. How long does Bandcamp normally last? A week? It's normally exactly a week. Like, you normally go there one weekend and then leave the next weekend. You haven't done your dungeon yet? Oh no, definitely make sure to. I don't think I've ever forgotten to do it since Palooza. Actually, we have forgotten a couple times back in the previous format, but we definitely have not forgotten a single time since the new format. You just got out of bed an hour ago? Oh gosh. But then again, in your time zone, that's still pretty late though. It's like what, 3 o'clock? 2 o'clock? I do that some days though. Especially on Mondays. Because normally I record the video at like 4 or 5 a.m. and then finally get to bed by like 6 or 7 a.m., sometimes 8 a.m. So I'm literally starting to sleep sometimes by 8 a.m. So obviously I wake up at like 3 or 4 sometimes. It's because I went to bed literally when it was morning. Alright, now that we're not super quick speed, I almost forgot. I never checked to see what gender our turtle was. Statistically, it's male because it's like a 1 in 8 chance to be female. I want to see if our shiny one was rare or not. If they would ever stop hatching. Though turtles would be kind of hard to tell, since they all have a cloaca. Like, you would never be able to tell just by looking at them, unless they have like a different pattern on their shell or something, like actual turtles. Luckily, this game easily marks it, so we know. Let's see. It was... yeah, it was male. Statistically, it would have been. That makes sense. We didn't get lucky. On to the next one. I can't remember what the exact odds are. I'm not sure why. But like every starter in existence, a 1 in 8 chance to be female and 7 in 8 to be male. That was like a mechanic they started at the beginning of Generations, and for whatever reason it stuck forever. It's like one of the only species like that other than the bees, where they're majority male. At this one time at Bandcamp. We're gonna have a whole stream where the title is just gonna be this one time at Bandcamp. Like, it will happen at some point. Like, I do have enough content to make a whole stream out of it. I wouldn't say I have more than enough content to make a whole stream out of it. I'd almost have 2 streams. Especially since some of them we kind of forget about until later. Like, if I try recalling all of them, I'm pretty sure I will still miss a few. For Patreon and OnlyFans, I assume. No. Actually, I haven't really been using my Patreon. I haven't even, like, tabbed it open in, like, 6 months. So thank you anyone who still keeps contributing to it. It is greatly, greatly appreciated, as I do keep almost the entire cut of it. I think they only take, like, 5%. That does help out. But, yeah, I have not looked at my Patreon in, like, half a year. I almost felt like a... Oh, another shiny one! Oh, a square shiny turtle. We got 2 square shinies in 1 weekend. That is actually insane. I know that doesn't sound insane unless you actually breed Pokemon, but that is like exceedingly unlikely. Like, you tell that to someone who breeds a lot and they will not believe you if you don't have video proof. That's a male though. No, it got pretty good. Well, it's staying in here anyways, so that's fine. No, it's square shiny though. And that's what matters. Not really. So I'll send the better one over to the playthrough. And Square Shiny shall stay in this version of the game. Right next to our Square Shiny Dratini. I should go name them Square so I don't forget. The only Square Shinies I have is Decidueye. Which you can't see it, can you? It's Decidueye, which looks really cool with how he looks. The Dratini we got yesterday. Or wait, sorry, Friday, I mean. And the Turtle. Squirtle, of course. I know those are mini icons you could barely see, but they're there. Anyways, let's keep going. Let's see if we get 3 again. We got 3 last time. It was off stream when we got the 3rd, though. Which might happen again, because we're definitely not opening all these Squirtles right now. Even if all we were doing was opening them, we still would not be able to open them quick enough to finish them this stream. Oh, Square Shiny. Basically, there's a mechanic added in Sword and Shield that added Star Shinies and Square Shinies. Most Shinies are Square. I mean, sorry, or Star. Well, actually, it depends where you find them from. So basically, it's hard to explain in a quick way, but essentially, for whatever reason in Sword and Shield, it was the first game to implement Star and Square Shinies. Star is basically what all of them were prior, but most methods in the game give Square. However, there is one method that has an absurdly low chance to give Square, and it is breeding eggs. Breeding eggs is about a 1 in 20,000 something chance that the egg you will do is a Square Shiny. It is roughly 20 times rarer than an actual Shiny. Specifically when hatched from an egg. And we did 2 of them in 1 weekend. Which means we hit 2 1 in 20,000 something chances in a weekend. Which is very unlikely. I've only hit 3 ever. And we've been doing it for like thousands of hours. Just circling around. And we hit 2 in a single weekend. Both on stream. With video evidence. Because we haven't really streamed most shiny hunts. Pretty much this weekend's been most of the shinies we've ever even streamed. And it's been a little icon in the corner there. A shiny Noctowl? I do not have a shiny Noctowl yet. Maybe we'll farm one at some point. I think Isabel wants me to farm some sheep next, as well as Tyrion. Which I have no clue why, but I don't see why not. I'll take requests. Might as well. Because realistically, now that competitive for Sword and Shield is done, I'm just kind of breeding whatever. Because the current format is so broken, because it allows mythicals, that there's no point even trying to mess with it. So we can just pretty much breed whatever. Until Scarlet and Violet anyways. Oh, is it a pink shiny? I have no clue what a shiny looks like. If it doesn't exist in Legends Arceus or Sword and Shield, I don't know what it is. As far as it's shiny. And I believe that is one we have to do in BDSP. Which will be starting that playthrough on Tuesday. And by starting that playthrough, I mean starting and ending it probably in the same stream. Because I'm pretty sure that game is short enough to do in one stream. And still have time left over to grind. Because last I recall, if you know what you're doing, which we somewhat know, I think it takes like 10 hours to finish that game. The plotline's also pretty straightforward. You basically have your Team Rocket bad guys, called the Galaxy Team. They're trying to do evil stuff and take over the world. Marceau tried to recreate the world. And they basically red chain the Legendary, which is kind of ironic because you do the exact opposite in Legends Arceus. Because in Legends Arceus, the red chain is used for good, whereas in the original, it's used for bad. And then Yeah, that's pretty much the whole plot line. That's literally the whole plot line. Evil Team Rocket-like team. They do bad things, try to take over the world, they fail. That's literally the plot line. Yeah, end game, end of story. Except it takes like 10 hours to do that. But the rest of the game's pretty fun. The storyline's about as generic as it gets, though. With only a starter Pokemon and never battling a trainer. That is actually possible with the glitch. Oh yeah, you were just saying that. Yeah, there's a lot of glitches in version 1.1 or 1.0, I mean. That completely broke the game. Like, I think the quickest speed run for the game is like under 10 minutes. Because you literally just glitch all the way to the end. We're not going to be using any glitches, though. Also, they patch most glitches anyways in current version, which we'll be playing on. Yeah, we're going to go glitchless. Can a stream get demonetized if an 18+ link is posted in chat? I have no clue. Given what some people spam with spam bots, I assume the answer is no. Though they can't actually post links, though. Hatch a Beldum. Oh yeah, isn't that one white one based on that metal thing? Isn't he a pseudo Legends? Did he come in Gen 3 or Gen 4? I don't remember. The only problem with his typing is he's steel. Wait, what is it again? He's steel something. Is he just pure steel? Because pure steel would be bad. I think he's steel psychic. Oh, I know why he's so bad. It's because a legend exists that's also steel psychic. That's basically him but better. Called Solgaleo or whatever it is. I never played Gen 7. That's like Solgaleo or something. It's basically a steel psychic better than Metagross in every possible way. Which is Beldum's first form. Or final form, I should say. Because I was wondering, like, why was he so bad? But it's because of the format that he's bad. Not the fact that the Pokemon's bad, necessarily. Because later generation Pokemon does so much power creep. Similar to Gems of War. But the power creep's kind of insane in Pokemon. Like, the last two... Or, technically, every generation since 5 started power creep, I would say. And then it just started skyrocketing from there. Also, I don't know what it is. I feel the need to go to the bathroom again. I think it's because I always do it, like, right before we do our 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time stream. So now I just always feel the need to do so around this time every day. I never really noticed that until we started streaming 3 streams going that long. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Because I do almost every single day. So my body's like, ah, you should probably go now. It also doesn't help that we drink so much water. Oh, I haven't drank too much water today, though. Elfie time? I'm not sure about Elfie. But, definitely chair stream time. I'll be back in a second. Wait, share stream over. Stream shall now commence again. And no Rowlet again. Technically, if we took the green screen down, you see all of them. Oh, we're literally one shot away. That's funny. I don't think I made my bed this morning, though. So it's just a gigantic mess of covers. I feel like, realistically, I make the bed, like, a few times a week. And then the other half, it is just a gigantic mess. With everything everywhere. And that's why we have a green screen. That's like, my bed has 2 modes. Super neat. And looks like a tornado hit it. Twice. And there's pretty much nothing in between. Where is Rowlet? It's up on the cabinet. With all the other plushies. You heard that wrong? I was just saying that the bed's normally messy. And no, not that kind of messy. Since you guys been thinking so dirty all stream. I meant like the covers all over the place. It wasn't a literal question, it was a request. Oh, well, for the Rowlet. I wish I could make the mic, like, solid enough where Rowlet could sit on it without making the mic go all the way down. Otherwise, I just kind of keep him there. He'll be the little mic guardian. The problem is he's slightly too heavy, even though he's literally just a ball of fluff. But he's a ball of fluff with weird weight distribution. What am I saying? Rowlet's fat? No, I'm saying that his weight distribution is weird on the mic. There's a difference. Another verse. Not the one we're looking for, though. Also, I feel like I'm about to crash soon. Probably gonna go for about another half an hour. The 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time people might not be getting that long a stream. Because at 8 we'll probably run dungeons. Then do our little spiel. And then, I might just call it there. Because I could really use some food right about now. Yeah, I've been streaming for 7 hours straight by the time we hit that point. And we have done our objective. We've been done for like 2 hours on the objective. We just keep grinding. Because our objective was to hit 1,000 keys and we hit 1,001. Technically probably a few more than 1,001 at this point. But we did indeed hit the 1,000 key mark. At this point we're pretty much just grinding for grind's sake. And I think we did enough of that this weekend. In about 20 minutes we'll run the dungeon. Give out the last code. And then probably call it a night. Though we will go over all the spoilers again, without making the mistake I made earlier. So we will go over all the spoilers once again. There's not much going on next week, though. It's a pretty tame week. We're getting a troop on Monday, we're getting a troop on Friday, that's the whole week. And the Mythic's still in the drop table for those 4 days. It's a pretty bad one, so you probably want to avoid opening keys the next 4 days. Not counting event keys, but, you know, Glory Gym Guild VIP chests. Oh wait, did they already do the post on Gems of War? I guess it does normally go up a little bit before 8. I always keep forgetting because, you know, normally we do it exactly when our stream starts. Yeah, it probably already has the post up, doesn't it? I wonder why it's still closer to 8, though. In case we do get the 8 o'clock crowd here. Which I'm pretty sure most people have already stopped by our stream. They know that we're streaming all weekends. They've probably seen it already. Just in case there are. Since we do it every night. Oh, it just updated literally now? That's funny. Yeah, we'll go over it in like 15 minutes then. Or more like 20 minutes, actually. Soon, TM. And then we'll hand out a code. And then we'll call it a wraps. You collected 6 pity keys on your first Palooza now? Nice. It's going to spike it up like crazy. Yeah, it's always a good idea to do at least a few. Because the first few you do, you get like drowned in pity keys. It's always a good idea to get a few of them. That's why I always keep a reserve for those weeks we might not have as much time. You just throw down a few pity, or throw down a few Paloozas, I mean. And you get a billion pities. Because your first pity that you do, you get like 9 keys from it. Like 8 to 9. It gives you so many keys. Because if you're at 6 right now, you're going to go all the way up to like 11. If you did it from 0, it goes to like 8 or 9 or so. Faker the Wise, that's funny. That is kind of what the new troops name kind of looks like, isn't it? It's more like Fakir. Oh, there's a word that could easily end up sounding like, though. Yeah, I might just go Faker. I still think Fakir is closer, though. It just sounds too much like another word if you mispronounce it, though. Marie patches all week on live stream. I'll go see if I have a breeding base for it. Also, we might not need to. We might not be able to start immediately, because I believe it's only Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and if that is the case, I won't be able to start that till like Wednesday or Thursday. Because we're not even starting the game until Tuesday, in which case we're beating it on that day. But then we still need to get Shiny Charm and all that mess. The Egg Charm. Plus, I'm not sure how quick it is to get eggs in that game, so it might take forever. So if it is only in there, we might need to check, because it might take a while before we start farming it. So hello, anyone just getting here now. We have finally gotten 1,000 Valkies. Kind of just grinding a bit, then we're going to go do dungeon. See if we get a flawless, which you know we're not going to, but we're going to try. And then we're going to hand out the code, go over the weekly stuff, and then probably conclude very soon after, because I am whooped. Going for like 7 hours now. 20-something this weekend. And we have achieved our goal. In about 15 minutes, we'll go over all the stuff we normally do at 8. Please give me the win condition, thank you. Literally just for 1 damage. How hard is it to do 1 damage? Apparently multiple turns. It's always nice when a big mana accumulator could just poke. Because all mana accumulators can in some way. Not the gem spawn ones, but you know, the destroy board ones. Because that's one nice, really nice feature. Because not only are they doing a small amount of damage that could kill out, but they also have barrier removal. Because if you're doing a slight amount of damage to something that has barrier, you're removing their barrier. So not only are you getting full mana for your whole team with a lot of those instances, but you're also getting barrier. Works out pretty well. I mean, you're also removing barrier, I mean. Also, apparently it's like our verse 2 Palooza kind of ended. We got like 7 in an hour, 7 or 8, whatever it was. And then it kind of stopped, as you would expect. Now they're back to just not wanting to drop, as per usual. But that hour was pretty insane, though, when we got them all. Have you found any extra keys after the 1001? Realistically, yes. We could easily check just by looking at our number. Because all I have to do is just click over here. Up and take tribute as well. And, oh, I just made the dimensions wrong. And we can see that we've gotten 3. In that, like, whole hour or something, we only got 3. That's kind of funny. Such a difference compared to Palooza. That's like pre-Palooza grind right there. Like when I would say we would only get like maybe a dozen or two a weekend, that's why. Like that 3 that we got, that's like the rate you would expect the whole weekend. It used to be so slow to farm vaults. Or, you know, get vault keys. And now like you can literally measure them by the hundreds. Rather than by the dozens or barely dozens. Because there was a lot of weekends before the change where if we got a dozen a weekend, I was pretty happy. Now, if we get less than 300, it's pretty much a under average weekend. And it's literally possible to from scratch farm 1,000 like we did this weekend. Oh, there's that first one, Tyrion. I got it for you again. All this Maripo talk is making you sleepy. I've been sleepy for a while. Definitely need to catch up on sleep. I'll probably catch up on sleep on Monday. But first, we gotta record that video. And then we'll catch up on sleep. I do have a few other things I need to do on Monday, though, other than the video, though. Which reminds me, I still need to renew my passport. It actually expires in 2 months. Keep forgetting to renew it. Also because the place I need to go to renew is actually not in walking distance. The DMV is, but I can't actually do it there. Sleep? What's sleep? You know what sleep is. How many people voted on the thing? Nice, almost 100 votes. Thank you, everyone. Also, definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream. Helps a lot and is greatly appreciated. We're almost at 40. I was saying the other day we'll go like 50, 40, 30. It looks like we're going to go 50, 40, 40. Thank you, everyone. Or at least not quite yet, but we're getting there. Slowly but surely. If only there was more things in Gems of War to grind like this. Because there aren't that many. You get milliseconds of sleep every time you blink. That's not what sleep is, though. This is not being able to see. We're technically seeing darkness. It's not sleep, though. You need those REM cycles, I know, right? You're never gonna get that from blinking. Even if you blink for several seconds long. Though honestly, I don't feel like I ever like super crash that often. Like literally lay down and then instantly fall asleep. I feel like it takes me at least an hour to fall asleep most nights. Even if I'm like ridiculously tired. I'd have to be like absurdly ridiculously tired to actually like instantly fall asleep, which is very exceedingly rare. We just hit 7,000 trophies? Nice, thank you. Oh, there we go. We hit the 7,000 mark. I said we'd probably hit about 7,500. That's about right. Slightly over 7,000. I wasn't really trying to hit any trophy goal, just what we happen to have. I think it's almost dungeon time. Hopefully we can get our perfect run. I'll go for about a dozen more of these or so. Maybe like one more set, actually. And then we'll go say hi to dungeons. I remember it happened once in Animal Crossing New Horizons. When you stopped plucking roses. Oh yeah, that was funny. Yeah, I actually did fall asleep because I was really tired that one day. That did happen. We were doing that a lot back then. It was fun. Gave so much value. Let's go through one more set and then we'll go do our dungeon for today. Which was the first? The Palooza Freeze or the Iron Hawks? Wait, what? Which was the first? The Palooza Frenzy or the Iron Hawks? Iron Hawks actually came slightly before Paloozas. Iron Hawks existed for about... Oh, nice, verse 2. For about 5 to 6 months before Paloozas existed. Like, Vault events still existed, but not Paloozas. Have I ever fallen asleep on stream? There was once a long, long time ago where I like slightly dozed off for like several seconds. Though I've never like legit slept on stream on accident. No, there was one where I dozed off for like several seconds. Near the end of one stream, way, way back when. I can't remember what stream it even was, but I know it happened. Because we weren't streaming Gems of War, we were streaming something else. Just can't remember what it was. Actually, oddly enough, I think it might have been Stardew Valley back when we were doing Stardew Valley ages ago. One of the earlier Stardew Valley streams. I can't remember exactly. Do I ever stream about streaming, or do I ever dream about streaming or gaming? Streaming, not really. Gaming, yes. Now that I think about it, I don't recall ever having a dream about a stream. Oh, I kind of have. It depends what you really consider it as. To some degree, I have. Though not that often. Relative to the fact I do it literally every day, it's definitely been very low. Like, there's only been like a small, small handful. Despite the fact we do it literally every day. I think it's too many screens for the brain to handle. Which is why it probably doesn't normally do a dream for it. Because it doesn't know how to comprehend that much info. Because it's something that isn't easy to recreate in a dream. That many small details to make it look realistic. So it just never does. It's like you'll never have a dream reading a book. Because it's literally impossible for your brain to render that many words like that on a page. Like, you might see text on some things, but you're never gonna ever read, like, an entire book in a stream. I mean, in a, dream, I mean. I'll be lucky if it could even get one page coherently. Your mom used to work in a phone center way back, and she dreamed about that work for 30 years at least. Oh, wow. That's a long time. Is it 8? It's almost 8. It's time. It is time. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time Gems of War stream. So today we're going to go over all the weekly spoilers as we do every Sunday night. Anyways, let's go and start going through things. And then we're going to go do dungeons, and then we're probably going to go to sleep. Because I am kind of worn out from grinding, like, what, 25 hours now? 26? What are we at? But we have indeed hit our objective of getting 1,000 Vault keys. Anyways, let's go to gemsofwar.com. That's not how you spell gem. Oh gosh, keyboard. There we go. All right, let's go to the official latest news section, in which we have sage advice. So this is a glory troop that we're going to be getting. Yellow purple with all those arcanes ends up giving 20 to a random skill on an ally. Excuse me, an ally, and repeat it for a second time. This could be interesting if it ends up hitting magic. Given that it has 2 rolls, it has a pretty good chance that it'll actually end up hitting magic, so that's pretty nice. It could double magic, it could do no magic. So it's a little bit of a gamble and probably not one you're ever really going to bother using, but it's an interesting mechanic nonetheless, which was guaranteed magic though. Anyways, as far as what he does, pretty much nothing beyond that, so you're pretty much just using him as a really gimmicky maybe magic aim, but at that point, why really even bother compared to him or something else that's going to get more rolls. As far as the scoring, we do have a world event, and it looks like the world event is take the highest level. So they're all the exact same amount of points, but they keep gaining more as you do the battle. So just keep doing whatever battle you see the most. So if you see the most Exorator, just keep taking his Exorator. If you keep seeing more Queen Zach, take Queen Zach, so on and so forth. Whatever you see the most is what you should be taking. And that's all you have to do. So basically just take the highest level one always, and you'll get the most amount of points. Next, we have ourselves everything on the other website, which we don't have too many things going on this week. Definitely a tamer week compared to this week. Do keep in mind, Monday to Thursday will still be the new Mythic, so we do have that going on throughout the entire time. But as far as the weekly stuff, so this Tuesday, we have a faction event for the Drifting Sands faction, which is the Deep Hive. So we have the Deep Hive going on Tuesday. Wednesday, we have the pet for the little mini mall. It's just a Drifting Sands bonus, one that's been around for a while. It's nothing special. Thursday, we have ourselves the class event for the Dervish, among one of the weaker hero classes. But it's still a hit class, and you might not have it leveled, so free XP for it, if nothing else. So do at least do the free battles for 25 gems and some free class XP. And this Friday, we have Bounty Hunter. With this Bounty Hunter, we are getting a new troop, of course. This new troop actually is for Drifting Sands, oddly enough. As far as what it does the following. If we go over here, and put it over here. Where did it just go? Well, here, go in here. Oops, that's not what I wanted. There we go. All right, so as far as what the new troops does, it is a rare, obviously. It's a 11 mana cost brown yellow. It ends up dealing some damage to a single enemy with some splash, 25% to the 2 adjacents. It also then gets to destroy 3 random gems. Unfortunately, destroying 3 random gems is way too small of a number for it to really be viable. That's not based on magic or anything. This is simply a static number. so it's basically destroying almost 0 gems. It does have a mean to stun, it does have some score reduction, but comparatively, there are better stuff in Bounty Hunter, and you're basically never going to touch this thing, unfortunately. So it will not be usable. Anyways, aside from that, actually, that is pretty much everything. We don't have much going on next week, is the bottom line. But yeah, the Mythic will still be available from Monday to Thursday. And aside from that, we're getting a troop on Monday, a troop on Friday, and that's basically it. It's a pretty tame week. Compared to like the week we just had and similar weeks where we had a billion things going on, we definitely have very little going on next week. Anyways, let's go see if we can do a perfect dungeon run. Immediate trap, go. Okay. Oh. No! They got us with a spike trap. They got us with a bless. Oh, no. No. Oh, so whoever said that square method, you're not wrong. We got a square again. But we hit the spike trap. You know, the second I go for square, it'll be right there. But, no, that's unfortunate. That is so unfortunate. So hello, everyone, by the way. Hello, Bill Warhammer. Actually, let me start from the top. Hello, Ruva. Hello, Tyrion. Hello, Nocti. Hello, Bill. Hello, Genki. Hello, Tyrion. I'm repeating all of them. Hello, Clipbomb. Hello, Isabel. Hello, Lester. Hello, Lisa. Hello, hello, everyone else. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, we hit a trap again. So I assume there's a way to eventually get perfect. I have not seen such a thing, but it's bound to happen at some point. You got no square today? Myth busted, I know, right? You know that I'm going to keep taking the top 3. Because there's a 100% chance the second I don't take top 3, it'll be top 3. You know it's going to happen. Like, the literal second I don't hit top 3 will be the day that it is indeed top 3. And that is the reason why I keep taking top 3. Because I'm so committed to it now that the literal second I don't, it'll be the top 3. Oh, wait, why did I switch to this team? Oh, no. Wait, do you still have infinite tries on these? Because it's technically more efficient to run. However, I think we just play it. Because why not? It's going to take forever. I meant to switch to the other team. But I accidentally switched because I had such a habit of doing it all stream. Because we've been farming for like 24 hours of these things across the weekends. But I have such a habit of clicking to this team that I accidentally clicked to this team. Watch him win because he devours a whole team. It could happen. It probably won't happen. It better not happen. But it could. And that's the scary part. Alright, we won this over. Alright, well, that was the weirdest fight ever, but we got it done. Anyways, let me switch to the team I actually meant to switch to. Which is, this one. Oh, it is infinite tries? Okay, I thought so. I didn't know for sure if they changed it or not since that one patch. Because I never actually bothered trying. But yeah, it's still infinite tries just like dungeons were before. That makes sense. So it's pretty much unchanged from what it was originally. Oh, that's not the room I wanted. No! I meant to... Oh, wait, never mind. We already were done with it. Never mind. That's fine. I thought we still had a battle left. And we already got the 60 Dragon Knight, of course. Alright, let me go clear the other dailies. But yeah, does anyone else have any other questions? Anything you want me to go over? We have achieved 1,000 vault keys this weekend. And if no one really has anything to mention, I'm about to go crash. We have achieved our goal. We've hit 1,004 keys. Well, technically 1,001, then we got a few more. I think the number down there says 1,001. I think it's down to 1,005 or 1,004 now, though, because we got a few extra. But, yeah, we did our main goal. And I'm kind of tired now. So I think we're just going to grab these gems and probably call it a night. Which will be an exceedingly short 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time stream, but we have streamed for like 25 hours this weekend. And I'm about done to call it. Oh yeah, let me go hand out a code though. Before you guys go, could I interest you in leaving a like for a code? I give you one code, you give me one like. What's that one meme? Where it's like, I give you this, you give me this. Oh yeah, I need to get rid of this one. But let's see. I did plan to give you the code. Hey, we got another verse 2 too. That's the one we need. Let's see. Let me go get you guys a code. Nice shiny code to end it out with. Let's see. 1 second. But thank everyone for stopping by across this weekend. I hope you all had a wonderful weekend on the grind. If you still want to grind, there's still 6 hours left. If you want to go and grind out the rest of the weekend. Or sorry, actually 7 hours left. What am I saying? Yeah, there's the code. Make sure to use it. If you're on PC mobile version. Same loot as always. 2 treasure maps, 1 gem key, 200 souls, 2,500 gold. Enjoy. But yeah, I'm just going to clear these out and I'm about to call it. I'm very tired now. I need to go grab dinner. Haven't ate anything since breakfast earlier. Well, it was more like a breakfast lunch, but still. Really use a bite to eat. 69 was a happy end. No, stop making all the jokes. I can't fix the fact that it says 69 for the last couple hours. You guys have milked it this entire time. I can't help that on average, when you get 1,000 keys, it'll probably say 69. Based on the average amount of epic vault keys you are likely to get there. Or sorry, amount of pity that you're likely to get. Yeah, I'll go claim my 69 keys to end it out with then. So we will no longer have the number 69 there anymore. Well, it'll still be on screen, but it won't be there. But there we go. 69 vault keys. Oh, I gotta go screenshot that. There we go. I have claimed the 69 vault keys. You can't make any jokes about it now because we claimed it. Now it has congregated into the 4,517 vault keys we now have. And in total, we have now found 1,005 keys? Somewhere around there. Anyways, guys. I think I'm done for now. We will be back tomorrow night, same time as always, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Unlike tonight, we will have a full 1 hour, 1 hour and a half, however long it normally goes for, kind of stream. We'll be messing around with all the chapter tasks. Not much going on next week for Gems of War. However, during the day, on every day except Monday, so starting on Tuesday, we will be streaming Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. It's a game that came out last year and I never bothered getting around to. I haven't played the game in 16 years. It's actually a remake of the game. And Isabel actually got it for us the other day. So we shall play it on stream pretty much all next week. We should be able to do the entirety of the storyline on Tuesday if you want to see the storyline for it. Aside from that, we'll probably be grinding the rest of the week on that game. Doing a bunch of various things, like ribbon hunting, living decks, other weird things. And as Genki mentioned, definitely feel free to leave a like. Helps out a lot and is greatly appreciated. Hope you all enjoyed your weekend. Best of luck if you're still continuing the last little bit of vault grind. And yeah, I'm going to bed. I'm going to quick bite then to bed. But anyways, guys, I'm tired. I'll catch you later. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy your week. Enjoy Labor Day if you celebrate. It's mostly in the United States and a few other countries. But apparently 51% of you have off tomorrow, so enjoy your day off. And we'll have a weekly video up kind of summarizing stuff tomorrow. Mostly going over Soul Forge, event key drop T-Vol, normal drop T-Vol, you know, all the normal things a Monday video has. And hopefully have that up pretty early, though if it's not up early, I probably crashed and I'm sleeping. We'll have it up at some point tomorrow. Anyways, guys, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for joining us on this journey. This is, I think, the 3rd or 4th, I keep losing track, time we've ever hit 1,000 keys. It is the first time we ever did it from scratch. And we're finally done. Goodbye, everyone. Thanks for watching.